Simon & Schuster Audio presents Lonesome Dove, a novel by Larry McMurtry. Read by Will Patton, with a foreword written and read by Taylor Sheridan.
For Maureen Orth, and in memory of the 9 McMurtry boys, 1878 through 1983. Once in the saddle, they used to go dashing.
Foreword by Taylor Sheridan. I first read Lonesome Dove in the spring of 1989. To say it enthralled me, shocked me, and sparked my imagination before it shattered me is an understatement. In August of that year, the television adaptation of Larry McMurtry's transformative novel first aired. It aired in 4 parts over 4 consecutive nights. Bill Whitliff's adaptation of McMurtry's novel was handled with the reverence of a monk transcribing the Bible, which is to say, it is arguably the most literal and faithful adaptation of a novel to the screen in cinematic history. Upon watching the film, I reread the novel yet again for the 4th or 5th time, 6th maybe, comparing my imagination to the adaptation. This is easily the most formative event in my life. My plan to pursue the family business of law enforcement and cattle raising was destroyed. In its place was an unquenchable thirst for storytelling. And, as it were, an immediate career change. Criminal justice gave way to theater, which gave way to a complete evaporation in my desire to study anything at all, and begin my own quixotic quest to become a man of letters, a storyteller. I do not know how many times I've read Lonesome Dove to date. 30? 50? Often at night I will turn to a random chapter, read it, close the book, and imagine the rest of the story unfold in my mind. Supposedly inspired by the deep friendships of Charles Goodnight and Ed Loving, Lonesome Dove is a West never before explored in literature. It is one that makes no attempt to apologize for, nor justify, Western expansion. Likewise to the victims of a land completely absent the rule of law. McMurtry's West relied upon each character manifesting their own moral code because none had yet been established in this place. But more than anything, it was an examination of friendship between the unlikeliest of men. One a self-indulgent, antagonistic, binge-drinking seeker of mischief wherever mischief may hide, between bouts of philosophical ponderings and constant observation of that most peculiar of animals, humans. Augustus McCrae was desperate to live, by his rules and his rules alone. In the shadow of Gus's tireless quest for stimulation stood his opposite in every way, Woodrow. A stoic, tireless worker, completely incapable of expressing any emotion outside of anger. Woodrow was a calloused, muscled vessel for toil and justice. These 2 men should have hated each other, but together they traversed the imaginary landscape of the West with the simple goal of seeing it before man tamed it, ruined it, fenced it, and paved it, and dammed its rivers, and removed virtually every reason man was drawn to the West in the first place. Along this journey, every element of human character, both good and kind, and insidious and evil, would play out before them. They would face countless obstacles without ever compromising their principles, even when those principles meant choosing to forsake life altogether. Augustus McCrae and Woodrow are shining examples of who we should all aspire to be. Likewise, in both of them are examples of behavior we should aggressively avoid. Scholars far more eloquent than I will fare better at elucidating on the examples of literary genius dripping from each page, from his economical prose, which paints Russell-like images of the dusty world McMurtry's characters inhabit, to piercing dialogue that forces audible gasps and belly laughs from its reader. In Lonesome Dove, McMurtry has achieved the holy grail of storytellers. Compel the reader to experience every shade on the color wheel of emotion. Joy, regret, desire, fear, love, the catastrophe of loss, and the catharsis of acceptance. When my wife was pregnant, we labored, like all expectant couples, over a name, and how that name would influence our child's personality. We didn't labor long. I would read to my wife at night from the book that had altered the course of my life. Coming to the chapter where Gus informed Woodrow of his decision to never be a spectator of life, our decision became clear. Augustus Sheridan was born on September 23, 2010, 21 years after McMurtry shattered my family's expectation that the next generation of lawman was soon to take up the badge in McLennan County, Texas. In my son's mischievous glance, I see his namesake. In his stoic determination, I see Woodrow. I often wonder which of the two will win him over. Perhaps he will find a way to embrace the best of them both.
Preface. Fictions, in my case novels only, to the tune of about 30, start in tactile motion, pecking out a few sentences on a typewriter, sentences that might encourage me and perhaps a few potential readers to press on. In 1975, at home in my house in Texas, I peted out this. When Augustus came out on the porch, the blue pigs were eating a rattlesnake. Not a very big one. Once the blue pigs and the remnants of the rattlesnake had been sashed away, I devote a few sentences to Augustus's partner, Captain Woodrow Call, who was in a nearby corral trying to break an unruly young mare called the Hell Bitch, who catches him slightly off guard and takes a bite out of his shoulder. Captain Call, a stoic, says nothing about this mishap, but Augustus, an Epicurean, makes several comments, none of them welcomed by Captain Call. Thus, casually begins Lonesome Dove, by far my most popular novel, and one that allows me to join the small company of respectable writers whose fiction deals with the American West. Cormac McCarthy, Walter Van Tilburg Clark, Tom Lee, and a handful of others, below whom comes the vast desert of the pulpers, the sons and daughters of Max Brand, Frederick Faust, Louis L'Amour, and many hundreds of others. But I was not considering literary ranking or even literary merit when I wrote that first sentence about Augustus McCrae, the blue pigs, and the quickly consumed snake. I was just doodling at the typewriter, hoping to find a subject or a character that might hold my interest. For quite a few years there was, however, no sign of the Lonesome Dove. 2 other books shoved ahead of it, Cadillac Jack and The Desert Rose, and my impulse to write about these 2 ex-Texas Rangers was feeble at first. I didn't even have a title until, by miracle, I got one. There was an old church bus sitting in seeming abandonment beside a Texas road I was driving along. The sign on the bus said, Lonesome Dove Baptist Church. I knew at once that I had had a piece of luck. I drove straight home and wrote the novel. A good title can save a book, and the sign on the old fading bus saved mine. Tragic though it is, it has added some happiness to the world. In the novel, Lonesome Dove is the small town in the Texas brush country from which Gus and Call, both ex-Rangers, and their crew, the Hat Creek outfit, set out on their epic cattle drive to then sparsely inhabited Montana. But, if one cuts more deeply, the Lonesome Dove is Newt, a lonely teenager who is the unacknowledged son of Captain Call and a kindly whore named Maggie, who is now dead. So the central theme of the novel is not the stocking of Montana, but unacknowledged paternity. All of the Hat Creek outfit, including particularly Augustus McCrae, want Call to accept the boy as his son. Indeed, as I wrote on through a rather long book, I myself expected Woodrow Call to do the decent thing. I thought he would finally admit or acknowledge that Newt was his son. I kept expecting the redeeming scene to rise out of my typewriter someday. But it never did. The closest call would bring himself to making the admission was to give the boy his horse, the famous Hell Bitch. And, in a later episode, the horse kills the boy, putting Newt beyond acknowledgement and making Lonesome Dove the tragic story it is. Many moviegoers who know horses were bothered by the fact that the Hell Bitch was in fact a gelding in the film. I taxed the director, Simon Windsor, himself a horseman, about this, and he said the wranglers wouldn't allow a mare in their remuda. And the blue pigs walked all the way to Montana just to be eaten. Life ain't for sissies, as Augustus might have said. Larry McMurtry, 2010. All America lies at the end of the wilderness road, and our past is not a dead past, but still lives in us. Our forefathers had civilization inside themselves, the wild outside. We live in the civilization they created, but within us the wilderness still lingers. What they dreamed, we live, and what they lived, we dream. T.K. Whipple. Study out the land. Part 1. 1. When Augustus came out on the porch, the blue pigs were eating a rattlesnake, not a very big one. It had probably just been crawling around looking for shade when it ran into the pigs. They were having a fine tug-of-war with it, and its rattling days were over. The sow had it by the neck, and the shoat had the tail. "You pigs get," Augustus said, kicking the shoat. "Head on down to the creek if you want to eat that snake." It was the porch he begrudged them, not the snake. Pigs on the porch just made things hotter, and things were already hot enough. He stepped down into the dusty yard and walked around to the spring house to get his jug. The sun was still high, sulled in the sky like a mule. But Augustus had a keen eye for sun, and to his eye, the long light from the west had taken on an encouraging slant. Evening took a long time getting to Lonesome Dove, but when it came, it was a comfort. For most of the hours of the day, and most of the months of the year, the sun had the town trapped deep in dust, far out in the chaparral flats, a heaven for snakes and horned toads, road runners, and stinging lizards, but a hell for pigs and Tennesseans. There was not even a respectable shade tree within 20 or 30 miles. In fact, the actual location of the nearest decent shade was a matter of vigorous debate in the offices, if you wanted to call a roofless barn and a couple of patched-up corrals offices, of the Hat Creek Cattle Company, half of which Augustus owned. His stubborn partner, Captain W.F. Call, maintained that there was excellent shade as close as Pickles Gap, only 12 miles away, but Augustus wouldn't allow it. Pickles Gap was, if anything, a more worthless community than Lonesome Dove. It had only sprung up because a fool from North Georgia named Wesley Pickles had gotten himself and his family lost in the mesquites for about 10 days. When he finally found a clearing, he wouldn't leave it, and Pickles Gap came into being, mainly attracting travelers like its founder, which is to say, people too weak-willed to be able to negotiate a few 100 miles of mesquite thicket without losing their nerve. The spring house was a little lumpy adobe building, so cool on the inside that Augustus would have been tempted to live in it had it not been for its popularity with black widows, yellow jackets, and centipedes. When he opened the door, he didn't immediately see any centipedes, but he did immediately hear the nervous buzz of a rattlesnake that was evidently smarter than the one the pigs were eating. Augustus could just make out the snake coiled in a corner, but decided not to shoot it. On a quiet spring evening in Lonesome Dove, a shot could cause complications. Everybody in town would hear it and conclude either that the Comanches were down from the plains or the Mexicans up from the river. If any of the customers of the Dry Bean, the town's one saloon, happened to be drunk or unhappy, which was very likely, they would probably run out into the street and shoot a Mexican or two just to be on the safe side. At the very least, Call would come stomping up from the lots only to be annoyed to discover it had just been a snake. Call had no respect whatsoever for snakes or for anyone who stood aside for snakes. He treated rattlers like gnats, disposing of them with one stroke of whatever tool he had in hand. "A man that slows down for snakes might as well walk," he often said, a statement that made about as much sense to an educated man as most of the things Call said. Augustus held to a more leisurely philosophy. He believed in giving creatures a little time to think, so he stood in the sun a few minutes until the rattler calmed down and crawled out a hole. Then he reached in and lifted his jug out of the mud. It had been a dry year, even by the standards of Lonesome Dove, and the spring was just springing enough to make a nice mud puddle. The pigs spent half their time rooting around the spring house, hoping to get into the mud, but so far none of the holes in the adobe was big enough to admit a pig. The damp burlap the jug was wrapped in naturally appealed to the centipedes, so Augustus made sure none had sneaked under the wrapping before he uncorked the jug and took a modest swig. The one white barber in Lonesome Dove, a fellow Tennessean named Dillard Brawley, had to do his barbering on one leg because he had not been cautious enough about centipedes. Two of the vicious red-legged variety had crawled into his pants one night, and Dillard had got up in a hurry and had neglected to shake out the pants. The leg hadn't totally rotted off, but it had rotted sufficiently that the family got nervous about blood poisoning and persuaded he and Call to saw it off. For a year or two, Lonesome Dove had had a real doctor, but the young man had lacked good sense. A vaquero with a loose manner that everybody was getting ready to hang at the first excuse anyway passed out from drink one night and let a blister bug crawl in his ear. The bug couldn't find its way out, but it could move around enough to upset the vaquero, who persuaded the young doctor to try and flush it. The young man was doing his best with some warm salt water, but the vaquero lost his temper and shot him. It was a fatal mistake on the vaquero's part. Someone blasted his horse out from under him as he was racing away, and the incensed citizenry, most of whom were nearby at the dry-bean passing the time, hung him immediately. Unfortunately, no medical man had taken an interest in the town since, and Augustus and Call, both of whom had coped with their share of wounds, got called on to do such surgery as was deemed essential. Dillard Brawley's leg had presented no problem, except that Dillard screeched so loudly that he injured his vocal cords. He got around good on one leg, but the vocal cords had never fully recovered, which ultimately hurt his business. Dillard had always talked too much, but after the trouble with the centipedes, what he did was whisper too much. Customers couldn't relax under their hot towels for trying to make out Dillard's whispers. He hadn't really been worth listening to even when he had two legs, and in time many of his customers drifted off to the Mexican barber. Call even used the Mexican, and Call didn't trust Mexicans or barbers. Augustus took the jug back to the porch and placed his rope-bottomed chair so as to utilize the smidgen of shade he had to work with. As the sun sank, the shade would gradually extend itself across the porch, the wagon yard, Hat Creek, Lonesome Dove, and eventually the Rio Grande. By the time the shade had reached the river, Augustus would have mellowed with the evening and be ready for some intelligent conversation, which usually involved talking to himself. Call would work until slap dark if he could find anything to do, and if he couldn't find anything, he would make up something. And P.I. was too much of a corporal to quit before the captain quit, even if Call would have let him. The two pigs had quietly disregarded Augustus's orders to go to the creek and were under one of the wagons eating the snake. That made good sense, for the creek was just as dry as the wagon yard, and farther off. 50 weeks out of the year, Hat Creek was nothing but a sandy ditch, and the fact that the two pigs didn't regard it as a fit wallow was a credit to their intelligence. Augustus often praised the pigs' intelligence in a running argument he had been having with Call for the last few years. Augustus maintained that pigs were smarter than all horses and most people, a claim that galled Call severely. "No slop-eating pig is as smart as a horse," Call said before going on to say worse things. As was his custom, Augustus drank a fair amount of whiskey as he sat and watched the sun ease out of the day. If he wasn't tilting the rope-bottomed chair, he was tilting the jug. The days in Lonesome Dove were a blur of heat and as dry as chalk, but mash whiskey took some of the dry away and made Augustus feel nicely misty inside, foggy and cool as a morning in the Tennessee hills. He seldom got downright drunk, but he did enjoy feeling misty along about sundown, keeping his mood good with tasteful swigs as the sky to the west began to color up. The whiskey didn't damage his intellectual powers any, but it did make him more tolerant of the raw sorts he had to live with. Call and P.I. and Dietz, young Newt, and old Bolivar, the cook. When the sky had pinked up nicely over the western flats, Augustus went around to the back of the house and kicked the kitchen door a time or two. "Better warm up the sow belly and mash a few beans," he said. Old Bolivar didn't answer, so Augustus kicked the door once or twice more to emphasize his point and went back to the porch. The blue shote was waiting for him at the corner of the house, quiet as a cat. It was probably hoping he would drop something, a belt or a pocket knife or a hat, so he could eat it. "Get from here, shote," Augustus said. "If you're that hungry, go hunt up another snake." It occurred to him that a leather belt couldn't be much tougher or less palatable than the fried goat Bolivar served up 3 or 4 times a week. The old man had been a competent Mexican bandit before he ran out of steam and crossed the river. Since then he had led a quiet life, but it was a fact that goat kept turning up on the table. The Hat Creek Cattle Company didn't trade in them, and it was unlikely that Bolivar was buying them out of his own pocket. Stealing goats was probably his way of keeping up his old skills. His old skills did not include cooking. The goat meat tasted like it had been fried in tar, but Augustus was the only member of the establishment sensitive enough to raise a complaint. "Bo, where'd you get the tar you fried this goat in?" he asked regularly, his quiet attempt at wit falling as usual on deaf ears. Bolivar ignored all queries, direct or indirect. Augustus was getting about ready to start talking to the sow and the shote when he saw Call and P.I. walking up from the lots. P.I. was tall and lank, had never been full in his life, and looked so awkward that he appeared to be about to fall down even when he was standing still. He looked totally helpless, but that was another case of looks deceiving. In fact, he was one of the ablest men Augustus had ever known. He had never been an outstanding Indian fighter, but if you gave him something he could work at deliberately, like carpentering or blacksmithing or well digging or harness repair, P was excellent. If he had been a man to do sloppy work, Call would have run him off long before. Augustus walked down and met the men at the wagons. "It's a little early for you two to be quitting, ain't it, girls?" he said. "Or is this Christmas or what?" Both men had sweated their shirts through so many times during the day that they were practically black. Augustus offered Call the jug, and Call put a foot on a wagon tongue and took a swig just to rinse the dry out of his mouth. He spat a mouthful of perfectly good whiskey in the dust and handed the jug to P.I. "Girls yourself," he said. "It ain't Christmas." Then he went on to the house so abruptly that Augustus was a little taken aback. Call had never been one for fine manners, but if the day's work had gone to his satisfaction, he would usually stand and pass the time a minute. The funny thing about Woodrow Call was how hard he was to keep in scale. He wasn't a big man, in fact was barely middle-sized, but when you walked up and looked him in the eye, it didn't seem that way. Augustus was 4 inches taller than his partner, and P.I. 3 inches taller yet, but there was no way he could have convinced P.I. that Captain Call was the short man. Call had him buffaloed, and in that respect P had plenty of company. If a man meant to hold his own with Call, it was necessary to keep in mind that Call wasn't as big as he seemed. Augustus was the one man in South Texas who could usually keep him in scale, and he built on his advantage whenever he could. He started many a day by pitching Call a hot biscuit and remarking point-blank, "You know, Call, you ain't really no giant." A simple heart like P could never understand such behavior. It gave Augustus a laugh sometimes to consider that Call could hoodwink a man nearly twice his size, getting P to confuse the inner with the outer man. But of course Call himself had such a single-track mind that he scarcely realized he was doing it. He just did it. What made it a fascinating trick was that Call had never noticed that he had a trick. The man never wasted 5 minutes appreciating himself. It would have meant losing 5 minutes off whatever job he had decided he wanted to get done that day. "It's a good thing I ain't scared to be lazy," Augustus told him once. "You may think so, I don't," Call said. "Hell, Call, if I worked as hard as you, there'd be no thinking done at all around this outfit. You stay in a lather 15 hours a day. A man that's always in a lather can't think nothing out." "I'd like to see you think the roof back on that barn," Call said. A strange little wind had whipped over from Mexico and blown the roof off clean as a whistle 3 years before. Fortunately, it only rained in Lonesome Dove once or twice a year, so the loss of the roof didn't result in much suffering for the stock when there was stock. It mostly meant suffering for Call, who had never been able to locate enough decent lumber to build a new roof. Unfortunately, a rare downpour had occurred only about a week after the wind dropped the old roof in the middle of Hat Creek. It had been a real turd floater, and also a lumber floater, washing much of the roof straight into the Rio Grande. "If you think so much, why didn't you think of that rain?" Call asked. Ever since, he had been throwing the turd floater up to Augustus. Give Call a grievance, however silly, and he would save it like money. P.I. wasn't spitting out any mash whiskey. He had a skinny neck. His Adam's apple bulged so when he drank that it reminded Augustus of a snake with a frog stuck in its gullet. "Call looks mad enough to kick the stump," Augustus said when P finally stopped to breathe. "She bit a hunk out of him, that's why," P said. "I don't know why the captain wants to keep her." "Fillies are his only form of folly," Augustus said. "What's he doing letting a horse bite him? I thought you boys were digging the new well." "Hit rock," P said. "Ain't room for but one man to swing a pick down in that hole, so Newt swung it while I shod horses. The captain took a ride. I guess he thought he had her sweated down. He turned his back on her and she bit a hunk out." The mare in question was known around town as the Hell Bitch. Call had bought her in Mexico from some caballeros who claimed to have killed an Indian to get her. A Comanche, they said. Augustus doubted that part of the story. It was unlikely one Comanche had been riding around by himself in that part of Mexico, and if there had been 2 Comanches, the caballeros wouldn't have lived to do any horse trading. The mare was a dapple gray with a white muzzle and a white streak down her forehead. Too tall to be pure Indian pony, and too short-barreled to be pure thoroughbred. Her disposition did suggest some time spent with Indians, but which Indians and how long was anybody's guess. Every man who saw her wanted to buy her. She was that stylish, but Call wouldn't even listen to an offer, though P.I. and Newt were both anxious to see her sold. They had to work around her every day and suffered accordingly. She had once kicked Newt all the way into the blacksmith shop and nearly into the forge. P.I. was at least as scared of her as he was of Comanches, which was saying a lot. "What's keeping Newt?" Augustus asked. "He may have went to sleep down in that well," P.I. said. Then Augustus saw the boy walking up from the lot so tired he was barely moving. P.I. was half drunk by the time Newt finally made the wagons. "God, Newt, I'm glad you got here before fall," Augustus said. "We'd have missed you during the summer." "I've been throwing rocks at the mare," Newt said with a grin. "Did you see what a hunk she bit out of the captain?" Newt lifted one foot and carefully scraped the mud from the well off the sole of his boot, while P.I. continued to wash the dust out of his throat. Augustus had always admired the way Newt could stand on one leg while cleaning the other boot. "Look at that, P," he said. "I bet you can't do that." P.I. was so used to seeing Newt stand on one leg to clean his boot that he couldn't figure out what it was Gus thought he couldn't do. A few big swigs of liquor sometimes slowed his thinking down to a crawl. This usually happened at sundown after a hard day of well digging or horseshoeing. At such times, P was doubly glad he worked with the captain rather than Gus. The less talk the captain had to listen to, the better humor he was in, whereas Gus was just the opposite. He'd rattle off 5 or 6 different questions and opinions, running them all together like so many unbranded cattle. It made it hard to pick out one and think about it carefully and slowly, the only ways P.I. liked to think. At such times, his only recourse was to pretend the questions had hit him in his deaf ear, the left one, which hadn't really worked well since the day of their big fight with the Keechis, what they called the Stone House Fight. It had been pure confusion, since the Indians had been smart enough to fire the prairie grass, smoking things up so badly that no one could see 6 feet ahead. They kept bumping into Indians in the smoke and having to shoot point blank. A ranger right next to P had spotted one and fired too close to P's ear. That was the day the Indians got away with their horses, which made Captain Call about as mad as P had ever seen him. It meant they had to walk down the Brazos for nearly 200 miles, worrying constantly about what would happen if the Comanches discovered they were afoot. P.I. hadn't noticed he was half deaf until they had walked most of the way out. Fortunately, while he was worrying the question of what it was he couldn't do, old Bolivar began to whack the dinner bell, which put an end to discussion. The old dinner bell had lost its clapper, but Bolivar had found a crowbar that somebody had managed to break, and he laid into the bell so hard that you couldn't have heard the clapper if there had been one. The sun had finally set, and it was so still along the river that they could hear the horses swishing their tails down in the lots, or they could until Bolivar laid into the bell. Although he probably knew they were standing around the wagons in easy hearing distance, Bolivar continued to pound the bell for a good 5 minutes. Bolivar pounded the bell for reasons of his own. Even Call couldn't control him in that regard. The sound drowned out the quiet of sunset, which annoyed Augustus so much that at times he was tempted to go up and shoot the old man just to teach him a lesson. "I figure he's calling bandits," Augustus said when the ringing finally stopped. They started for the house, and the pigs fell in with them, the shoat eating a lizard he had caught somewhere. The pigs liked Newt even better than Augustus. When he didn't have anything better to do, he would feed them scraps of rawhide and scratch their ears. "If them bandits were to come, maybe the captain would let me start wearing a gun," Newt said wistfully. It seemed he would never get old enough to wear a gun, though he was well into his teens. "If you was to wear a gun, somebody would just mistake you for a gunfighter and shoot you," Augustus said, noting the boy's wistful look. "It ain't worth it. If Bull ever calls up any bandits, I'll lend you my Henry." "That old man can barely cook," P.I. remarked. "Where would he get any bandits?" "Why, you remember that greasy bunch he had?" Augustus said. "We used to buy horses from him. That's the only reason Call hired him to cook. In the business we're in, it don't hurt to know a few horse thieves as long as they're Mexicans. I figure Bull's just biding his time. As soon as he gains our trust, his bunch will sneak up some night and murder us all." He didn't believe anything of the kind. He just liked to stimulate the boy once in a while, and P, too, though P was an exceptionally hard man to stimulate, being insensitive to most fears. P had just sense enough to fear Comanches. That didn't require an abundance of sense. Mexican bandits did not impress him. Newt had more imagination. He turned and looked across the river where a big darkness was about to settle. Every now and then, about sundown, the captain and Augustus and P and Dietz would strap on guns and ride off into that darkness, into Mexico, to return about sunup with 30 or 40 horses or perhaps 100 skinny cattle. It was the way the stock business seemed to work along the border. The Mexican ranchers raiding north while the Texans raided south. Some of the skinny cattle spent their lives being chased back and forth across the Rio Grande. Newt's fondest hope was to get old enough to be taken along on the raids. Many a night he lay in his hot little bunk, listening to old Bolivar snore and mumble below him, peering out the window toward Mexico, imagining the wild doings that must be going on. Once in a while, he even heard gunfire, though seldom more than a shot or two, from up or down the river. It got his imagination to working all the harder. "You can go when you're grown," the captain said, and that was all he said. There was no arguing with it either, not if you were just hired help. Arguing with the captain was a privilege reserved for Mr. Gus. They no sooner got in the house than Mr. Gus began to exercise the privilege. The captain had his shirt off, letting Bolivar treat his mare bite. She had got him just above the belt. Enough blood had run down into his pants that one pants leg was caked with it. Bol was about to pack the bite with his usual dope, a mixture of axle grease and turpentine, but Mr. Gus made him wait until he could get a look at the wound himself. "God, Woodrow," Augustus said. "As long as you've worked around horses, it looks like you'd know better than to turn your back on a Kiowa mare." Carl was thinking of something and didn't answer for a minute. What he was thinking was that the moon was in the quarter, what they called the rustler's moon. Let it get full over the pale flats and some Mexicans could see well enough to draw a fair bead. Men he'd ridden with for years were dead and buried, or at least dead because they'd crossed the river under a full moon. No moon at all was nearly as bad. Then it was too hard to find the stock and too hard to move it. The quarter moon was the right moon for a swing below the border. The brush country to the north was already thick with cattlemen, making up their spring herds and getting trail crews together. It wouldn't be a week before they began to drift into Lonesome Dove. It was time to go gather cattle. "Who said she was a Kiowa?" he said, looking at Augustus. "I've reasoned it out," Augustus said. "You could have done the same if you ever stopped working long enough to think." "I can work and think, too," Carl said. "You're the only man I know whose brain don't work unless it's in the shade." Augustus ignored the remark. "I figure it was a Kiowa on his way to steal a woman that lost that mare," he said. "Your Comanche don't hunger much after senoritas. White women are easier to steal and don't eat as much besides. The Kiowa are different. They fancy senoritas." "Can we eat, or do we have to wait till the argument's over?" P.I. asked. "We starve if we wait for that," Bolivar said, plunking a pot full of sow-belly and beans down on the rough table. Augustus, to the surprise of no one, was the first to fill his plate. "I don't know where you keep finding these Mexican strawberries," he said, referring to the beans. Bolivar managed to find them 365 days a year, mixing them with so many red chilies that a spoonful of beans was more or less as hot as a spoonful of red ants. Newt had come to think that only two things were certain if you worked for the Hat Creek Cattle Company. One was that Captain Call would think of more things to do than he and P.I. and Dietz could get done, and the other was that beans would be available at all meals. The only man in the outfit who didn't fart frequently was old Bolivar himself. He never touched beans and lived mainly on sourdough biscuits and chicory coffee, or rather cups of brown sugar with little puddles of coffee floating on top. Sugar cost money, too, and it irked the captain to spend it, but Bolivar could not be made to break a habit. Augustus claimed the old man's droppings were so sugary that the blue shote had taken to stalking him every time he went to shit, which might have been true. Newt had all he could do to keep clear of the shote, and his own droppings were mostly bean. By the time Call got his shirt on and came to the table, Augustus was reaching for a second helping. P and Newt were casting nervous glances at the pot, hoping for seconds themselves, but too polite to grab before everyone had been served. Augustus's appetite was a kind of natural calamity. Call had watched it with amazement for 30 years, and yet it still surprised him to see how much Augustus ate. He didn't work unless he had to, and yet he could sit down night after night and out-eat 3 men who had put in a day's labor. In their rangering days, when things were a little slow, the boys would sit around and swap stories about Augustus's eating. Not only did he eat a lot, he ate it fast. The cook that wanted to hold him at the grub for more than 10 minutes had better have a side of beef handy. Call pulled out a chair and sat down. As Augustus was ladling himself a big scoop of beans, Call stuck his plate under the ladle. Newt thought it such a slick move that he laughed out loud. "Many thanks," Call said. "If you ever get tired of loafing, I guess you could get a job waiting tables." "Why, I had a job waiting tables once," Augustus said, pretending he had meant to serve Call the beans. "On a river boat. I wasn't no older than Newt when I had that job. The cook even wore a white hat. What for? P.I. asked. Because it's what real cooks are supposed to wear, Augustus said, looking at Bolivar, who was stirring a little coffee into his brown sugar. Not so much a hat as a kind of big white cap. It looked like it could have been made out of a bed sheet. I'd be damned if I'd wear one, Call said. Nobody would be loony enough to hire you to cook, Woodrow, Augustus said. The cap is supposed to keep the cook's old greasy hairs from falling into the food. I wouldn't be surprised if some of Bowl's hairs had found their way into this sow bosom. Newt looked at Bolivar sitting over by the stove in his dirty serape. Bolivar's hair looked like it had had a can of second-hand lard poured over it. Once every few months, Bowl would change clothes and go visit his wife, but his efforts at improving his appearance never went much higher than his mustache, which he occasionally tried to wax with grease of some kind. How come you to quit the riverboat? P.I. asked. I was too young and pretty, Augustus said. The whores wouldn't let me alone. Call was sorry it had come up. He didn't like talk about whores, not any time, but particularly not in front of the boy. Augustus had little shame, if any. It had long been a sore spot between them. I wish they'd drowned you then, Call said, annoyed. Conversation at the table seldom led to any good. Newt kept his eyes on his plate as he usually did when the captain grew annoyed. Drown me? Augustus said. Why, if anybody had tried it, those girls would have clawed them to shreds. He knew Call was mad, but wasn't much inclined to humor him. It was his dinner table as much as Call's, and if Call didn't like the conversation, he could go to bed. Call knew there was no point in arguing. That was what Augustus wanted, argument. He didn't really care what the question was, and it made no great difference to him which side he was on. He just plain loved to argue, whereas Call hated to. Long experience had taught him that there was no winning arguments with Augustus, even in cases where there was a simple right and wrong at issue. Even in old days, when they were in the thick of it with Indians and hard cases to worry about, Augustus would seize any chance for a dispute. Practically the closest call they ever had, when the two of them and 6 rangers got surprised by the Comanches up the Prairie Dog Fork of the Red and were all digging holes in the bank that could have turned out to be their graves if they hadn't been lucky and got a cloudy night and sneaked away. Augustus had kept up a running argument with a ranger they called Ugly Bobby. The argument was entirely about coon dogs, and Augustus had kept it up all night, though most of the rangers were so scared they couldn't pass water. Of course, the boy lapped up Augustus's stories about riverboats and whores. The boy hadn't been anywhere, so it was all romance to him. Listening to you brag about women don't improve the taste of my food, he said finally. Call, if you want better food, you have to start by shooting Bolivar, Augustus said, reminded of his own grievance against the cook. Bol, I want you to quit whacking that bell with that crowbar, he said. You can do it at noon if you want to, but let off doing it at night. A man with any sense can tell when it's sundown. You've spoilt many a pretty evening for me whacking that bell. Bolivar stirred his sugary coffee and held his peace. He whacked the dinner bell because he liked the sound, not because he wanted anybody to come and eat. The men could eat when they liked. He would whack the bell when he liked. He enjoyed being a cook. It was a good deal more relaxing than being a bandit. But that didn't mean that he intended to take orders. His sense of independence was undiminished. General Lee freed the slaves, he remarked in a surly tone. Newt laughed. Bol never had been able to get the war straight, but he had been genuinely sorry when it ended. In fact, if it had kept going, he would probably have stayed a bandit. It was a safe and profitable profession, with most of the Texans gone. But the ones who came back from the war were mostly bandits themselves, and they had better guns. The profession immediately became overcrowded. Bolivar knew it was time to quit, but once in a while he got the urge for a little shooting. It wasn't General Lee. It was Abe Lincoln who freed the slaves, Augustus pointed out. Bolivar shrugged. No difference, he said. A big difference, Call said. One was a Yankee and one wasn't. P.I. got interested for a minute. The beans and sow belly had revived him. He had been very interested in the notion of emancipation, and had studied over it a lot while he went about his work. It was obviously just pure luck that he himself hadn't been born a slave, but if he had been unlucky, Lincoln would have freed him. It gave him a certain admiration for the man. "He just freed Americans," he pointed out to Bolivar. Augustus snorted. "You're in over your head, P," he said. "Who Abe Lincoln freed was a bunch of Africans. No more American than Call here." Call pushed back his chair. He was not about to sit around arguing slavery after a long day or after a short one either. "I'm as American as the next," he said, taking his hat and picking up a rifle. "You was born in Scotland," Augustus reminded him. "I know they brought you over when you was still dragging on the tit, but that don't make you no less a Scot." Call didn't reply. Newt looked up and saw him standing at the door, his hat on and his Henry in the crook of his arm. A couple of big moths flew past his head, drawn to the light of the kerosene lamp on the table. With nothing more said, the captain went out the door. 2. Call walked the river for an hour, though he knew there was no real need. It was just an old habit he had, left over from wilder times, checking, looking for a sign of one kind or another, honing his instincts as much as anything. In his years as a ranger captain, it had been his habit to get off by himself for a time every night, out of camp and away from whatever talking and bickering were going on. He had discovered early on that his instincts needed privacy in which to operate. Sitting around a fire, being sociable, yawning and yarning might be fine in safe country, but it could cost you an edge in country that wasn't so safe. He liked to get off by himself a mile or so from camp and listen to the country, not the men. Of course, real scouting skills were superfluous in a place as tame as Lonesome Dove, but Call still liked to get out at night, sniff the breeze, and let the country talk. The country talked quiet. One human voice could drown it out, particularly if it was a voice as loud as Augustus McCrae's. Augustus was notorious all over Texas for the strength of his voice. On a still night he could be heard at least a mile, even if he was more or less whispering. Call did his best to get out of range of Augustus's voice so that he could relax and pay attention to other sounds. If nothing else, he might get a clue as to what weather was coming. Not that there was much mystery about the weather around Lonesome Dove. If a man looked straight up at the stars, he was apt to get dizzy. The night was so clear. Clouds were scarcer than cash money, and cash money was scarce enough. There was really little in the way of a threat to be looked for either. A coyote might sneak in and snatch a chicken, but that was about the worst that was likely to happen. The mere fact that he and Augustus were there had long since discouraged the local horse thieves. Call angled west of the town toward a crossing on the river that had once been favored by the Comanches in the days when they had the leisure to raid into Mexico. It was near a salt lick. He had formed the habit of walking up to the crossing almost every night to sit for a while on a little bluff, just watching. If the moon was high enough to cast a shadow, he sheltered beside a clump of chaparral. If the Comanches ever came again, it stood to reason they would make for their old crossing, but Call knew well enough that the Comanches weren't going to come again. They were all but whipped. Hardly enough warriors left free to terrorize the upper Brazos, much less the Rio Grande. The business with the Comanches had been long and ugly. It had occupied Call most of his adult life, but it was really over. In fact, it had been so long since he had seen a really dangerous Indian that if one had suddenly ridden up to the crossing, he would probably have been too surprised to shoot. Exactly the kind of careless attitude he was concerned to guard against in himself. Whipped they might be, but as long as there was one free Comanche with a horse and a gun, it would be foolish to take them lightly. He tried hard to keep sharp, but in fact the only action he had scared up in 6 months of watching the river was one bandit who might just have been a vaquero with a thirsty horse. All Call had had to do in that instance was click the hammer of his Henry. In the still night the click had been as effective as a shot. The man wheeled back into Mexico, and Since then, nothing had disturbed the crossing except a few mangy goats on their way to the salt lick. Even though he still came to the river every night, it was obvious to Call that Lonesome Dove had long since ceased to need guarding. The talk about Bolivar calling up bandits was just another of Augustus's overworked jokes. He came to the river because he liked to be alone for an hour and not always be crowded. It seemed to him he was pressed from dawn till dark, but for no good reason. As a ranger captain, he was naturally pressed to make decisions, and decisions that might mean life or death to the men under him. That had been a natural pressure, one that went with the job. Men looked to him and kept looking, wanting to know he was still there, able to bring them through whatever scrape they might be in. Augustus was just as capable beneath all his rant and would have got them through the same scrapes if it had been necessary, but Augustus wouldn't bother rising to an occasion until it became absolutely necessary. He left the worrying to Call, so the men looked to Call for orders and got drunk with Augustus. It never ceased to gripe him that Augustus could not be made to act like a ranger except in emergencies. His refusal was so consistent that at times both Call and the men would almost hope for an emergency so that Gus would let up talking and arguing and treat the situation with a little respect. But somehow, despite the dangers, Call had never felt pressed in quite the way he had lately, bound in by the small but constant needs of others. The physical work didn't matter. Call was not one to sit on a porch all day playing cards or gossiping. He intended to work. He had just grown tired of always providing the example. He was still the captain, but no one had seemed to notice that there was no troop and no war. He had been in charge so long that everyone assumed all thoughts, questions, needs, and wants had to be referred to him, however simple these might be. The men couldn't stop expecting him to captain, and he couldn't stop thinking he had to. It was ingrained in him, he had done it so long, but he was aware that it wasn't appropriate anymore. They weren't even peace officers. They just ran a livery stable, trading horses and cattle when they could find a buyer. The work they did was mostly work he could do in his sleep, and yet, though his day-to-day responsibilities had constantly shrunk over the last 10 years, life did not seem easier. It just seemed smaller and a good deal more dull. Call was not a man to daydream. That was Gus's department. But then it wasn't really daydreaming he did alone on the little bluff at night. It was just thinking back to the years when a man who presumed to stake out a Comanche trail would do well to keep his rifle cocked. Yet the fact that he had taken to thinking back annoyed him too. He didn't want to start working over his memories like an old man. Sometimes he would force himself to get up and walk 2 or 3 more miles up the river and back just to get the memories out of his head. Not until he felt alert again, felt that he could still captain if the need arose, would he return to Lonesome Dove. After supper, when Call left for the river, Augustus, P.I., Newt, Bolivar, and the pigs repaired to the porch. The pigs nosed around in the yard, occasionally catching a lizard or a grasshopper, a rat snake, or an unwary locust. Bolivar brought out a whetstone and spent 20 minutes or so sharpening the fine bone-handled knife that he wore at his belt. The handle was made from the horn of a mule deer, and the thin blade flashed in the moonlight as Bolivar carefully drew it back and forth across the whetstone, spitting on the stone now and then to dampen its surface. Although Newt liked Bolivar and considered him a friend, the fact that Bol felt it necessary to sharpen the knife every night made him a little nervous. Mr. Gus's constant joking about bandits, although Newt knew it was joking, had its effect. It was a mystery to him why Bol sharpened the knife every single night, since he never cut anything with it. When he asked him about it, Bol smiled and tested the blade gently with his thumb. "It's like a wife," he said. "Every night you better stroke it." That made no sense to Newt, but got a laugh from Augustus. "If that's the case, your wife is likely pretty rusty by now, Bol," he said. "She don't get sharpened more than twice a year." "She is old," Bolivar said. The older the violin, the sweeter the music, Augustus said. Us old folks appreciate wedding just as much as the young, or maybe more. You ought to bring her up here to live, Bol. Think of the money you'd save on whetstones. That knife would cut through a man's neck like it was butter, P.I. said. He had an appreciation of such things, being the owner of a fine Bowie knife himself. It had a 14-inch blade, and he had bought it from a soldier who had personally commissioned it from Bowie. He didn't sharpen it every night like Bol did his, but he took it out of its big sheath once in a while to make sure it hadn't lost its edge. It was his Sunday knife, and he didn't use it for ordinary work like butchering or cutting leather. Bolivar never used his for ordinary work either, though once in a while, if he was in a good mood, he would throw it and stick it in the side of a wagon, or maybe shave off a few fine curls of rawhide with it. Newt would then feed the rawhide to the pigs. Augustus himself took a dim view of the utility of knives, particularly of fancy knives. He carried a plain old clasp in his pocket and used it mainly for cutting his toenails. In the old days, when they all lived mostly off game, he had carried a good skinning knife as a matter of necessity, but he had no regard at all for the knife as a fighting weapon. So far as he was concerned, the invention of the Colt revolver had rendered all other short-range weapons obsolete. It was a minor irritant that he had to spend virtually every night of his life listening to Bol grind his blade away. "If I have to listen to something, I'd rather listen to you wet your wife," he said. "I don't bring her," Bol said. "I know you. You would try to corrupt her." Augustus laughed. "No, I'm much given to corrupting old women," he said. "Ain't you got any daughters?" "Only 9, Bolivar said. Abruptly, not even getting up, he threw the knife at the nearest wagon where it stuck, quivering for a moment. The wagon was only about 20 feet away, so it was no great throw, but he wanted to make a point about his feeling for his daughters. 6 were married already, but the 3 left at home were the light of his life. "I hope they take after their mother," Augustus said. "If they take after you, you're in for a passel of old maids." His Colt was hanging off the back of the chair, and he reached around and got it, took it out of its holster, and idly twirled the chamber a time or two, listening to the pretty little clicks. Bolivar was sorry he had thrown the knife, since it meant he would have to get up and walk across the yard to retrieve it. At the moment his hip joints hurt, as well as several other joints, all the result of letting a horse fall on him 5 years before. "I am better looking than a buzzard like you," he said, pulling himself up. Newt knew Bolivar and Mr. Gus were just insulting one another to pass the time, but it still made him nervous when they did it, particularly late in the day when they had both been hitting their respective jugs for several hours. It was a peaceful night, so still that he could occasionally hear the sound of the piano down at the Dry Bean Saloon. The piano was the pride of the saloon, and for that matter, of the town. The church folks even borrowed it on Sundays. Luckily, the church house was right next to the saloon, and the piano had wheels. Some of the deacons had built a ramp out at the back of the saloon and a board track across to the church so that all they had to do was push the piano right across to the church. Even so, the arrangement was a threat to the sobriety of the deacons, some of whom considered it their duty to spend their evenings in the saloon safeguarding the piano. Once they safeguarded it so well on Saturday night that they ran it off its rail on Sunday morning and broke 2 legs off it. Since there weren't enough sober men in church that morning to carry it inside, Mrs. Pink Higgins, who played it, had to sit out in the street and bang away at the hymns while the rest of the congregation, 10 ladies and a preacher, stayed inside and sang. The arrangement was made more awkward still by the fact that Lorena Wood came out on the back stairs of the saloon, practically undressed, and listened to the hymns. Newt was deeply in love with Lorena Wood, though so far he had not even had an opportunity to speak to her. He was painfully aware that if the chance for personal speech ever did arise, he would have no idea what to say. On the rare occasions when he had an errand that took him by the saloon, he lived in terror, afraid some accident might occur which would actually force him to speak to her. He wanted to speak to Lorena, of course. It represented the very summit of his life's hopes. but he didn't want to have to do it until he had decided on the best thing to say, which so far he had not, though Lorena had been in town for several months, and he had been in love with her from the moment he first glimpsed her face. On an average day, Lorena occupied Newt's thoughts about 8 hours, no matter what tasks occupied his hands. Though normally an open young man, quick to talk about his problems, to P.I. and Dietz at least, he had never so much as uttered Lorena's name aloud. He knew that if he did utter it, a terrible amount of ribbing would ensue, and while he didn't mind being ribbed about most things, his feeling for Lorena was too serious to admit frivolity. The men who made up the Hat Creek outfit were not great respecters of feeling, particularly tender feeling. There was also the danger that someone might slight her honor. It wouldn't be the captain, who was not prone to jesting about women or even to mentioning them. But the thought of the complications that might arise from an insult to Lorena had left Newt closely acquainted with the mental perils of love long before he had had an opportunity to sample any of its pleasures except the infinite pleasure of contemplation. Of course, Newt knew that Lorena was a whore. It was an awkward fact, but it didn't lessen his feelings for her one whit. She had been abandoned in Lonesome Dove by a gambler who decided she was bad for his luck. She lived over the dry bean and was known to receive visitors of various descriptions, but Newt was not a young man to choke on such details. He was not absolutely sure what whores did, but he assumed that Lorena had come by her profession as accidentally as he had come by his. It was pure accident that he happened to be a horse wrangler for the Hat Creek outfit, and no doubt an equally pure one that had made Lorena a whore. What Newt loved about her was her nature, which he could see in her face. It was easily the most beautiful face that had ever been seen in Lonesome Dove, and he had no doubt that hers was the most beautiful nature, too. He intended to say something along those lines to her when he finally spoke to her. Much of his time on the porch after supper was spent in trying to figure out what words would best express such a sentiment. That was why it irritated him slightly when Bowl and Mr. Gus started passing insults back and forth as if they were biscuits. They did it almost every night, and pretty soon they'd be throwing knives and clicking pistols, making it very hard for him to concentrate on what he would say to Lorena when they first met. Neither Mr. Gus nor Bolivar had lived their lives as peaceful men, and it seemed to him they might both be itching for one last fight. Newt had no doubt that if such a fight occurred, Mr. Gus would win. P.I. claimed that he was a better pistol shot than Captain Call, though it was hard for Newt to imagine anyone being better at anything than Captain Call. He didn't want the fight to happen because it would mean the end of Bowl, and despite a slight nervousness about Bowl's bandit friends, he did like Bowl. The old man had given him a serape once to use as a blanket, and had let him have the bottom bunk when he was sick with jaundice. If Mr. Gus shot him, it would mean Newt had one less friend. Since he had no family, this was not a thought to be taken lightly. "What do you reckon the captain does out there in the dark?" he asked. Augustus smiled at the boy who was hunched over on the lower step, as nervous as a red pup. He asked the same question almost every night when he thought there might be a fight. He wanted Call around to stop it if it ever started. "He's just playing Indian fighter," he said. Newt doubted that. The captain was not one to play. If he felt he had to go off and sit in the dark every night, he must think it important. Mention of Indians woke P.I. from an alcoholic doze. He hated Indians, partly because for 30 years fear of them had kept him from getting a good night's sleep. In his years with the Rangers, he never closed his eyes without expecting to open them and find some huge Indian getting ready to poke him with something sharp. Most of the Indians he had actually seen had all been scrawny little men, but it didn't mean the huge one who haunted his sleep wasn't out there waiting. "Why, they could come," he said. "The captain's right to watch. If I wasn't so lazy, I'd go help him." "He don't want you to help him," Augustus said testily. P's blind loyalty to Call was sometimes a trial. He himself knew perfectly well why Call headed for the river every night, and it had very little to do with the Indian threat. He had made the point many times, but he made it again. "He heads for the river because he's tired of hearing us yap," he said. "He ain't a sociable man and never was. You could never keep him in camp once he had his grub. He'd rather sit off in the dark and prime his gun. I doubt he'd find an Indian if one was out there." "He used to find them," P said. "He found that big gang of them up by Fort Phantom Hill." "Ah, God, P," Augustus said. "Of course he found a few here and there. They used to be thicker than grass burrs, if you remember. I'll guarantee he won't scratch up none tonight. Call's got to be the one to outsuffer everybody, that's the pint. I won't say he's a man to hunt glory like some I've knowed. Glory don't interest Call. He's just got to do his duty 9 times over or he don't sleep good." There was a pause. P.I. had always been uncomfortable with Gus's criticisms of the captain without having any idea how to answer them. If he came back at all, he usually just adopted one of the captain's own remarks. "Well, somebody's got to take the hard seat," he said. "Fine with me," Augustus said. "Call can suffer for you and me and Newt and Dietz and anybody else that don't want to do it for themselves. It's been right handy having him around to assume them burdens all these years. But if you think he's doing it for us and not because it's what he happens to like doing, then you're a damn fool. He's out there sitting behind a chaparral bush congratulating himself on not having to listen to Bull brag on his wife. He knows as well as I do there isn't a hostel within 600 miles of here." Bolivar stood over by the wagon and relieved himself for what seemed to Newt like 10 or 15 minutes. Often when Bull started to relieve himself, Mr. Gus would yank out his old silver pocket watch and squint at it until the pissing stopped. Sometimes he even got a stub of a pencil and a little notebook out of the old black vest he always wore and wrote down how long it took Bolivar to pass his water. "It's a clue to how fast he's failing," Augustus pointed out. "An old man finally dribbles, same as a fresh calf. I best just keep records so we'll know when to start looking for a new cook." For once, though, the pigs took more interest in Bull's performance than Mr. Gus, who just drank a little more whiskey. Bull yanked his knife out of the side of the wagon and disappeared into the house. The pigs came to Newt to get their ears scratched. P.I. slumped against the porch railing. He had begun to snore. "P, wake up and go to bed," Augustus said, kicking at his leg until he waked him. "Newt and I might forget and leave you out here, and if we done that, these critters would eat you, belt buckle and all." P.I. got up without really opening his eyes and stumbled into the house. "They wouldn't really eat him," Newt said. The blue shote was on the lower step, friendly as a dog. "No, but it takes a good threat to get P moving," Augustus said. Newt saw the captain coming back, his rifle in the crook of his arm. As always, Newt felt relieved. It eased something inside him to know the captain was back. It made it easier to sleep. Lodged in his mind somewhere was the worry that maybe some night the captain wouldn't come back. It wasn't a worry that he would meet with some accident and be killed either. It was a worry that he might just leave. It seemed to Newt that the captain was probably tired of them all, and with some justice. He and P and Dietz did their best to pull their weight, but Mr. Gus never pulled any weight at all, and Bowles sat around and drank tequila most of the day. Maybe the captain would just saddle up the hell bitch some night and go. Once in a great while, Newt dreamed that the captain not only left, but took him with him, to the high plains that he had heard about but never seen. There was never anyone else in the dreams, just him and the captain, horseback in a beautiful grassy country. Those were sweet dreams, but just dreams. If the captain did leave, he would probably just take P along, since P had been his corporal for so many years. "I don't see any scalps," Augustus said when Call came up. Call ignored him, leaned his rifle against the porch rail, and lit a smoke. "This would have been a good night to cross some stock," he said. "Cross 'em and do what with 'em?" Augustus asked. "I ain't seen no cattle buyers yet." "We could actually take the cattle to them," Call said. "It's been done. It ain't against the law for you to work." "It's against my law," Augustus said. Them buyers ain't nailed down. They'll show up directly. Then we'll cross the stock." "Captain, can I go next time?" Newt asked. "I believe I'm getting old enough." Carl hesitated. Pretty soon he was going to have to say yes, but he wasn't ready to just then. It wasn't really fair to the boy. He would have to learn sometime, but still Carl couldn't quite say it. He had led boys as young in his day and seen them killed, which was why he kept putting Newt off. "You'll get old quick if you keep sitting up all night," he said. "Work to do tomorrow. You best go to bed." The boy went at once, looking a little disappointed. "Night, son," Augustus said, looking at Carl when he said it. Carl said nothing. "You should have let him sit," Augustus said a little later. "After all, the boy's only chance for an education is listening to me talk." Carl let that one float off. Augustus had spent a year in a college back in Virginia somewhere and claimed to have learned his Greek letters plus a certain amount of Latin. He never let anyone forget it. They could hear the piano from down at the Dry-Bean. An old-timer named Lippy Jones did all the playing. He had the same problem Sam Houston had had, which was a hole in his belly that wouldn't quite heal shut. Someone had shot Lippy with a big-bore gun. Instead of dying, he ended up living with a leak. With a handicap like that, it was lucky he could play the piano. Augustus got up and stretched. He took his Colt and holster off the back of the chair. So far as he was concerned, the night was young. He had to step over the choke to get off the porch. "You oughtn't to be so stubborn about that boy, Woodrow," he said. "He's spent about enough of his life shoveling horse shit." "I'm a sight older than him, and I still shovel my share of it," Carl said. "Well, that's your choice," Augustus said. "It's my view that there are more fragrant ways to make a fortune. Card playing, for one. I believe I'll straggle down to that gin palace and see if I can scare up a game." Carl was about finished with his smoke. "I don't mind your card playing if that's all it is," he said. Augustus grinned. Carl never changed. "What else would it be?" he asked. "You never used to gamble this regular," Carl said. "You better watch that girl." "Watch her for what?" "To see she don't get you to marry her," Carl said. "You're just enough of an old fool to do it. I won't have that girl around." Augustus had a good laugh. Carl was given to some funny notions, but that was one of the funniest, to think that a man of his years and experience would marry a whore. "See you for breakfast," he said. Carl sat on the steps a little while longer, listening to the blue pigs snore. 3. Lorena had never lived in a place where it was cool. It was her one aim. It seemed to her she had learned to sweat at the same time she had learned to breathe, and she was still doing both. Of all the places she had heard men talk about, San Francisco sounded the coolest and nicest, so it was San Francisco she set her sights on. Sometimes it seemed like slow going. She was nearly 20 and hadn't got a mile past Lonesome Dove, which wasn't fast progress considering that she'd only been 12 when her parents got nervous about Yankees and left Mobile. That much slow progress would have discouraged most women, but Lorena didn't allow her mind to dwell on it. She had her flat days, of course, but that was mostly because Lonesome Dove itself was so flat. She got tired of looking out the window all day and seeing nothing but brown land and gray chaparral. In the middle of the day, the sun was so hot the land looked white. She could see the river from her window and Mexico. Lippy told her she could make a fortune if she cared to establish herself in Mexico, but Lorena didn't care to. From what she could see of the country, it didn't look any more interesting than Texas, and the men stunk just as bad as Texans, if not worse. Gus McCrae claimed to have been to San Francisco and would talk to her for hours about how blue the water was in the bay and how the ships came in from everywhere. In the end, he overtalked it like he did everything. Once or twice, Lorena felt she had a clear picture of it, listening to Gus, but by the time he finally quit talking, she would have lost it and just be lying there wishing it would cool off. In that respect, Gus was unusual, for most men didn't talk. He would blab right up until he shoved his old carrot in, and then would be blabbing again before it was even dry. Generous as he was by local standards, he gave her $5 in gold every single time. Lorena still felt a little underpaid. It should have been $5 for wetting his carrot and another $5 for listening to all the blab. Some of it was interesting, but Lorena couldn't keep her mind on so much talk. It didn't seem to hurt Gus's feelings any. He talked just as cheerful whether she was listening or not, and he never tried to talk her into giving him 2 pokes for the price of 1 as most of the younger men did. It was peculiar that he was her most regular customer because he was also her oldest. She made a point of not letting anything men did surprise her much, but secretly it did surprise her a little that a man as old as Gus would still be so partial to it. In that respect, he put a lot of younger men to shame, including Mosby Marlin, who had held her up for 2 years over in East Texas. Compared to Gus, Mosby couldn't even be said to have a carrot, though he did have a kind of little stringy radish that he was far too proud of. She'd only been 17 when she met Mosby, and both her parents were dead. Her pa fell out in Vicksburg, and her ma only made it to Baton Rouge, so it was Baton Rouge where she was stranded when Mosby found her. She hadn't done any sporting up to that time, though she had developed early and had even had some trouble with her own pa, though he was feverish to the point of delirium when the trouble happened. He died soon after. She knew Mosby was a drunkard from the first, but he told her he was a Southern gentleman and he had an expensive buggy and a fine pair of horses, so she believed him. Mosby claimed that he wanted to marry her, and Lorena believed that too, and let him drag her off to a big old drafty house near a place called Gladewater. The house was huge, but it didn't even have glass in the windows or rugs or anything. They had to set smoke pots in the rooms to keep the mosquitoes from eating them alive, which the mosquitoes did anyway. Mosby had a mother and 2 mean sisters and no money, and no intention of marrying Lorena anyway, though he kept claiming he would for a while. In fact, the women folk treated Lorena worse than they treated the niggers, and they didn't treat the niggers good. They didn't treat Mosby good either, or one another good. About the only creatures that ever saw any kindness round that house were Mosby's hounds. Mosby assured her he'd set the hounds on her if she ever tried to run away. It was in the nights, when Lorena had to lay there with the smoke from the smoke pot so thick she couldn't breathe, and the clouds of mosquitoes nearly as thick as the smoke, and Mosby constantly bothering her with his radish, that Lorena's spirits sunk so low she ceased to want to talk. She became a silent woman. Soon after, the sporting started because Mosby lost so much money one night that he offered 2 of his friends a poke in exchange for his debt. Lorena was so surprised that she didn't have time to arm herself, and the men had their way. But the next morning, when the 2 were gone, she went at Mosby with his own quirt and cut his face so badly they put her in the cellar for 2 days and didn't even bring her food. 2 or 3 months later, it happened again with some more friends, and this time Lorena didn't fight. She was so tired of Mosby and his radish and the smoke pots that she was willing to consider anything different. The mother and the mean sisters wanted to drive her out of the house, and Lorena would have been glad to go, but Mosby threw such a fit that one of the sisters ran off herself to live with an aunt. And one night Mosby just plain sold a poke to a traveling man of some kind. He seemed to be planning to do it regular, only the second man he sold her to happened to take a fancy to Lorena. His name was John Tinkersley, the tallest and prettiest man Lorena had seen up to that point, and the cleanest. When he asked her if she was really married to Mosby, she said no. Tinkersley suggested then and there that she accompany him to San Antonio. Lorena was glad to agree. Mosby was so shocked by her decision that he offered to go get the preacher and marry her on the spot, but by that time Lorena had figured out that being married to Mosby would be even worse than what she had already been through. Mosby tried for a while to work himself up to a fight, but he was no match for Tinkersley, and he knew it. The best he could salvage was to sell Tinkersley a horse for Lorena, plus the side saddle that belonged to the sister who had run off. San Antonio was a big improvement over Gladewater, if only because there were no smoke pots and few mosquitoes. They kept 2 rooms in a hotel, not the finest in town, but fine enough, and Tinkersley bought Lorena some pretty clothes. Of course, he financed that by selling the horse and the side saddle, which disappointed Lorena a little. She had discovered that she liked riding. She would have been happy to ride on to San Francisco, but Tinkersley had no interest in that. Clean and tall and pretty as he was, he turned out in the end to be no better bargain than Mosby. If he had a soft spot, it was for himself, not for her. He even spent money getting his fingernails cut, which was something Lorena had never dreamed a man would do. For all that, he was a hard man. Fighting with Mosby had been like fighting with a little boy, whereas the first time she talked back to Tinkersley, he hit her so hard, her head cracked a washpot on the bureau behind her. Her ears rang for 3 days. He threatened to do worse than that, too, and Lorena didn't suppose they were idle threats. She held her tongue around Tinkersley from then on. He made it clear that marriage wasn't what he had had in mind when he took her away from Mosby, which was all right in itself since she had already got out of the habit of thinking about marriage. That didn't mean she was in the habit of thinking about herself as a sporting woman, but it was precisely that habit that Tinkersley expected her to acquire. "Well, you're already trained, ain't you?" he said. Lorena didn't consider what had happened in Gladewater any training for anything, but then it was clear there wasn't anything respectable she was trained for, even if she could get away from Tinkersley without being killed. For a few days she had thought Tinkersley might love her, but he soon made it clear that she meant about as much to him as a good saddle. She knew that for the time being the sporting life was about her only choice. At least the hotel room was nice, and there were no mean sisters. Most of the sports who came to see her were men Tinkersley gambled with in the bar down below. Once in a while a nice one would even give her a little money directly instead of leaving it with Tinkersley, but Tinkersley was smart about such things, and he found her hiding place and cleaned her out the day they took the stage to Matamoros. He might not have done it if he hadn't had a string of losses, but the fact that he was handsome didn't mean that he was a good gambler, as several of the sports pointed out to Lorena. He was just a middling gambler, and he had such a run of bad luck in San Antonio that he decided there might be less competition down on the border. It was on that trip that they had the real fight. Lorena felt swollen with anger about the money, swollen enough finally not to be scared of him. What she wanted was to kill him for being so determined to leave her absolutely nothing. If she had known more about guns, she would have killed him. She thought with a gun you just pulled the trigger, but it turned out his had to be cocked first. Tinkersley was lying on the bed drunk, but not so drunk he didn't notice when she stuck his own gun in his stomach. When she realized it wasn't going to go off, she had just time to hit him in the face with it, a lick that actually won the fight for her, although before he gave up and went to look for a doctor to stitch his jaw up, Tinkersley did bite her on the upper lip as they were rolling around, Lorena still hoping the gun would shoot. The bite had left a faint little scar just above her upper lip. To Lorena's amusement, it was that trifling scar that seemed to make men crazy for a time with her. Of course, it wasn't just the scar. She had developed well, and had also gotten prettier as she got older. But the scar played its part. Tinkersley got drunk in Lonesome Dove the day he left her, and he told everyone in the dry-bean that she was a murderous woman. So she had a reputation in the town before she even unpacked her clothes. Tinkersley had left her with no money at all, but fortunately she could cook when she had to. The dry-bean was the only place in Lonesome Dove that served food, and Lorena had been able to talk Xavier Wands, who owned it, into letting her do the cooking until the cowboys got over being scared of her and began to approach her. Augustus was the man who got it started. While he was pulling off his boots the first time, he smiled at her. "Where'd you get that scar?" he asked. "Somebody bit me," Lorena said. Once Gus became a regular, she had no trouble making a living in the town, although in the summer, When the cowboys were mostly off on the trail, pickings sometimes grew slim. While she was well past the point of trusting men, she soon perceived that Gus was in a class by himself, at least in Lonesome Dove. He wasn't mean, and he didn't treat her like most men treated a sporting woman. She knew he would probably even help her if she ever really needed help. It seemed to her he had got rid of something other men hadn't got rid of, some meanness or some need. He was the one man besides Lippy she would sometimes talk to, a little. With most of the sports, she had nothing at all to say. In fact, her silence soon came to be widely commented on. It was part of her, like the scar, and like the scar it drew men to her even though it made them deeply uneasy. It was not a trick, either, although she knew it unnerved the sports and made matters go quicker. Silent happened to be how she felt when men were with her. In respect to her silence, too, Gus McCrae was different. At first he seemed not to notice it. Certainly he didn't let it bother him. Then it began to amuse him, which was not a reaction Lorena had had from anyone else. Most men chattered like squirrels when they were with her, no doubt hoping she would say something back. Of course, Gus was a great blabber, but his blabbing wasn't really like the chattering the other sports did. He was just full of opinion, which he freely poured out, as much for his own amusement as for anything. Lorena had never particularly looked at life as if it was something funny, but Gus did. Even her lack of talk struck him as funny. One day he walked in and sat down in a chair, the usual look of amusement on his face. Lorena assumed he was going to take his boots off, and she went over to the bed, but when she looked around, he was sitting there, one foot on the other knee, twirling the rowel of his spur. He always wore spurs, although it was not often she saw him on horseback. Once in a while in the early morning, the bawling of cattle or the nickering of horses would awaken her, and she would look out the window and see him and his partner and a gang of riders trailing their stock through the low brush to the east of town. Gus was noticeable, since he rode a big black horse that looked like it could have pulled 3 stagecoaches by itself. But he kept his spurs on even when he wasn't riding, so he would have them handy when he wanted something to jingle. "Them's the only musical instruments I ever learned to play," he told her once. Since he just sat there twirling his spur and smiling at her, Lorena didn't know whether to get undressed or what. It was July, blistering hot. She had tried sprinkling the bed sheets, but the heat dried them sometimes before she could even lay down. "God, it's hot," Gus said. "We could all be living in Canada just as cheap. I doubt I've even got the energy to set my post." Why come, then, Lorena thought. Another unusual thing about Gus was that he could practically tell what she was thinking. In this case, he looked abashed and dug a $10 gold piece out of his pocket, which he pitched over to her. Lorena felt wary. It was $5 too much, even if he did decide to set his post. She knew old men got crazy sometimes and wanted strange things. Lippy was a constant problem, and he had a hole in his stomach and could barely keep up his piano playing. But it turned out she had no need to worry about Gus. "I figured out something, Laurie," he said. "I figured out why you and me get along so well. You know more than you say, and I say more than I know. That means we're a perfect match, as long as we don't hang around one another more than an hour at a stretch." It made no sense to Lorena, but she relaxed. There was no likelihood he would try anything crazy on her. "This is $10, she said, thinking maybe he just hadn't noticed what kind of money he was handing over. "You know, prices are funny," he said. "I've known a good many sporting girls, and I've always wondered why they didn't price more flexible. If I was in your place, and I had to traipse upstairs with some of these old smelly sorts, I'd want a sight of money. Whereas if it was some good-looking young sprout who kept himself barbered up, why, a nickel might be enough." Lorena remembered Tinkersley, who had had the use of her for 2 years, taken all she brought in, and then left her without a cent. "A nickel wouldn't be enough," she said. "I can do without the barbering." But Augustus was in a mood for discussion. "Say you put $2 as your low figure," he said. That's for the well-barbered sprout. What would the high figure be for some big rank waddy who couldn't even spell? The pint I'm making is that all men ain't the same, so they shouldn't be the same price, or am I wrong? Maybe from where you sit, all men are the same. Once she thought about it, Lorena saw his point. All men weren't quite the same. A few were nice enough that she might notice them, and a goodly few were mean enough that she couldn't help noticing them, but the majority were neither one nor the other. They were just men, and they left money, not memories. So far it was only the mean ones who had left memories. "Why'd you give me this tin?" she asked, willing to be a little curious since it seemed it was going to be just talk anyway. "Hoping to get you to talk a minute," Augustus said, smiling. He had the most white hair she had ever seen on a man. He mentioned once that it had turned white when he was 30, making his life more dangerous since the Indians would have considered the white scalp a prize. "I was married twice, you remember," he said. "Should have been married a third time, but the woman made a mistake and didn't marry me." "What's that got to do with this money?" Lorena asked. "The pint is, I ain't a natural bachelor," Augustus said. "There's days when a little bit of talk with a female is worth any price. I figure the reason you don't have much to say is you probably never met a man who liked to hear a woman talk. Listening to women ain't the fashion in this part of the country, but I expect you got a life story like everybody else. If you'd like to tell it, I'm the one that'd like to hear it." Lorena thought that over. Gus didn't seem uncomfortable. He just sat there, twirling his rowel. "In these parts, what your business is all about is women's company anyway," he said. "Now, in a cold clime, it might be different. A cold clime will perk a boy up and make him want to wiggle his bean. But down here in this heat, it's mostly company they're after." There was something to that. Men looked at her sometimes like they wished she would be their sweetheart. The young ones particularly, but some of the old ones too. One or two had even wanted her to let them keep her, though where they meant to do the keeping she didn't know. She was already living in the only spare bedroom in Lonesome Dove. Little marriages were what they wanted, just something that would last until they started up the trail. Some girls did it that way, hitched up with one cowboy for a month or 6 weeks and got presents and played at being respectable. She had known girls who did it that way in San Antonio. The thing that struck her was that the girls seemed to believe it as much as the cowboys did. They would act just as silly as respectable girls, getting jealous of one another and pouting all day if their boys didn't act to suit them. Lorena had no interest in conducting things that way. The men who came to see her would have to realize that she was not interested in play acting. After a bit, she decided she wasn't interested in telling Augustus her life story either. She buttoned her dress back up and handed him the $10. "It ain't worth $10, she said, "even if I could remember it all." Augustus stuck the money back in his pocket. "I ought to know better than to try and buy conversation," he said, still grinning. "Let's go down and play some cards." 4. When Augustus left Carl sitting on the steps, he took a slow stroll through the wagon yard and down the street, stopping for a moment on the sandy bottom of Hat Creek to strap on his pistol. The night was quiet as sleep. No night when he expected to have to shoot anybody, but it was only wise to have the pistol handy in case he had to whack a drunk. It was an old Colt Dragoon with a 7-inch barrel and, as he was fond of saying, weighed about as much as the leg he strapped it to. One whack would usually satisfy most drunks, and 2 whacks would drop an ox if Augustus cared to put his weight into it. The border knights had qualities that he had come to admire, different as they were from the qualities of knights in Tennessee. In Tennessee, as he remembered, knights tended to get mushy, with a cottony mist drifting into the hollows. Border knights were so dry you could smell the dirt, and clear as dew. In fact, the nights were so clear it was tricky. Even with hardly any moon, the stars were bright enough that every bush and fence post cast a shadow. P.I., who had a jumpy disposition, was always shying from shadows and he'd even blazed away at innocent chaparral bushes on occasion, mistaking them for bandits. Augustus was not particularly nervous, but even so, he had hardly started down the street before he got a scare. A little ball of shadow ran right at his feet. He jumped sideways, fearing snake bite, although his brain knew snakes didn't roll like balls. Then he saw an armadillo hustle past his feet. Once he saw what it was, he tried to give it a kick to teach it not to walk in the street scaring people, but the armadillo hurried right along as if it had as much right to the street as a banker. The town was not roaring with people, nor was it bright with lights, though a light was on at the Pumphreys, whose daughter was about to have a baby. The Pumphreys ran a store. The baby their daughter was expecting would arrive in the world to find itself fatherless, since the boy who had married the Pumphrey girl had drowned in the Republican River in the fall of the year, with the girl only just pregnant. There was only one horse hitched outside the dry-bean when Augustus strolled up, a rangy sorrel that he recognized as belonging to a cowboy named Dishwater Boggett, so named because he had once rushed into camp so thirsty from a dry drive that he wouldn't wait his turn at the water barrel and had filled up on some dishwater the cook had been about to throw out. Seeing the sorrel gave Augustus a prime feeling because Dish Boggett loved card-playing, though he lacked even minimal skills. Of course, he also probably lacked ante-money, but that didn't necessarily rule out a game. Dish was a good hand and could always get hired. Augustus didn't mind playing for futures with such a man. When he stepped in the door, everybody was looking peeved, probably because Lippy was banging away at My Bonnie Lies Over the Ocean, a song that he loved to excess and played as if he hoped it could be heard in the capital of Mexico. Xavier Wands, the little Frenchman who owned the place, was nervously wiping his tables with a wet rag. Xavier seemed to think keeping the tables well wiped was the crucial factor in his business, though Augustus was often forced to point out to him that such a view was nonsense. Most of the patrons of the dry-bean were so lacking in fastidiousness that they wouldn't have noticed a dead skunk on the tables, much less a few crumbs and spilled drinks. Xavier himself had a near monopoly on fastidiousness in Lonesome Dove. He wore a white shirt the year round, clipped his little mustache once a week, and even wore a bow tie, or at least a black shoestring that did its best to serve as a bow tie. Some cowpoke had swiped Xavier's last real bow tie, probably meaning to try and impress some girl somewhere up the trail. Since the shoestring was limp and not stiff like a bow tie should be, it merely added to the melancholy of Xavier's appearance, which would have been melancholy enough without it. He had been born in New Orleans and had ended up in Lonesome Dove because someone had convinced him Texas was the land of opportunity. Though he soon discovered otherwise, he was too proud or too fatalistic to attempt to correct his mistake. He approached day-to-day life in the dry-bean with a resigned temper, which on occasion stopped being resigned and became explosive. When it exploded, the placid air was apt to be rent by Creole curses. "Good evening, my good friend," Augustus said. He said it with as much gravity as he could muster, since Xavier appreciated a certain formality. In return, Xavier nodded stiffly. It was hard to extend the amenities when Lippy was at the height of a performance. Dish Boggett was sitting at one of the tables with Lorena, hoping to persuade her to give him a poke on credit. Though Dish was barely 22, he wore a walrus mustache that made him look years older than he was, and much more solemn. In color, the mustache was stuck between yellow and brown, kind of prairie dog colored, Augustus thought. He frequently suggested to Dish that if he wanted to eat prairie dog, he ought to remember to pick his teeth, a reference to the mustache whose subtlety was lost on Dish. Lorena had her usual look, the look of a woman who was somewhere else. She had a fine head of blonde hair, whose softness alone set her apart in a country where most women's hair had a consistency not much softer than saddle strings. Her cheeks hollowed a little. It gave her a distracting beauty. Augustus's experience had taught him that hollow-cheeked beauty was a dangerous kind. His two wives had both been fat-cheeked and trustworthy, but had possessed little resistance to the climate. One had expired of pleurisy in only the 2nd year of their marriage, while the other had been carried off by scarlet fever after the 7th. But the woman Lorena put him most in mind of was Clara Allen, whom he had loved hardest and deepest, and still loved. Clara's eyes were direct and sparkled with interest, whereas Lorena's were always side-looking. Still, there was something about the girl that reminded him of Clara, who had chosen a stolid horse trader when she decided to marry. "My God, Dish," he said, going over to the table, "I never expected to see you loafing down here in the South this time of the year." "Loan me $2, Gus," Dish said. "Not me," Augustus said. "Why would I loan money to a loafer? You ought to be trailing cattle by this time of year." "I'll be leaving next week to do just that," Dish said. "Loan me $2 and I'll pay you in the fall." "Unless you drown or get stomped or shoot somebody and get hung," Augustus said. "No, sir. Too many perils ahead. Anyway, I've known you to be sly, Dish. You've probably got $2 and just don't want to spend it." Lippy finished his concert and came and joined them. He wore a brown bowler hat he had picked up on the road to San Antonio some years before. Either it had blown out of a stagecoach or the Indians had snatched some careless drummer and not bothered to take his hat. At least those were the two theories Lippy had worked out in order to explain his good fortune in finding the hat. In Augustus's view, the hat would have looked better blowing around the country for 2 years than it did at present. Lippy only wore it when he played the piano. When he was just gambling or sitting around attending to the leak from his stomach, he frequently used the hat for an ashtray, and then sometimes forgot to empty the ashes before putting the hat back on his head. He only had a few strips of stringy gray hair hanging off his skull, and the ashes didn't make them look much worse, but ashes represented only a fraction of the abuse the bowler had suffered. It was also Lippy's pillow, and it had so many things spilled on it or in it that Augustus could hardly look at it without gagging. "That hat looks about like a buffalo cud," Augustus said. "A hat ain't meant to be a chamber pot, you know. If I was you, I'd throw it away." Lippy was so named because his lower lip was about the size of the flap on a saddlebag. He could tuck enough snuff under it to last a normal person at least a month. In general, the lip lived a life of its own there toward the bottom of his face. Even when he was just sitting quietly studying his cards, the lip waved and wiggled as if it had a breeze blowing across it, which in fact it did. Lippy had something wrong with his nose, and breathed with his mouth wide open. Accustomed as she was to hard doings, it had still taken Lorena a while to get used to the way Lippy slurped when he was eating, and she had once had a dream in which a cowboy walked by Lippy and buttoned the lip to his nose as if it were the flap of a pocket. But her disgust was nothing compared to Xavier's, who suddenly stopped wiping tables and came over and grabbed Lippy's hat off his head. Xavier was in a bad mood, and his features quivered like those of a trapped rabbit. "Disgrace! I won't have this hat! Who can eat?" Xavier said, though nobody was trying to eat. He took the hat around the bar and flung it out the back door. Once as a boy he had carried slops in a restaurant in New Orleans that actually used tablecloths, a standard of excellence which haunted him still. Every time he looked at the bare tables in the dry bean he felt a failure. Instead of having tablecloths, the tables were so rough you could get a splinter just running your hand over them. Also, they weren't attractively round, since the cowboys could not be prevented from whittling on their edges. Over the years, sizable chunks had been whittled off, giving most of the tables an unbalanced look. He himself had a linen tablecloth which he brought out once a year on the anniversary of the death of his wife. His wife had been a bully, and he didn't miss her, but it was the only occasion sufficient to provide an excuse for the use of a tablecloth in Lonesome Dove. His wife, whose name had been Therese, had bullied horses, too, which is why his team had run off and flung themselves and the buggy into a gully, the buggy landing right on top of Therese. At the annual dinner in her honor, Xavier proved that he was still a restaurateur of discipline by getting drunk without spilling a drop on the fine tablecloth. Augustus was the only one invited to the dinners, but he only came every 3 or 4 years out of politeness. Not only were the occasions mournful and silly, everyone in Lonesome Dove had been glad to see the last of Therese, they were mildly dangerous. Augustus was neither as disciplined a drinker as Xavier, nor as particular about tablecloths either, and he knew that if he spilled liquor on the precious linen, the situation would end badly. He would not likely have to shoot Xavier, but it might be necessary to whack him on the head, and Augustus hated to hit such a small head with such a large pistol. To Xavier's mind, Lippy's hat was the final exacerbation. No man of dignity would allow such a hat in his establishment, much less on the head of an employee, so from time to time he seized it and flung it out the door. Perhaps a goat would eat it. They were said to eat worse, but the goats ignored the hat, and Lippy always went out and retrieved it when he remembered that he needed an ashtray. "Disgrace!" Xavier said again in a somewhat happier tone. Lippy was unperturbed.
"What's wrong with that hat?" he asked. "It was made in Philadelphia. Says so inside it."
It did say so, but Augustus, not Lippy, was the one who had originally made the point. Lippy could not have read a word as big as Philadelphia, and he had only the vaguest notion of where the city was. All he knew was that it must be a safe and civilized place if they had time to make hats instead of fighting Comanches. "Xavier, I'll make you a deal," Augustus said. "Loan Dish here $2 so we can get a little game going, and I'll rake that hat into a tow sack and carry it home to my pigs. It's the only way you'll ever get rid of it." "If you wear it again, I will burn it," Xavier said, still inflamed. "I will burn the whole place. Then where will you go?"
"If you was to burn that piano, you best have a swift mule waiting,"
Lippy said, his lip undulating as he spoke.
"The church folks won't like it."
Dish found the conversation a burden to listen to. He had delivered a small horse herd in Matamoros and had ridden nearly 100 miles upriver with Laurie in mind. It was funny he would do it, since the thought of her scared him, but he had just kept riding, and here he was. He mainly did his sporting with Mexican whores, but now and then he found he wanted a change from small brown women. Lorena was so much of a change that at the thought of her, his throat clogged up, and he lost his ability to talk. He'd already been with her 4 times and had a vivid memory of how white she was, moon pale, and touched with shadows like the night outside. Only not like the night exactly. He could ride through the night peacefully, and a ride with Lorena was not peaceful. She used some cheap powder, a souvenir of her city living, and the smell of it seemed to follow Dish for weeks. He didn't like just paying her, though. Seemed to him it would be better if he brought her a fine present from Abilene or Dodge. He could get away with that with the senoritas. They liked the idea of presents to look forward to, and Dish was careful never to renege. He always came back from Dodge with ribbons and combs. But somehow he could not get up the nerve even to make the suggestion to Lorena. It was hard enough to make a plain business offer. Often she seemed not to hear questions when they were put to her. It was hard to make a girl realize you had special feelings for her when she wouldn't look at you, didn't hear you, and made your throat clog up. It was even harder to live with the thought that the girl in question didn't want you to have the special feelings, particularly if you were about to go up the trail and not see her for many months. Confusing as these feelings were, they were made even worse for Dish by the realization that he couldn't afford even the transaction that the girl would accept. He was down to his last 2 bits, having lost a full month's wages in a game in Matamoros. He had no money and no eloquence with which to persuade Lorena to trust him, but he did have a dogged persistence and was prepared to sit in the dry bean all night in hope that his evident need would finally move her. Under the circumstances, it was a sore trial to Dish that Augustus had come in. It seemed to him that Laurie had been getting a little friendlier, and if nothing had happened to distract her, he might soon have prevailed. At least it had been just him and her at the table, which had been nice in itself. But now it was him and her and Augustus and Lippy, making it difficult, if not impossible, for him to plead his case, though all he had really been doing by way of pleading was to look at her frequently with big, hopeful eyes. Lippy began to feel unhappy about the fact that Xavier had thrown his hat out the door. Augustus's mention of the pigs put the whole matter in a more ominous light. After all, the pigs might come along and eat the hat, which was one of the solidest comforts in his meager existence. He would have liked to go and retrieve the hat before the pigs came along, but he knew that it wasn't really wise to provoke Xavier unduly when he was in a bad mood anyway. He couldn't see out the back door because the bar was in the way. For all he knew, the hat might already be gone.
"I wished I could get back to St. Louis," he said. "I hear it's a right busy town."
He had been reared there, and when his heart was heavy, he returned to it in his thoughts. "Why, hell, go," Augustus said. "Life's a short affair. Why spend it here?" "Well, you are," Dish said in a surly tone, hoping Gus would take the hint and set out immediately. "Dish, you sound like you got a sour stomach," Augustus said. "What you need is a good, satisfying game of cards." "Nothing of the kind," Dish said, casting a bold and solicitous glance at Lorena. Looking at her, though, was like looking at the hills. The hills stayed as they were. You could go to them if you had the means, but they extended no greeting. Xavier stood at the door, staring into the dark. The rag he used to wipe the tables was dripping onto his pants leg, but he didn't notice. "It's too bad nobody in town ain't dead," Augustus remarked. "This group has the makings of a first-rate funeral party. What about you, Wands? Let's play cards." Xavier acquiesced. It was better than nothing. Besides, he was a devilish good card player, one of the few around who was a consistent match for Augustus. Lorena was competent. Tinkersley had taught her a little. When the dry bean was full of cowboys, she was not allowed to sit in, but on nights when the clientele consisted of Augustus, she often played. When she played, she changed, particularly if she won a little. Augustus frequently did his best to help her win a little just to see the process take place. The child in her was briefly reborn. She didn't chatter, but she did occasionally laugh out loud, and her cloudy eyes cleared and became animated. Once in a while, when she won a really good pot, she would give Augustus a little punch with her fist. It pleased him when that happened. It was good to see the girl enjoying herself. It put him in mind of family games, the kind he had once played with his lively sisters in Tennessee. The memory of those games usually put him to drinking more than he liked to, and all because Laurie ceased being a sulky whore for a little while and reminded him of happy girls he had once known. They played until the rustler's moon had crossed to the other side of town. Lorena brightened so much that Dish Boggett fell worse in love with her than ever. She filled him with such an ache that he didn't mind that Xavier won half of his next month's wages. The ache was very much with him when he finally decided there was no hope and stepped out into the moonlight to unhitch his horse. Augustus had come with him, while Lippy sneaked out the back door to retrieve his hat. The light in Lorena's room came on while they were standing there, and Dish looked up at it, catching just her shadow as she passed in front of the lamp. "Well, Dish, so you're leaving us," Augustus said. "Which outfit's lucky enough to have you this trip?" The quick glimpse of Lorena put Dish in such perplexity of spirit that he could hardly focus on the question. "Reckon I'm going with the W's," he said, his eyes still on the window. The cause of Dish's melancholy was not lost on Augustus. "Why, that's Shanghai Pierce's bunch," he said. "Yup," Dish said, starting to lift his foot to his stirrup. "Now hold on a minute, Dish," Augustus said. He fished in his pocket and came out with $2, which he handed to the surprised cowboy. "If you're riding north with old Shang, we may never meet again this side of the Bourne," Augustus said, deliberately adopting the elegiac tone. "At the very least, you'll get your hearing ruined. That voice of his could deafen a rock." Dish had to smile. Gus seemed unaware that one of the more persistent topics of dispute on the Texas range was whether his voice was louder than Shanghai Pierce's. It was commonly agreed that the two men had no close rivals when it came to being deafening. "Why'd you give me this money?" Dish asked. He had never been able to figure Gus out. "You asked me for it, didn't you?" Augustus said. "If I'd given it to you before the game started, I might as well have handed it to Wands, and he don't need no $2 of mine." There was a pause while Dish tried to puzzle out the real motive if there was one. "I'd not want it thought I'd refuse a simple loan to a friend," Augustus said. "Especially not one who's going off with Shanghai Pierce." "Oh, Mr. Pierce don't go with us," Dish said. "He goes over to New Orleans and takes the train." Augustus said nothing, and Dish soon concluded that he was to get the loan, even if the aggravation of Mr. Pierce's company wasn't involved. "Well, much obliged, then," Dish said. "I'll see you in the fall, if not sooner." "There's no need for you to ride off tonight," Augustus said. "You can throw your blanket down on our porch if you like." "I might do that," Dish said. Feeling rather awkward, he rehitched his horse and went to the door of the dry bean, wanting to get upstairs before Laurie turned off her light. "I believe I left something," he said lamely at the door of the saloon. "Well, I won't wait, Dish," Augustus said, "but we'll expect you for breakfast if you care to stay." As he strolled away, he heard the boy's footsteps hitting the stairs at the back of the saloon. Dish was a good boy, not much less green than Newt, though a more experienced hand. Best to help such boys have their moment of fun before life's torments snatched them. From a distance, standing in the pale street, he saw two shadows against the yellow box of light from Laurie's room. She wasn't that set against Dish, it seemed to him, and she had been pepped up from the card-playing. Maybe even Laurie would be surprised and find a liking for the boy. Occasionally he had known sporting women to marry and do well at it. If Laurie were so inclined, Dish Boggett would not be a bad man to settle on. The light had gone off at the Pumphreys, and the armadillo was no longer there to roll its shadow at him. The pigs were stretched out on the porch, lying practically snout to snout. Augustus was about to kick them off to make room for the guest he more or less expected, but they looked so peaceful he relented and went around to the back door. If Dish Boggett, with his prairie dog of a mustache, considered himself too refined to throw his bedroll beside two fine pigs, then he could rout them out himself. 5. Whatever subject Augustus had on his mind when he went to bed was generally still sitting there when he woke up. He was such a short sleeper that the subject had no time to slip out of mind. 5 hours was as much as he ever slept at a stretch, and 4 hours was more nearly his average. "A man that sleeps all night wastes too much of life," he often said. "As I see it, the days was made for looking, and the nights for sport." Since sport was what he had been brooding about when he got home, it was still in his thoughts when he arose, which he did about 4 a.m., to see to the breakfast. In his view, too important a meal to entrust to a Mexican bandit. The heart of his breakfast was a plenitude of sourdough biscuits, which he cooked in a Dutch oven out in the backyard. His pot dough had been perking along happily for over 10 years, and the first thing he did upon rising was check it out. The rest of the breakfast was secondary, just a matter of whacking off a few slabs of bacon and frying a pan full of pullet eggs. Bolivar could generally be trusted to deal with the coffee. Augustus cooked his biscuits outside for 3 reasons. One was because the house was sure to heat up well enough anyway during the day, so there was no point in building any more of a fire than was necessary for bacon and eggs. 2 was because biscuits cooked in a Dutch oven tasted better than stove-cooked biscuits, and 3 was because he liked to be outside to catch the first light. A man that depended on an indoor cook stove would miss the sunrise, and if he missed sunrise in Lonesome Dove, he would have to wait out a long stretch of heat and dust before he got to see anything so pretty. Augustus molded his biscuits and went out and got a fire going in the Dutch oven while it was still good dark, just enough of a fire to freshen up his bed of mesquite coals. When he judged the oven was ready, he brought the biscuits and his Bible out in the backyard. He set the biscuits in the oven and sat down on a big black kettle that they used on the rare occasions when they rendered lard. The kettle was big enough to hold a small mule, if anybody had wanted to boil one, but for the last few years it had remained upside down, making an ideal seat. The eastern sky was red as coals in a forge, lighting up the flats along the river. Dew had wet the million needles of the chaparral, and when the rim of the sun edged over the horizon, the chaparral seemed to be spotted with diamonds. A bush in the backyard was filled with little rainbows as the sun touched the dew. It was tribute enough to sunup that it could make even chaparral bushes look beautiful, Augustus thought, and he watched the process happily, knowing it would only last a few minutes. The sun spread reddish-gold light through the shining bushes, among which a few goats wandered, bleating. Even when the sun rose above the low bluffs to the south, a layer of light lingered for a bit at the level of the chaparral, as if independent of its source. Then the sun lifted clear like an immense coin. The dew quickly died, and the light that filled the bushes like red dust dispersed, leaving clear, slightly bluish air. It was good reading light by then, so Augustus applied himself for a few minutes to the prophets. He was not overly religious, but he did consider himself a fair prophet and liked to study the styles of his predecessors. They were mostly too long-winded in his view, and he made no effort to read them verse for verse. He just had a look here and there while the biscuits were browning. While he was enjoying a verse or two of Amos, the pigs walked around the corner of the house, and Call, at almost the same moment, stepped out the back door pulling on his shirt. The pigs walked over and stood directly in front of Augustus. The dew had wet their blue coats. "They know I've got a soft heart," he said to Call. "They're hoping I'll feed them this Bible. I hope you pigs didn't wake up Dish," he added, for he had checked and seen that Dish was there, sleeping comfortably with his head on his saddle and his hat over his eyes, only his big mustache showing. To Call's regret, he had never been able to come awake easily. His joints felt like they were filled with glue, and it was an irritation to see Augustus sitting on the black kettle looking as fresh as if he'd slept all night when in fact he had probably played poker till 1 or 2 o'clock. Getting up early and feeling awake was the one skill he had never truly perfected. He got up, of course, but it never felt natural. Augustus lay down the Bible and walked over to look at Call's wound. "I ought to slop some more axle grease on it," he said. "It's a nasty bite." "You tend to your biscuits," Call said. "What's Dish Boggett doing here?" "I didn't ask the man his business," Augustus said. "If you die of gangrene, you'll be sorry you didn't let me dress that wound." "It ain't a wound, it's just a bite," Call said. "I was a bit worse by bedbugs down in Saltillo that time. I suppose you set up reading the good book all night." "Not me," Augustus said. "I only read it in the morning and the evening when I can be reminded of the glory of the Lord. The rest of the day I'm just reminded of what a miserable stinkhole we stuck ourselves in. It's hard to have fun in a place like this, but I do my best." He went over and put his hand on top of the Dutch oven. It felt to him like the biscuits were probably ready, so he took them out. They had puffed up nicely and were a healthy brown. He took them quickly into the house, and Call followed. Newt was at the table, sitting straight upright, a knife in one hand and a fork in the other, but sound asleep. "We come to this place to make money," Call said. "Nothing about fun was in the deal." "Call, you don't even like money," Augustus said. "You've spit in the eye of every rich man you've ever met. You like money even less than you like fun, if that's possible." Call sighed and sat down at the table. Bolivar was up and stumbling around the stove, shaking so that he spilled coffee grounds on the floor. "Wake up, Newt," Augustus said. "If you don't, you'll fall over and stick yourself in the eye with your own fork." Call gave the boy a little shake, and his eyes popped open. "I was having a dream," Newt said, sounding very young. "You're tough luck then, son," Augustus said. "Morning around here is more like a nightmare. Now look what's happened." In an effort to get the coffee going, Bolivar had spilled a small pile of coffee grounds into the grease where the eggs and bacon were frying. It seemed a small enough matter to him, but it enraged Augustus, who liked to achieve an orderly breakfast at least once a week. "I guess it won't hurt the coffee none to taste like eggs," he said testily. "Most of the time your eggs taste like coffee." "I don't care," Bolivar said. "I feel sick." P.I. came stumbling through about that time, trying to get his pizzle out of his pants before his bladder started to flood. It was a frequent problem. The pants he wore had about 15 small buttons, and he got up each morning and buttoned every one of them before he realized he was about to piss. Then he would come rushing through the kitchen trying to undo the buttons. The race was always close, but usually P would make it to the back steps before the flood commenced. Then he would stand there and splatter the yard for 5 minutes or so. When he could hear sizzling grease in one ear and the sound of P.I. pissing in the other, Augustus knew that the peace of the morning was over once again. If a woman ever stumbled onto this outfit at this hour of the day, she'd screech and poke out her eyes, Augustus said. At that point, someone did stumble onto it, but only Dish Boggett, who had always been responsive to the smell of frying bacon. It was a surprise to Newt, who immediately snapped awake and tried to get his cowlick to lay down. Dish Boggett was one of his heroes. A real cowboy who'd been up the trail all the way to Dodge City more than once. It was Newt's great ambition to go up the trail with a herd of cattle. The sight of Dish gave him hope, for Dish wasn't somebody totally out of reach like the captain. Newt didn't imagine it could ever be what the captain was, but Dish seemed not that much different from himself. He was known to be a top hand, and Newt welcomed every chance to be around him. He liked to study the way Dish did things. "Morning, Dish," he said. "Why, howdy there," Dish said, and went to stand beside P.I. and attend to the same business. It perked Newt up that Dish didn't treat him like a kid. Someday, if he was lucky, maybe he and Dish would be cowboys together. Newt could imagine nothing better. Augustus had fried the eggs hard as marbles to compensate for the coffee grains, and when they looked done to him, he poured the grease into the big 3-gallon syrup can they used for a grease bucket. "It's poor table manners to piss in hearing of those at the table," he said, directing his remarks to the gentleman on the porch. "You two are grown men. What would your mothers think?" Dish looked a little sheepish, whereas P was merely confused by the question. His mother had passed away in Georgia when he was only 6. She had not had time to give him much training before she died, and he had no idea what she might think of such an action. However, he was sure she would not have wanted him to go in his pants. "I had to hurry," he said. "Howdy, Captain," Dish said. Call nodded. In the morning, he had the advantage of Gus since Gus had to cook. With Gus cooking, he got his choice of the eggs and bacon, and a little food always brought him to life and made him consider all the things that ought to be done during the day. The Hat Creek outfit was just a small operation, with just enough land under lease to graze small lots of cattle and horses until buyers could be found. It amazed Call that such a small operation could keep 3 grown men and a boy occupied from sunup until dark day after day, but such was the case. The barn and corrals had been in such poor shape when he and Gus bought the place that it took constant work just to keep them from total collapse. There was nothing important to do in Lonesome Dove, but that didn't mean there was enough time to keep up with the little things that needed doing. They had been 6 weeks sinking a new well and were still far from deep enough. When Call raked the eggs and bacon onto his plate, such a crowd of possible tasks rushed into his mind that he was a minute responding to Dish's greetings. "Oh, hello, Dish," he said finally. "Have some bacon." "Dish is planning to shave his mustache right after breakfast," Augustus said. "He's getting tired of living without women." In fact, with the aid of Gus's $2, Dish had been able to prevail on Lorena. He had awakened on the porch with a clear head, but when Augustus mentioned women, he remembered it all and suddenly felt weak with love. He had been keenly hungry when he sat down at the table, his mouth watering for the eggs and fry back, but the thought of Lorena's white body, or the portion of it he had got to see when she lifted her nightgown, made him almost dizzy for a moment. He continued to eat, but the food had lost its taste. The blue shote came to the door and looked in at the people to Augustus's amusement. "Look at that," he said. "A pig watching a bunch of human pigs." Though he had been outpositioned at the frying pan, he was in prime shape to secure his share of the biscuits, 6 of which he had already sopped in honey and consumed. "Throw that pig them eggshells," he said to Bolivar. "He's starving." "I don't care," Bolivar said, sucking coffee-colored sugar out of a big spoon. "I feel sick." "You're repeating yourself, Bol," Augustus said. "If you're planning on dying today, I hope you dig your grave first." Bolivar looked at him sorrowfully. So much talk in the morning gave him a headache to go with his shakes. "If I dig a grave, it will be yours," he said simply. "Going up the trail, Dish?" Newt asked, hoping to turn the conversation to more cheerful matters. "I hope to," Dish said. "It would take a hacksaw to cut these eggs," Call said. "I've seen bricks that was softer." "Well, Bowles spilled coffee in them," Augustus said. "I expect it was hard coffee." Call finished the rock-like eggs and gave Dish the once-over. He was a lank fellow, loose-built, and a good rider. 5 or 6 more like him, and they could make up a herd themselves and drive it north. The idea had been in his mind for a year or more. He'd even mentioned it to Augustus, but Augustus merely laughed at him. "We're too old, Call," he said. "We forgot everything we need to know." "You may have," Call said. "I ain't." Seeing Dish put Call in mind of his idea again. He was not eager to spend the rest of his life on well digging or barn repair. If they made up a fair herd and did well with it, they would make enough to buy some good land north of the brush country. "Are you signed to go with someone then?" he asked Dish. "Oh, no, I ain't signed on," Dish said. "But I've gone before, and I imagine Mr. Pierce will hire me again. Or if not him, someone else." "We might give you work right here," Call said. That got Augustus's attention. "Give him work doing what?" he asked. "Dish here's a top hand. You don't cotton to work that requires walking, do you, Dish?" "I don't, for a fact," Dish said, looking at the captain but seeing Lorena. "I've done a mess of it, though. What did you have in mind?" "Well, we're going down to Mexico tonight," Call said. "Going to see what we can raise. We might make up a herd ourselves if you wanted to wait a day or two while we look it over." "That mare bites drove you crazy," Augustus said. "Make up a herd and do what with it?" "Drive it," Call said. "Well, we might drive it over to Pickles Gap, I guess," Augustus said. "That ain't enough work to keep a hand like Dish occupied for the summer." Call got up and carried his dishes to the washtub. Bolivar wearily got off his stool and picked up the water bucket. "I wish Dietz would come back," he said. Dietz was a black man. He had been with Call and Augustus nearly as long as P.I. 3 days before, he had been sent to San Antonio with a deposit of money, a tactic Call always used since few bandits would suspect a black man of having any money on him. Bolivar missed him because one of Dietz's jobs was to carry water. "He'll be back this morning," Call said. "You can set your clock by Dietz." "You might set yours," Augustus said. "I wouldn't set mine. Old Dietz is human. If he ever run into the right dark-complexioned lady, you might have to wind your clock 2 or 3 times before he showed up. He's like me. He knows that some things are more important than work." Bolivar looked at the water bucket with irritation. "I like to shoot this damn bucket full of holes," he said. "I don't think you could hit that bucket if you was sitting on it," Augustus said. "I've seen you shoot. You ain't the worst shot I ever knew. That would be Jack Gentle, but you run him a close race. Jack went broke as a buffalo hunter quicker than any man I ever knew. He couldn't have hit a buffalo if one had swallowed him." Bolivar went out the door with the bucket, looking as if it might be a while before he came back. Dish, meanwhile, was doing some hard thinking. He had meant to leave right after breakfast and ride back to the Matagorda, where he had a sure job. The Hat Creek outfit was hardly known as a trail-driving bunch, but on the other hand, Captain Call was not a man to indulge in idle talk. If he was contemplating a drive, he would probably make one. Meanwhile, there was Lorena, who might come to see him in an entirely different light if he could spend time with her for a few days running. Of course, getting to spend time with her was expensive, and he had not a cent, but if word got around that he was working for the Hat Creek outfit, he could probably attract a little credit. One thing Dish prided himself on was his skill at driving a buggy. It occurred to him that since Lorena seemed to spend most of her time cooped up in the dry bean, she might appreciate a buggy ride along the river in a smart buggy, if such a creature could be found in Lonesome Dove. He got up and carried his plate to the wash bucket. "Captain, if you mean it, I'd be pleased to stay the day or two," Dish said. The captain had stepped out on the back porch and was looking north along the stage road that threaded its way through the brush country toward San Antonio. The road ran straight for a considerable distance before it hit the first gully, and Captain Call had his eyes fixed on it. He seemed not to hear Dish's reply, although he was only a few feet away. Dish stepped out on the porch to see what it was that distracted the man. Far up the road, he could see 2 horsemen coming, but they were so far yet that it was impossible to tell anything about them. At moments, heat waves from the road caused a quavering that made them seem like one horseman. Dish squinted, but there was nothing special about the riders that his eye could detect. Yet the captain had not so much as turned his head since they appeared. "Gus, come out here," the captain said. Augustus was busy cleaning his plate of honey, a process that involved several more biscuits. "I'm eating," he said, though that was obvious. "Come see who's coming," the captain said, rather mildly, Dish thought. "If it's Dietz, my watch is already set," Augustus said. "Anyway, I don't suppose he's changed clothes, and if I have to see his old black knees sticking out of them old quilts he wears for pants, it's apt to spoil my digestion." "Dietz is coming, all right," Call said. "Fact is, he ain't by himself." "Well, the man's always aimed to marry," Augustus said. "I imagine he just finally met up with that dark-complexioned lady I was referring to." "He ain't met no lady," Call said with a touch of exasperation. "Who he met is an old friend of ours. If you don't come here and look, I'll have to drag you." Augustus was about through with the biscuits anyway. He had to use a forefinger to capture the absolute last drop of honey, which was just as sweet licked off a finger as it was when eaten on good sourdough biscuits. "Newt, did you know honey is the world's purest food?" he said, getting up. Newt had heard enough lectures on the subject to have already forgotten more than most people ever knew about the properties of honey. He hurried his plate to the tub, more curious than Mr. Gus about who Dietz could have found. "Yes, sir, I like it myself," he said, to cut short the talk of honey. Augustus was a step behind the boy, idly licking his forefinger. He glanced up the road to see what Call could be so aroused about. 2 riders were coming, the one on the left clearly Dietz on the big white gelding they called Wishbone. The other rider rode a pacing bay. It took but a moment for recognition to strike. The rider seemed to slump a little in the saddle, in the direction of his horse's offside, a tendency peculiar to only one man he knew. Augustus was so startled that he made the mistake of running his sticky fingers through his own hair. "I God, Woodrow," he said, "that there's Jake Spoon." 6. The name struck Newt like a blow, so much did Jake Spoon mean to him. As a very little boy, when his mother had still been alive, Jake Spoon was the man who came most often to see her. It had begun to be clear to him as he turned over his memories that his mother had been a whore, like Lorena, but this realization tarnished nothing, least of all his memories of Jake Spoon. No man had been kinder, either to him or his mother. Her name had been Maggie. Jake had given him hard candy and pennies, and had set him on a pacing horse and given him his first ride. He'd even had old Jesus, the bootmaker, make him his first pair of boots. And once when Jake won a lady's saddle in a card game, he gave the saddle to Newt and had the stirrups cut down to his size. Those were the days before order came to Lonesome Dove, when Captain Call and Augustus were still rangers with responsibilities that took them up and down the border. Jake Spoon was a ranger too, and in Newt's eyes the most dashing of them all. He always carried a pearl-handled pistol and rode a pacing horse, easier on the seat, Jake claimed. The dangers of his profession seemed to sit lightly on him. But then the fighting gradually died down along the border, and the captain and Mr. Gus and Jake and P.I. and Dietz all quit rangering and formed the Hat Creek outfit. But the settled life seemed not to suit Jake, and one day he was just gone. No one was surprised, though Newt's mother was so upset by it that for a time he got a whipping every time he asked when Jake was coming back. The whipping didn't seem to have much to do with him, just with his mother's disappointment that Jake had left. Newt stopped asking about Jake, but he didn't stop remembering him. It was barely a year later that his mother died of fever. The captain and Augustus took him in, although at first they argued about him. At first, Newt missed his mother so much that he didn't care about the arguments. His mother and Jake were both gone, and arguments were not going to bring them back. But when the worst pain passed and he began to earn his keep around the Hat Creek outfit by doing the numerous chores that the captain set him, he often drifted back in his mind to the days when Jake Spoon had come to see his mother. It seemed to him that Jake might even be his father, though everyone told him his name was Newt Dobbs, not Newt Spoon. Why it was Dobbs and why everyone was so sure was a puzzle to him, since no one in Lonesome Dove seemed to know anything about a Mr. Dobbs. It had not occurred to him to ask his mother while she was alive. Last names weren't used much around Lonesome Dove, and he didn't realize that the last name was supposed to come from the father. Even Mr. Gus, who would talk about anything, seemed to have no information about Mr. Dobbs. He went west when he shouldn't have, was his only comment on the man. Newt had never asked Captain Call to amplify that information. The captain preferred to volunteer what he wanted you to know. In his heart, though, Newt didn't believe in Mr. Dobbs. He had a little pile of stuff his mother had left, just a few beads and combs and a little scrapbook and some cut-out pictures from magazines that Mr. Gus had been kind enough to save for him. And there was nothing about a Mr. Dobbs in the scrapbook, and no picture of him amid the pictures, though there was a scratchy picture of his grandfather, Maggie's father, who had lived in Alabama. If, as he suspected, there had been no Mr. Dobbs, or if he had just been a gentleman who stopped at the rooming house a day or two, they had lived in the rooming house when Maggie was alive, then it might be that Jake Spoon was really his father. Perhaps no one had informed him of it because they thought it more polite to let Jake do so himself when he came back. Newt had always assumed Jake would come back, too. Scraps of news about him had blown back down the cow trails. Word that he was a peace officer in Ogallala, or that he was prospecting for gold in the Black Hills. Newt had no idea where the Black Hills were or how you went about finding gold in them, but one of the reasons he was eager to head north with a cow herd was the hope of running into Jake somewhere along the way. Of course he wanted to wear a gun and become a top hand and have the adventure of the drive. Maybe they would even see buffalo, though he knew there weren't many left. But underneath all his other hopes was the oldest yearning he had, one that could lie covered over for months and years and still be fresh as a toothache, the need to see Jake Spoon. Now the very man was riding toward them, right there beside Dietz, on a pacing horse as pretty as the one he had ridden away 10 years before. Newt forgot Dish Boggett, whose every move he had been planning to study. Before the two riders even got very close, Newt could see Dietz's big white teeth shining in his black face, for he had gone away on a routine job and was coming back proud of more than having done it. He didn't race his horse up to the porch or do anything silly, but it was plain even at a distance that Dietz was a happy man. Then the horses were kicking up little puffs of dust in the wagon yard, and the two were almost there. Jake wore a brown vest and a brown hat, and he still had his pearl-handled pistol. Dietz was still grinning. They rode right up to the back porch before they drew rein. It was obvious that Jake had come a long way, for the pacing bay had no flesh on him. Jake's eyes were the color of coffee, and he wore a little mustache. He looked them all over for a moment, and then broke out a slow grin. "Howdy, boys," he said. "What's for breakfast?" "Why, biscuits and fatback, Jake," Augustus said. "The usual fare, only we won't be serving it up for about 24 hours. I hope you've got a buffalo liver or a haunch of venison on you to tide you over." "Gus, don't tell me you've et," Jake said, swinging off the bay. "We rode all night, and Dietz couldn't think of nothing to talk about except the taste of them biscuits you make." "While you was talking, Gus was eating them," Call said. He and Jake shook hands, looking one another over. Jake looked at Dietz a minute. "I knowed we should have telegraphed from Pickles Gap," he said, then turned with a grin and shook Gus's hand. "You always was a hog, Gus," Jake said. "And you were usually late for meals," Augustus reminded him. Then P.I. insisted on shaking hands, though Jake had never been very partial to him. "By gosh, Jake, you stayed gone a while," P.I. said. While they were shaking, Jake noticed the boy, standing there by some lank cowhand with a heavy mustache. "My lord," he said, "are you little Newt? Why, you're plumb growed. Who let that happen?" Newt felt so full of feeling that he could hardly speak. "It's me, Jake," he said. "I'm still here." "What do you think, Captain?" Dietz asked, handing Call the receipt from the bank. "Didn't I find the prodigal?" "You found him," Call said. "I bet he wasn't in church, either." Dietz had to laugh at that. "No, sir," he said, "not in church." Jake was introduced to Dish Boggett, but once he shook hands, he turned and had another look at Newt, as if the fact that he was nearly grown surprised him more than anything else in Lonesome Dove. "I swear, Jake," Augustus said, looking at the bay horse, "you've rode that horse right down to the bone." "Give him a good feed, Dietz," Call said. "I judge it's been a while since he's had one." Dietz led the horses off toward the roofless barn. It was true that he made his pants out of old quilts, for reasons that no one could get him to explain. Colorful as they were, quilts weren't the best material for riding through mesquite and chaparral. Thorns had snagged the pants in several places, and cotton ticking was sticking out. For headgear, Dietz wore an old cavalry cap he had found somewhere. It was in nearly as bad shape as Lippy's bowler. "Didn't he have that cap when I left?" Jake asked. He took his own hat off and slapped the dust off his pants leg with it. He had curly black hair, but Newt saw to his surprise that there was a sizable bald spot on the top of his head. "He found that cap in the 50s, to the best of my recollection," Augustus said. "You know, Dietz is like me. He's not one to quit on a garment just because it's got a little age. We can't all be fine dressers like you, Jake." Jake turned his coffee eyes on Augustus and broke out another slow grin. "What'd it take to get you to whip up another batch of them biscuits?" he said. "I've come all the way from Arkansas without tasting a good bite of bread." "From the looks of that pony, it's been fast traveling," Call said, which was as close to prying as he intended to get. He had run with Jake Spoon off and on for 20 years and liked him well, but the man had always worried him a little underneath. There was no more likable man in the West, and no better rider either, but riding wasn't everything, and neither was likableness. Something in Jake didn't quite stick. Something wasn't quite consistent. He could be the coolest man in the company in one fight, and in the next be practically worthless. Augustus knew it, too. He was a great sponsor of Jake's and had stayed fond of him, although for years they were rivals for Clara Allen, who eventually showed them both the door. But Augustus felt with Call that Jake wasn't long on backbone. When he left the Rangers, Augustus said more than once that he would probably end up hung. So far that hadn't happened, but riding up at breakfast time on a gant horse was an indication of trouble. Jake prided himself on pretty horses, and would never ride a horse as hard as the bay had been ridden if trouble wasn't somewhere behind him. Jake saw Bolivar coming from the old cistern with a bucket full of water. Bolivar was a new face, and one that had no interest in his homecoming. A little cool water sloshed over the edges of the bucket, looking very good to a man with a mouth as dusty as Jake's. "Boys, I'd like a drink, and maybe even a wash if you can spare one," he said. "My luck's been running kind of muddy lately, but I'd like to get water enough in me that I can at least spit before I tell you about it." "Why, sure," Augustus said. "Go fill the dipper. You want us to stay out here and hold off the posse?" "There ain't no posse," Jake said, going in the house. Dish Boggett felt somewhat at a loss. He had been all ready to hire on, and then this new man rode up, and everyone had sort of forgotten him. Captain Call, a man known for being all business, seemed a little distracted. He and Gus just stood there as if they expected a posse despite what Jake Spoon had said. Newt noticed it too. Mr. Gus ought to go in and cook Jake some biscuits, but he just stood there thinking about something evidently. Dietz was on his way back from the lots. Dish finally spoke up. "Captain, like I said, I'd be glad to wait if you have some plans to make up a herd," he said. The captain looked at him strangely, as if he might have forgotten his name, much less what he was doing there. But it wasn't the case. "Why, yes, Dish," he said. "We might be needing some hands, if you don't mind doing some well digging while you wait. P, you best get these boys started." Dish was almost ready to back out then and there. He had drawn top wages for the last 2 years without being asked to do anything that couldn't be done from a horse. It was insensitive of the captain to think that he could just order him off with a boy and an old idiot like P.I. to wrestle a spade and crowbar all day. It scratched his pride, and he had a notion to go get his horse and let them keep their well-digging. But the captain was looking at him hard, and when Dish looked up to say he had changed his mind, Their eyes met, and Dish didn't say it. There had been no real promises made, much less talk of wages, but somehow Dish had taken one step too far. The captain was looking at him eye to eye, as if to see if he was going to stand by his own words or if he meant to wiggle like a fish and change his mind. Dish had only offered to stay because of Laurie, but suddenly it had all gotten beyond her. P and Newt were already walking toward the barn. It was clear from the captain's attitude that unless he wanted to lose all reputation, he had trapped himself into at least one day's well-digging. It seemed to him he ought to at least say something to salvage a little pride, but before he could think of anything, Gus came over and clapped him on the shoulder. "You should have rode on last night, Dish," he said with an irritating grin. "You may never see the last of this outfit now." "Well, you was the one that invited me," Dish said, highly annoyed. Since there was no help for it short of disgrace, he started for the lots. "If you come to Chiney, you can stop digging," Augustus called after him. "That's the place where the men wear pigtails." "I wouldn't ride him if I were you," Call said. "We may need him." "I didn't send him off to dig no well," Augustus said. "Don't you know that's an insult to his dignity? I'm surprised he went. I thought Dish had more grit." "He said he'd stay," Call said. "I ain't feeding him 3 times a day to sit around and play cards with you." "No need to now," Augustus said. "I got Jake for that. I bet you don't get Jake down in your well." At that moment, Jake stepped out on the back porch, his sleeves rolled up and his face red from the scrubbing he had given it with the old piece of sacking they used for a towel. "That old pistolero's been cleaning his gun on this towel," Jake said. "It's filthy dirty." "If it's just his 6-shooter he's cleaning on it, you oughtn't to complain," Augustus said. "There's worse things he could wipe on it." "Hell, don't you men ever wash?" Jake asked. "That old Mex didn't even want to give me a pan of water." It was the kind of remark Call had no patience with, but that was Jake, more interested in fancy arrangements than in the more important matters. "Once you left, our standards slipped," Augustus said. "The majority of this outfit ain't interested in refinements." "That's plain," Jake said. "There's a damn pig on the back porch." "What about them biscuits?" "Much as I've missed you, I ain't overworking my sourdough just because you and Dietz couldn't manage to get here in time," Augustus said. "What I will do is fry some meat." He fried it, and Jake and Dietz ate it, while Bolivar sat in the corner and sulked at the thought of 2 more breakfasts to wash up after. It amused Augustus to watch Jake eat. He was so fastidious about it, but the sight put Call into a black fidget. Jake could spend 20 minutes picking at some eggs and a bit of bacon. It was obvious to Augustus that Call was trying to be polite and let Jake get some food in his belly before he told his story, but Call was not a patient man and had already controlled his urge to get to work longer than was usual. He stood in the door, watching the whitening sky and looking restless enough to bite himself. "So where have you been, Jake?" Augustus asked, to speed things up. Jake looked thoughtful, as he almost always did. His coffee-colored eyes always seemed to be traveling leisurely over scenes from his own past, and they gave the impression that he was a man of sorrows, an impression very appealing to the ladies. It disgusted Augustus a little that ladies were so taken in by Jake's big eyes. In fact, Jake Spoon had had a perfectly easy life, doing mostly just what he pleased and keeping his boots clean. What his big eyes concealed was a slow-working brain. Basically, Jake just dreamed his way through life and somehow got by with it. "Oh, I've been seeing the country," he said. "I was up to Montana 2 years ago. I guess that's what made me decide to come back, although I've been meaning to get back down this way and see you boys for some years." Call came back in the room and straddled a chair, figuring he might as well hear it. "What's Montana got to do with us?" he asked. "Why, Call, you ought to see it," Jake said. "A prettier country never was." "How far'd you go?" Augustus asked. "Way up past the Yellowstone," Jake said. "I was near to the Milk River. You can smell Canady from there." "I bet you can smell Indians, too," Call said. "How'd you get past the Cheyenne?" "They shipped most of them out," Jake said. "Some of the Blackfeet are still troublesome. But I was with the Army, doing a little scouting." That hardly made sense. Jake Spoon might scout his way across a card table, but Montana was something else. "When did you take to scouting?" Call asked dryly. "Oh, I was just with a feller, taking some beef to the Blackfeet," Jake said. "The Army came along to help." "A lot of damn help the Army would be driving beef," Gus said. "They helped us keep our hair," Jake said, laying his knife and fork across his plate as neatly as if he were eating at a fancy table. "My main job was to scare the buffalo out of the way," he said. "Buffalo?" Augustus said. "I thought they was about gone." "Pshaw," Jake said. "I must have seen 50,000 up above the Yellowstone. The damn buffalo hunters ain't got the guts to take on them Indians. Oh, they'll finish them once the Cheyenne and the Sioux finally cave in, and they may have even since I left. The damn Indians have the grass of Montana all to themselves. And has it got grass? Call, you ought to see it." "I'd go today if I could fly," Call said. "Be safer to walk," Augustus said. "By the time we walked up there, maybe they would have licked the Indians." "That's just it, boys," Jake said. "The minute they're licked, there's going to be fortunes made in Montana. Why, it's cattle land like you've never seen, Call. High grass and plenty of water." "Chilly, though, ain't it?" Augustus asked. "Oh, it's got weather," Jake said. "Hell, a man can wear a coat." "Better yet, a man can stay inside," Augustus said. "I've yet to see a fortune made inside," Call said, "except by a banker, and we ain't bankers." "What did you have in mind, Jake?" "Getting to it first," Jake said. "Round up some of these free cattle and take 'em on up. Beat all the other sons of bitches, and we'd soon be rich." Augustus and Call exchanged looks. It was odd talk to be hearing from Jake Spoon, who had never been known for his ambition, much less for a fondness for cows. Pretty whores, pacing horses, and lots of clean shirts had been his main requirements in life. "Why, Jake, what reformed you?" Gus asked. "You was never a man to hanker after fortune." "Living with the cows from here to Montana would mean a change in your habits, if I remember them right," Call said. Jake grinned his slow grin. "You boys," he said, "you got me down for lazier than I am. I ain't no lover of cow shit and trail dust, I admit. But I've seen something that you haven't seen. Montana. Just because I like to play cards don't mean I can't smell an opportunity when one's right under my nose. Why, you boys ain't even got a barn with a roof on it. I doubt it would bust you to move." "Jake, if you ain't something," Augustus said. "Here we ain't seen hide nor hair of you for 10 years, and now you come riding in and want us to pack up and go north to get scalped." "Well, Gus, me and Call are going bald anyway," Jake said. "You're the only one whose hair they'd want." "All the more reason not to carry it to a hostile land," Augustus said. "Why don't you just calm down and play cards with me for a few days? Then when I've won all your money, we'll talk about going places." Jake whittled down a match and began to meticulously pick his teeth. "By the time you clean me, Montana will be all settled up," he said. "I don't clean quick." "What about that horse?" Call asked. "You didn't gant him like that just so you could get here and help us beat the rush to Montana. What's this about your luck running thick?" Jake looked a little more sorrowful as he picked his teeth. "I killed the dentist," he said. "A pure accident, but I killed him." "Where'd this happen?" Call asked. "Fort Smith, Arkansas," Jake said. "Not 3 weeks ago." "Well, I've always considered dentistry a dangerous profession," Augustus said. "Making a living by yanking people's teeth out is asking for trouble." "He wasn't even pulling my tooth," Jake said. "I didn't even know there was a dentist in the town. I got in a little argument in a saloon, and a damn mule skinner threw down on me. Somebody's old buffalo rifle was leaning against the wall right by me, and that's what I went for. Hell, I was sitting on my own pistol. I never wouldn't have got to it in time. I wasn't even playing cards with the mule skinner." "What riled him then?" Gus asked. "Whiskey," Jake said. "He was bull drunk. Before I even noticed, he took a dislike to my dress and pulled his Colt." "Well, I don't know what took you to Arkansas in the first place, Jake," Augustus said. "A fancy dresser like yourself is bound to excite comment in them parts." Call had found over the years that it only did to believe half of what Jake said. Jake was not a bald liar, but once he thought over a scrape, his imagination sort of worked on it and shaded it in his own favor. If the man pointed a gun at you and you shot him, then that was self-defense, Call said. I still don't see where the dentist comes in. It was bad luck all around, Jake said. I never even shot the mule skinner. I did shoot, but I missed, which was enough to scare him off. But of course I shot that darn buffalo gun. It was just a little plank saloon we were sitting in. A plank won't stop a .50 caliber bullet. Neither will a dentist, Augustus observed. Not unless you shoot down on him from the top. And even then I expect the bullet would come out his foot. Call shook his head. Augustus could think of the damnedest things. So where was the dentist? He asked. Walking along on the other side of the street, Jake said. They got big, wide streets in that town, too. But not wide enough, I guess, Call said. Nope, Jake said. We went to the door to watch the mule skinner run off and saw the dentist laying over there dead 50 yards away. He had managed to get in the exact wrong spot. P done the same thing once, Augustus said. Remember Woodrow? Up in the Wichita country? P shot at a wolf and missed, and the bullet went over a hill and killed one of our horses. I won't forget that, Call said. It was little Billy it killed. I hated to lose that horse. Of course we couldn't convince P he'd done it, Augustus said. He don't understand trajectory. Well, I understand it, Jake said. Everybody in town liked that dentist. Oh, Jake, that won't stick, Augustus said. Nobody really likes dentists. This one was the mayor, Jake said. Well, it was accidental death, Call said. Yeah, but I'm just a gambler, Jake said. They all like to think they're respectable back in Arkansas. Besides, the dentist's brother was a sheriff, and somebody told him I was a gunfighter. He invited me to leave town a week before it happened. Call sighed. All the gunfighter business went back to one lucky shot Jake had made when he was a mere boy starting out in the Rangers. It was funny how one shot could make a man's reputation like that. It was a hip shot Jake made because he was scared, and it killed a Mexican bandit who was riding toward them on a dead run. It was Call's opinion, and Augustus's too, that Jake hadn't even been shooting at the bandit. He was probably shooting in hopes of bringing down the horse, which might have fallen on the bandit and crippled him a little. But Jake shot blind from the hip with the sun in his eyes to boot and hit the bandit right in the Adam's apple, a thing not likely to occur more than once in a lifetime, if that often. But it was Jake's luck that most of the men who saw him make the shot were raw boys too, with not enough judgment to appreciate how lucky a thing it was. Those that survived and grew up told the story all across the West. So there was hardly a man from the Mexican border to Canada who hadn't heard what a dead pistol shot Jake Spoon was, though any man who had fought with him through the years would know he was no shot at all with a pistol, and only a fair shot with a rifle. Call and Augustus had always worried about Jake because of his unearned reputation, but he was a lucky fellow, and there were not many men around dumb enough to enjoy pistol fights, so Jake managed to get by. It was ironic that the shot which finally got him in trouble was as big an accident as the shot that had made his fame. How'd you get loose from the sheriff? Call asked. He was gone when it happened, Jake said. He was up in Missouri, testifying on some stage robbers. I don't know if he's even back to Fort Smith yet. They wouldn't have hung you for an accident, even in Arkansas, Call said. I am a gambler, but that's one I didn't figure to gamble on, Jake said. I just went out the back door and left, hoping July would get too busy to come after me. July's the sheriff? Gus asked. Yes, July Johnson, Jake said. He's young, but he's determined. I just hope he gets busy. I don't know why a lawman would want a dentist for a brother, Augustus said rather absently. If he warned you out of the town, you should have left, Call said. There's plenty of other towns besides Fort Smith. Jake probably had him a whore, Augustus said. He usually does. You're one to talk, Gus, Jake said. They all fell silent for a time while Jake thoughtfully picked his teeth with a sharpened match. Bolivar was sound asleep, sitting on his stool. I should have rode on, Call, Jake said apologetically. "But Fort Smith's a pretty town. It's on the river, and I like to have a river running by me. They eat catfish down there. It got where it kind of suited my tooth." "I'd like to see the fish that could keep me in a place I wasn't wanted," Call said. Jake had always been handy with excuses. "That's what we'll tell the sheriff when he shows up to take you back," Augustus said. "Maybe he'll take you fishing while you're waiting to be hung." Jake let it pass. Gus would have his joke, and he and Call would disapprove of him when he got in some unlucky scrape. It had always been that way. But the three of them were compañeros still, no matter how many dentists he killed. Call and Gus had been the law themselves and didn't always bow and scrape to it. They would not likely let some young sheriff take him off to hang because of an accident. He was willing to take a bit of ribbing. When trouble came, if it did, the boys would stick, and July Johnson would have to ride back home empty-handed. He stood up and walked to the door to look over the hot, dusty little town. "I hardly thought to find you boys still here," he said. "I thought you'd have some big ranch somewhere by now. This town was a two-bit town when we came here, and it looks to me like it's lost about 15 cents since then. Who's left that we all know?" "Xavier and Lippy," Augustus said. "Therese got kilt, thank God. A few of the boys are left, but I forget who. Tom Bynum's left." "He would be," Jake said. "The Lord looks after fools like Tom." "What do you hear of Clara?" Augustus asked. "I suppose since you traveled the world you've been to see her. Dropped in for supper, innocent-like, I guess." Call stood up to go. He had heard enough to know why Jake had come back and didn't intend to waste the day listening to him jaw about his travels, particularly not if it meant having to hear any talk about Clara Allen. He had heard enough about Clara in the old days when Gus and Jake had both been courting her. He had been quite happy to think it all ended when she married, but it hadn't ended, and listening to Gus pine over her was almost as bad as having him and Jake fighting about her. Now, with Jake back, it would all start again, though Clara Allen had been married and gone for over 15 years. Dietz stood up when Call did, ready for work. He hadn't said a word while eating, but it was clear he took much pride in being the one who had seen Jake first. "Well, it ain't a holiday," Call said. "Work to do. Me and Dietz will go see if we can help them boys." "That newt surprised me," Jake said. "I had it in mind he was still a spud. Is Maggie still here?" "Maggie's been dead several years," Augustus said. "You wasn't hardly over the hill when it happened." "I swear," Jake said. "You mean you've had little Newt for all these years?" There was a long silence, in which only Augustus felt comfortable. Dietz felt so uncomfortable that he stepped in front of the captain and went out the door. "Why, yes, Jake," Gus said. "We've had him since Maggie died." "I swear," Jake said again. "It was only the Christian thing," Augustus said. "Taking him in, I mean. After all, one of you boys is more than likely his pa." Call put on his hat, picked up his rifle, and left them to their talk. 7. Jake Spoon stood in the door of the low house watching Call and Dietz head for the barn. He had been looking forward to being home from the moment he looked out the door of the saloon and saw the dead man laying in the mud across the wide main street of Fort Smith. But now that he was home, it came back to him how nervous things could be if Call wasn't in his best mood. "Dietz's pants are a sight, ain't they?" he said mildly. "Seems to me he used to dress better." Augustus chuckled. "He used to dress worse," he said. "Why, he had that sheepskin coat for 15 years. You couldn't get in 5 feet of him without the lice jumping on you. It was because of that coat that we made him sleep in the barn. I ain't finicky except when it comes to lice." "What happened to it?" Jake asked. "I burned it," Augustus said. "Done it one summer when Dietz was off on a trip with Call. I told him a buffalo hunter stole it. Dietz was ready to track him and get the coat back, but I talked him out of it." "Well, it was his coat," Jake said. "I don't blame him." "Hell, Dietz didn't need it," Augustus said. "It ain't cold down here. Dietz was just attached to it because he had it so long. You remember when we found it, don't you? You was along?" "I may have been along, but I don't remember," Jake said, lighting a smoke. "We found that coat in an abandoned cabin up on the Brazos," Augustus said. "I guess the settlers had run out decided it was too heavy to carry. It weighed as much as a good-sized sheep, which is why Carl gave it to Dietz. He was the only one of us stout enough to carry it all day. Don't you remember that, Jake? It was the time we had that scrape up by Fort Phantom Hill." "I remember a scrape, but the rest is kind of cloudy," Jake said. "I guess all you boys have got to do is sit around and talk about old times. I'm young yet, Gus. I got a living to make." In fact, what he did remember was being scared every time they crossed the Brazos, since it would just be 10 or 12 of them and no reason not to think they would run into 100 Comanches or Kiowas. He would have been glad to quit rangering if he could have thought of a way to do it that wouldn't look bad, but there was no way. In the end, he came through 12 Indian fights and many scrapes with bandits, only to get in real trouble in Fort Smith, Arkansas, as safe a town as you could find. Now that he had come back, it was just to be reminded of Maggie, who had always threatened to die if he ever left her. Of course, he had thought it just girlish talk, the kind of thing all women said when they were trying to hold a fellow. Jake had heard such talk all the way up the trail, in San Antonio and Fort Worth, Abilene and Dodge, and Ogallala and Miles City, the talk of whores pretending to be in love for one. But Maggie had actually died, when he had only supposed she would just move on to another town. It was a sad memory to come home to, though from what he knew of the situation, Carl had done her even worse than he had. "Jake, I notice you've not answered me about Clara," Augustus said. "If you've been to see her, I'd like to hear about it, even though I begrudge you every minute." "Oh, you ain't got much begrudging to do," Jake said. "I just seen her for a minute outside a store in Ogallala. That darn Bob was with her, so all I could do was tip my hat and say good morning." "I swear, Jake, I thought you'd have more gumption than that," Augustus said. "They live up in Nebraska, do they?" "Yes, on the North Platte," Jake said. "Why, he's the biggest horse trader in the territory. The Army gets most of its horses from him, what Army's in those parts, and the Army wears out a lot of horses. I reckon he's close to rich." "Any young'uns?" Augustus asked. "2 girls, I believe," Jake said. "I heard her boys died. Bob wasn't too friendly. I wasn't asked to supper." "Even old dumb Bob's got enough sense to keep the likes of you away from Clara," Augustus said. "How did she look?" "Clara," Jake said. "Not as pretty as she once was." "I guess it's a hard life up in Nebraska," Gus said. After that, neither of them had any more to say for a few minutes. Jake thought it ill-spoken of Gus to bring Clara up, a woman he no longer had any sympathy for since she had shown him the door and married a big dumb horse trader from Kentucky. Even losing her to Gus wouldn't have been so bitter a blow, since Gus had been her beau before he met her. Augustus felt his own pangs, irked mainly that Jake had had a glimpse of Clara, whereas he himself had had to make do with an occasional scrap of gossip. At 16, she had been so pretty it took your breath, and smart, too. A girl with some sand, as she had quickly shown when both her parents had been killed in the big Indian raid of '56, the worst ever to rake that part of the country. Clara had been in school in San Antonio when it happened, but she came right back to Austin and ran the store her parents had started. The Indians had tried to set fire to it, but for some reason it didn't catch. Augustus felt he might have won her that year, but as luck would have it, he was married then to his second wife, and by the time she died, Clara had developed such an independent mind that winning her was no longer an easy thing. In fact, it proved an impossible thing. She wouldn't have him or Jake either, and yet she married Bob Allen, a man so dumb he could hardly walk through a door without bumping his head. They soon went north. Since then, Augustus had kept his ears open for news that she was widowed. He didn't wish Clara any unpleasantness, but horse trading in Indian country was risky business. If Bob should meet an untimely end, as better men had, then he wanted to be the first to offer his assistance to the widow. "That Bob Allen's lucky," he remarked. I've known horse traders who didn't last a year." "Why, hell, you're a horse trader yourself," Jake said. "You boys have let yourselves get stuck. You should have gone north long ago. There's plenty of opportunity left up north." "That may be, Jake, but all you've done with it is kill a dentist," Augustus said. "At least we ain't committed no ridiculous crimes." Jake smiled. "Have you got anything to drink around here?" he asked. "Or do you just sit around all day with your throat parched?" "He gets drunk," Bolivar said, waking up suddenly. Augustus stood up. "Let's go for a stroll," he said. "This man don't like folks idling in his kitchen after a certain hour." They walked out into the hot morning. The sky was already white. Bolivar followed them out, picking up a rawhide lariat that he kept on a pile of firewood back by the porch. They watched him walk off into the chaparral, the rope in his hand. "That old pistolero ain't very polite," Jake said. "Where's he going with that rope?" "I didn't ask him," Gus said. He went around to the spring house, which was empty of rattlesnakes for once. It amused him to think how annoyed Call would be when he came up at noon and found them both drunk. He handed Jake the jug since he was the guest. Jake uncorked it and took a modest swig. "Now, if we had some shade to drink this in, we'd be in good shape," Jake said. "I don't suppose there's a sporting woman in this town, is there?" "You are a scamp," Augustus said, taking the jug. "Are you so rich that's all you can think about?" "I can think about it rich or poor," Jake said. They squatted in the shade of the spring house for a bit, their backs against the adobe, which was still cool on the side the sun hadn't struck. Augustus saw no need to mention Lorena, since he knew Jake would soon discover her for himself and probably have her in love with him within the week. The thought of Dish Boggett's bad timing made him smile, for it was certain Jake's return would doom whatever chance Dish might have had. Dish had committed himself to a day of well-digging for nothing, for when it came to getting women in love with him, Jake Spoon had no equal. His big eyes convinced them he'd be lost without them, and none of them seemed to want him just to go on and be lost. While they were squatting by the spring house, the pigs came nosing around the house looking for something to eat, but there wasn't so much as a grasshopper in the yard. They stopped and looked at Augustus a minute. "Get on down to the saloon," he said. "Maybe you'll find Lippy's hat." "Folks that keep pigs ain't no better than farmers," Jake said. "I'm surprised at you and Call. If you gave up being lawmen, I thought you'd at least stay cattlemen." "I thought you'd own a railroad by now, for that matter," Augustus said. "Or a whorehouse, at least. I guess life's been a disappointment to us both." "I may not have no fortune, but I've never said a word to a pig, either," Jake said. Now that he was home and back with friends, he was beginning to feel sleepy. After a few more swigs and a little more argument, he stretched out as close to the spring house as he could get so as to have shade for as long as possible. He raised up an elbow to have one more go at the jug. "How come Call lets you sit around and guzzle this mash all day?" he asked. "Call ain't never been my boss," Augustus said. "It's no say-so of his when I drink." Jake looked off across the scrubby pastures. There were tufts of grass here and there, but mostly the ground looked hard as flint. Heat waves were rising off it like fumes off kerosene. Something moved in his line of vision, and for a moment he thought he saw some strange brown animal under a chaparral bush. Looking more closely, he saw that it was the old Mexican's bare backside. "Hell, why'd he take a rope if all he meant to do was shit?" he asked. "Where'd you get the greasy old bastard?" "We're running a charitable home for retired criminals," Augustus said. "If you'd just retire, you'd qualify." "Darn, I forgot how ugly this country is," Jake said. "I guess if there was a market for snake meat, this would be the place to get rich." With that, he put his hat over his face, and within no more than 2 minutes began a gentle snoring. Augustus returned the jug to the spring house. It occurred to him that while Jake was napping, he might pay a visit to Lori. Once she fell under Jake's spell, he would probably require her to suspend professional activities for a while. Augustus viewed this prospect philosophically. It was his experience that a man's dealings with women were invariably prone to interruptions. often of a more lasting nature than Jake Spoon was apt to prompt. He left Jake sleeping and strolled down the middle of Hat Creek. As he passed the corrals, he saw Dish straining at the windlass to bring a big bucket of dirt out of the new well. Call was in the lot working with the hell bitch. He had her snubbed to a post and was fanning her with a saddle blanket. Dish was as wet with sweat as if he'd just crawled out of a horse trough. He sweated through the hatband of his hat and had even sweated through his belt. "Dish, you're plumb wet," Augustus said. "If there was a well there, I'd figure you fell in it." "If folks could drink sweat, you wouldn't need no well," Dish said. It seemed to Augustus that his tone was a shade unfriendly. "Look at it this way, Dish," Augustus said. "You're storing up manna in heaven working like this." "Heaven be damned," Dish said. Augustus smiled. "Why, the Bible just asks for the sweat of your brow," he said. "You're even sweating from the belt buckle, Dish. That ought to put you in good with the seraphim." The reference was lost on Dish, who bitterly regretted his foolishness in allowing himself to be drawn into such undignified work. Augustus stood there grinning at him as if the sight of a man sweating was the most amusing thing in the world. "I ought to kick you down this hole," Dish said. "If you hadn't loaned me that money, I'd be halfway to the Matagorda by now." Augustus walked over to the fence to watch Call work the mare. He was about to throw the saddle on her. He had her snubbed close, but she still had her eye turned so she could watch him in case he got careless. "You ought to blindfold her," Augustus said. "I thought you knowed that much." "I don't want her blindfolded," Call said. "If she was blindfolded, she might bite the post next time instead of you," Augustus said. Call got her to accept the blanket and picked up his saddle. Snubbed as she was, she couldn't bite him, but her hind legs weren't snubbed. He kept close to her shoulder as he prepared to ease on the saddle. The mare let go with her near hind foot. It didn't get him, but it got the saddle and nearly knocked it out of his hand. He kept close to her shoulder and got the saddle in position again. "Remember that horse that bit off all that old boy's toes, all the ones on the left foot, I mean?" Augustus said. "That old boy's name was Harwell. He went to the war and got killed at Vicksburg. He never was much of a hand after he lost his toes. Of course, the horse that bit him off had a head the size of a pumpkin. I don't suppose a little mare like that could take off 5 toes in one bite." Call eased the saddle on her, and the minute the stirrup slapped against her belly, the mare went as high as she could get, and the saddle flew off and landed 20 feet away. Augustus got a big laugh out of it. Call went to the barn and returned with a short rawhide rope. "If you want help, just ask me," Augustus said. "I don't," Call said. "Not from you." "Call, you ain't never learned," Augustus said. "There's plenty of gentle horses in this world. Why would a man with your responsibilities want to waste time with a filly that's got to be hobbled and blindfolded before he can even keep a saddle on her?" Call ignored him. In a moment, the mare tentatively lifted the near hind foot with the thought of kicking whatever might be in range. When she did, he caught the foot with the rawhide rope and took a hitch around the snubbing post. It left the mare standing on 3 legs so she could not kick again without throwing herself. She watched him out of the corner of her eye, trembling a little with indignation, but she accepted the saddle. "Why don't you trade her to Jake?" Augustus said. "If they don't hang him, maybe he could teach her to pace." Cole left the mare saddled, snubbed and on 3 legs, and came to the fence to have a smoke and let the mare have a moment to consider the situation. "Where's Jake?" he asked. "Catching a nap," Augustus said. "I reckon the anxiety wore him out." "He ain't changed a bit," Cole said. "Not a darn bit." Augustus laughed. "You're one to talk," he said. "When's the last time you changed? It must have been before we met, and that was 30 years ago." "Look at her watch us," Cole said. The mare was watching them, even had her ears pointed at them. "I wouldn't take it as no compliment," Augustus said. "She ain't watching you because she loves you." "Say what you will," Cole said. "I never seen a more intelligent filly." Augustus laughed again. "Oh, that's what you look for, is it? Intelligence," he said. "You and me's got opposite ideas about things. It's intelligent creatures you got to watch out for. I don't care if they're horses or women or Indians or what. I learned long ago there's much to be said for dumbness. A dumb horse may step in a hole once in a while, but at least you can turn your back on one without losing a patch of hide. I'd rather my horses didn't step in no holes, Call said. You reckon somebody's really on Jake's trail? Hard to judge, Augusta said. Jake was always nervous. He's seen more Indians that turned out to be sage bushes than any man I know. A dead dentist ain't a sage bush, Call said. No, in that case it's the sheriff that's the unknown factor, Gus said. Maybe he didn't like his brother. Maybe some outlaw will shoot him before he can come after Jake. Maybe he'll get lost and end up in Washington, D.C. Or maybe he'll show up tomorrow and whip us all. I wouldn't lay him money. They fell silent for a moment, the only sound the grinding of the windlass as Dish drew up another bucket of dirt. Why not go north? Call said, taking Augustus by surprise. Why, I don't know, Augustus said. I've never given the matter no thought, and so far as I know, you haven't either. I do think we're a shade old to do much Indian fighting. There won't be much, Call said. You heard Jake. It's the same up there as it is down here. The Indians will soon be whipped, and Jake does know good country when he sees it. Sounds like a cattleman's paradise. No, it sounds like a goddamn wilderness, Augustus said. Why, there ain't even a house to go to. I've slept on the ground enough for one life. Now I'm in the mood for a little civilization. I don't have to have operas and streetcars, but I do enjoy a decent bed and a roof to keep out the weather. He said there are fortunes to be made, Call said. It stands to reason he's right. Somebody's going to settle it up and get that land. Suppose we got there first. We could buy you 40 beds. The surprising thing to Augustus was not just what Call was suggesting, but how he sounded. For years, Call had looked at life as if it were essentially over. Call had never been a man who could think of much reason for acting happy, but then he had always been one who knew his purpose. His purpose was to get done what needed to be done, and what needed to be done was simple, if not easy. The settlers of Texas needed protection from Indians on the north and bandits on the south. As a ranger, Call had had a job that fit him, and he had gone about the work with a vigor that would have passed for happiness in another man. But the job wore out. In the South, it became mainly a matter of protecting the cattle herds of rich men like Captain King or Shanghai Pierce, both of whom had more cattle than any one man needed. In the North, the Army had finally taken the fight against the Comanches away from the Rangers and had nearly finished it. He and Call, who had no military rank or standing, weren't welcomed by the Army. With forts all across the northwestern frontier, the free-roving Rangers found that they were always interfering with the Army, or else being interfered with. When the Civil War came, the governor himself called them in and asked them not to go. With so many men gone, they needed at least one reliable troop of Rangers to keep the peace on the border. It was that assignment that brought them to Lonesome Dove. After the war, the cattle market came into existence, and all the big landowners in South Texas began to make up herds and trail them north to the Kansas railheads. Once cattle became the game and the brush country filled up with cowboys and cattle traders, he and Call finally stopped rangering. It was no trouble for them to cross the river and bring back a few hundred head at a time to sell to the traders who were too lazy to go into Mexico themselves. They prospered in a small way. There was enough money in their account in San Antonio that they could have considered themselves rich had that notion interested them. But it didn't. Augustus knew that nothing about the life they were living interested Call particularly. They had enough money that they could have bought land, but they hadn't, although plenty of land could still be had wonderfully cheap. It was that they had roved too long, Augustus concluded when his mind turned to such matters. They were people of the horse, not of the town, and that they were more like the Comanches than Call would ever have admitted. They had been in Lonesome Dove nearly 10 years, and yet what little property they had acquired was so worthless that neither of them would have felt bad about just saddling up and riding off from it. Indeed, It seemed to Augustus that was what both of them had always expected would happen. They were not of the settled fraternity, he and Call. From time to time they talked of going west of the Pecos, perhaps rangering out there, but so far only the rare settler had cared to challenge the Apache, so there was no need for rangers. Augustus had not expected that Call would be satisfied just to rustle Mexican cattle forever, but neither had he expected him to suddenly decide to strike out for Montana. Yet it was obvious the idea had taken hold of the man. "I tell you what, Call," Augustus said. "You and Dietz and P go on up there to Montany and build a nice, snug cabin with a good fireplace and at least one bed, so it'll be waiting when I get there. Then clear out the last of the Cheyenne and the Blackfeet and any Sioux that look rambunctious. When you've done that, me and Jake and Newt will gather up a herd and meet you on Powder River." Call looked almost amused. "I'd like to see the herd you and Jake could get there with," he said. "A herd of whores, maybe." "I'm sure it would be a blessing if we could herd a few up that way," Augustus said. "I don't suppose there's a decent woman in the whole territory yet." Then the thought struck him that there could be no getting to Montana without crossing the Platte, and Clara lived on the Platte. Bob Allen or no, she would ask him to supper, if only to show off her girls. Jake's news might be out of date. Maybe she had even run her husband off since Jake had passed through. Anyway, husbands had been got around a few times in the history of the world, if only to the extent of having to set a place for an old rival at the supper table. Such thoughts put the whole prospect in a more attractive light. "How far do you reckon it is to Montany, Call?" he asked. Call looked north across the dusty flats, as if estimating in his mind's eye the great rise of the plains, stretching even farther than hearsay, away and beyond the talk of men. Jake that morning had mentioned the Milk River, a stream he had never heard of. He knew the country he knew, and had never been lost in it, but the country he knew stopped at the Arkansas River. He had known men to speak of the Yellowstone as if it were the boundary of the world. Even Kit Carson, whom he had met twice, had not talked of what lay north of it. But then his memory went back to a camp they had made on the Brazos many years before with an army captain. There was a Delaware scout with him who had been farther than any man they knew, all the way to the headwaters of the Missouri. "Remember Black Beaver, Gus?" he asked. "He'd know how far it was." "I remember him," Augustus said. "It was always a puzzle to me how such a short-legged Indian could cover so much ground." "He claimed to have been all the way from the Columbia to the Rio Grande," Call said. "That's knowing the country, I'd say." "Well, he was an Indian," Augustus said. "He didn't have to go along establishing law and order and making it safe for bankers and Sunday school teachers like we done. I guess that's why you're ready to head off to Montany. You want to help establish a few more banks." "That's aggravating," Call said. "I ain't a banker." "No, but you've done many a banker a good turn," Augustus said. "That's what we done, you know. Killed the darn Indians so they wouldn't bother the bankers." "They bothered more than bankers," Call said. "Yes, lawyers and doctors and newspaper men and drummers of every description," Augustus said. "Not to mention women and children," Call said. "Not to mention plain settlers." "While women and children and settlers are just cannon fodder for lawyers and bankers," Augustus said. "They're part of the scheme. After the Indians wipe out enough of them, you get your public outcry, and we go chouse the Indians out of the way. If they keep coming back, then the army takes over and chouses them worse. Finally, the army will manage to whip them down to where they can be squeezed onto some reservation so the lawyers and bankers can come in and get civilization started. Every bank in Texas ought to pay us a commission for the work we done. If we hadn't done it, all the bankers would still be back in Georgia living on poke salad and turnip greens." "I don't know why you stuck with it if that's the way you think," Call said. "You should have gone home and taught school." "Hell no," Augustus said. "I wanted to look at it before the bankers and lawyers get it." "Well, they ain't got to Montana," Call said. "If we go, they won't be far behind," Augustus said. The first ones that get there will hire you to go hang all the horse thieves and bring in whichever Indians have got the most fight left, and you'll do it and the place will be civilized. Then you won't know what to do with yourself, no more than you have these last 10 years. I ain't a boy, Call said. I'll be dead before all that happens. Anyhow, I ain't going there to law. I'm going there to run cattle. Jake said it was a cattleman's paradise. You ain't a cattleman, Call, Augusta said. No more than I am. If we was to get a ranch, I don't know who would run it. It seemed to Call the mare had probably stood on 3 legs long enough, and he had surely jawed with Gus long enough. Sometimes Gus sang a strange tune. He had killed as many Indians as any ranger, and had seen enough of their butchery that you'd think he knew why he was doing it, and yet when he talked, he seemed to be on their side. As to the ranch, he said, the boy could run it. He's nearly grown. Augustus puzzled over that for a moment, as if it had never occurred to him. Well, maybe so, Call, he said. I guess he could run it if he was a mind to, and if you would let him. I don't know why he wouldn't be a mind to, Call said, and walked over to the mare. 8. By the middle of the afternoon, it was so hot nobody could think. At least Newt couldn't, and the other hands didn't seem to be thinking very fast either. All they could find to argue about was whether it was hotter down in the well digging or up in the sun working the windlass. Down in the well, they all worked so close together and sweated so much that it practically made a fog, while up in the sun, fog was no problem. Being down in the well made Newt nervous, particularly if P was with him, because when P got to work in the crowbar, he didn't always look where he was jabbing, and once it almost jabbed it through Newt's foot. From then on, Newt worked spraddle-legged, so as to keep his feet out of the way. They were going at it hard when the captain came riding back, having lathered the mare good by loping her along the river for about 20 miles. He rode her right up to the well. "Hello, boys," he said. "Ain't the water flowing yet?" "It's flowing," Dish said. "A gallon or 2 of it flowed out of me." "Be thankful you're healthy," Call said. "A man that couldn't sweat would die in this heat." "I don't suppose you'd trade for that mare?" Dish asked. "I like her looks." "You ain't the first that's liked him," Call said. "I'll keep her, I believe. But you boys can stop work now and catch a little rest. We have to go to Mexico tonight." They all went over and sat in the alleyway of the barn. It had a little shade in it. The minute they sat down, Dietz began to patch his pants. He kept a big needle and some heavy thread in a cigar box in the saddle shed. Given any chance, he would get out his needle and start patching. He was woolly-headed, and his wool was just getting gray. "If I was you, I'd give up on them pants," Dish said. "If you've got to wear quilts, you'd best find a new one and start over." "No, sir," Dietz said genially. "These pants got to last." Newt was a little excited. The captain hadn't separated him off from the rest of the men when he told them to rest. It might mean he was going to get to go to Mexico at last. On the other hand, he had been down in the well, so the captain might just have forgotten him. "I do fancy that mare," Dish said, watching the captain unsaddle her. "I don't see why," P said. "She near killed the captain just yesterday. Bit a hunk out of him the size of my foot." They all looked at P's foot, which was about the size and shape of a scoop shovel. "I'd say that passes belief," Dish said. "Her whole head ain't the size of your foot." "If that chunk had come out of you, you'd have thought it was big enough, I guess," P said mildly. After Dish had caught his breath, he pulled his case knife out of his pocket and asked if anyone wanted a game of root the peg. Newt had a pocket knife, too, and was quick to take him up. The game involved flipping the knives in various ways and making them stick in the dirt. Dish won, and Newt had to dig a peg out of the ground with his teeth. Dish drove the peg in so far that Newt had dirt up his nose before he finally got it out. The sight amused P no end. "By gosh, Newt, if we break the crowbar, you can finish digging the well with your nose," he said. While they were sitting around idly experimenting with a few new knife throws, they heard the clop of horses and looked up to see 2 riders approaching from the east at an easy trot. Now who would that be? P asked. It's an odd time of day to visit. Well, if it ain't old Juan Cortinas, it's probably just a couple of bank robbers, Dish said, referring to a Mexican cattle thief who was hailed south of the river as a great hero due to the success of his raids against the Texans. No, it ain't Cortinas, P.I. said, squinting at the riders. He always rides a gray. Dish could hardly believe anyone would be so dumb as to believe Juan Cortinas would just ride into Lonesome Dove with only one man. The men stopped on the far side of the lots to read the sign Augustus had put up when the Hat Creek outfit had gone in business. All Call wanted on the sign was the simple words Hat Creek Livery Stable, but Augustus could not be persuaded to stop at a simple statement like that. It struck him that it would be best to put their rates on the sign. Call had been for tacking up one board with the name on it to let people know a livery stable was available, but Augustus thought that hopelessly unsophisticated. He bestirred himself and found an old plank door that had blown off somebody's root cellar, perhaps by the same wind that had taken their roof. He nailed the door onto one corner of the corrals facing the road so that the first thing most travelers saw when entering the town was the sign. In the end, he and Call argued so much about what was to go on the sign that Call got disgusted and washed his hands of the whole project. That suited Augustus fine, since he considered that he was the only person in Lonesome Dove with enough literary talents to write a sign. When the weather was fair, he would go sit in the shade the sign cast and think of ways to improve it. In the 2 or 3 years since they had put it up, he had thought of so many additions to the original simple declaration that practically the whole door was covered. At first he had started out spare and just put the name of the firm, Hat Creek Cattle Company and Livery Emporium. But that caused controversy in itself. Call claimed nobody knew what an emporium was, including himself, and he still didn't, despite Augustus's many long-winded attempts to explain it to him. All Call knew was that they didn't run one, and he didn't want one, whatever it was, and there was no way something like that could fit with a cattle company. However, Augustus had his way, and Emporium went on the sign. He mainly put it in because he wanted visitors to know there was at least one person in Lonesome Dove who knew how to spell important words. Next, he had put his name and Call's, his first because he was 2 years older and felt seniority should be honored. Call didn't care. His pride ran in other directions. Anyway, he soon came to dislike the sign so much that he would just as soon not have had his name on it at all. P.I. badly wanted his name on the sign, so one year Augustus lettered it in for him as a Christmas present. P, of course, couldn't read, but he could look, and once he got his name located on the sign, he was quick to point it out to anyone who happened to be interested. He had already pointed it out to Dish, who wasn't interested particularly. Unfortunately, it had been 3 decades since anyone had called P anything but P, and even Call, who had been the man to accept him into the Rangers, couldn't remember his real first name, though he knew his last name was Parker. Having no wish to embarrass the man, Augustus had written him in as P.E. Parker, Wrangler. He had wanted to list him as a blacksmith, since in truth P was a superior blacksmith and only an average wrangler, but P.I. thought he could sit a horse as well as anyone and didn't wish to be associated publicly with a lower trade. Newt recognized that he was rightly too young to have his name on the sign and never suggested the possibility to anyone, though it would have pleased him mightily if someone had suggested it for him. No one did. But then Dietz had to wait nearly 2 years before his name appeared on the sign, and Newt resigned himself to waiting too. Of course, it had not occurred to Augustus to put Dietz's name on, Dietz being a black man. But when P's name was added, there was a lot of discussion about it, and around that time Dietz developed a tremendous case of the sulks, unlike him and perplexing to Call. Dietz had ridden with him for years, through all weathers and all dangers, over country so barren they had more than once had to kill a horse to have meat, and in all those years Dietz had given cheerful service. Then all because of the sign, he went into a sulk, and stayed in it until Augustus finally spotted him looking wistfully at it one day and figured it out. When Augustus told Call about his conclusion, Call was further outraged. "That damn sign's ruined this outfit," he said, and went into a sulk himself. He had known Augustus was vain, but would never have suspected Dietz or P of such a failing. Of course, Augustus was happy to add Dietz's name to the sign, although, as in the case of P, there was some trouble with the particulars. Simply writing Dietz on the sign didn't work. Dietz couldn't read either, but he could see that his name was far too short in comparison with the others. At least it was short in comparison with the other names on the sign, and Dietz wanted to know why. "Well, Dietz, you just got one name," Augustus said. "Most people got two. Maybe you've got two and just forgot one of them." Dietz sat around thinking for a day or two, but he could not remember ever having another name, and Call's recollection bore him out. At that point, even Augustus began to think the sign was more trouble than it was worth, since it was turning out to be so hard to please everyone. The only solution was to think up another name to go with Dietz, but while they were debating various possibilities, Dietz's memory suddenly cleared. "Josh," he said one night after supper to the surprise of everyone. "Why, I'm Josh. Can you write that, Mr. Gus?" "Josh is short for Joshua," Augustus said. "I can write either one of them. Joshua's the longest." "Write the longest," Dietz said. "I'm too busy for a short name." That made no particular sense, nor were they ever able to get Dietz to specify how he happened to remember that Josh was his other name. Augustus wrote him on the sign as Dietz, Joshua, since he had already written the Dietz. Fortunately, Dietz's vanity did not extend to needing a title. Although Augustus was tempted to write him in as a prophet, it would have gone with the Joshua, but Call had a fit when he mentioned it. "You'll have us a laughing stock of this whole county," Call said. "Suppose somebody come up to Dietz and asked him to prophesy." Dietz himself thought that was an amusing prospect. "Why, I could do it, Captain," he said. "I'd prophesy hot, and I'd prophesy dry, and I'd charge him a dime." Once the names were settled, the rest of the sign was a simple matter. There were two categories, things for rent and things for sale. Horses and rigs were available for rental, or at least horses and one rig, a spring buggy with no springs that they had bought from Xavier Wands after his wife, Therese, had got smashed by it. For sale, Augustus listed cattle and horses. As an afterthought, he added, "Goats and donkeys neither bought nor sold," since he had no patience with goats and Call even less with donkeys. Then as another afterthought, he had added, "We don't rent pigs," which occasioned yet another argument with Call. "Why, they'll think we're crazy here when they see that," he said. "Nobody in their right mind would want to rent a pig. What would you do with a pig once you rented it?" "Why, there's plenty of useful tasks pigs can do," Augustus said. "They could clean the snakes out of a cellar, if a man had a cellar. Or they can soak up mud puddles. Stick a few pigs in a mud puddle, and pretty soon the puddle's gone." It was a burning day, and Call was sweated down. "If I could find anything as cool as a mud puddle, I'd soak it up myself," he said. "Anyhow, Call, a sign's a kind of a tease," Augustus said. "It ought to make a man stop and consider just what it is he wants out of life in the next few days." "If he thinks he wants to rent a pig, he's not a man I'd want for a customer," Call said. The caution about pigs ended the sign to Augustus's satisfaction, at least for a while. But after a year or two had passed, he decided it would add dignity to it all if the sign ended with a Latin motto. He had an old Latin school book that had belonged to his father. It was thoroughly battered from having been in his saddlebags for years. It had a few pages of mottos in the back, and Augustus spent many happy hours poring over them, trying to decide which might look best at the bottom of the sign. Unfortunately, the mottos had not been translated, perhaps because by the time the students got to the back of the book they were supposed to be able to read Latin. Augustus had had only a fleeting contact with the language and had no real opportunity to improve his knowledge. Once he had been caught in an ice storm on the plains and had torn out a number of pages of the grammar in order to get a fire started. He had kept himself from freezing, but at the cost of most of the grammar and vocabulary. What was left didn't help him much with the mottos at the end of the book. However, it was his view that Latin was mostly for looks, anyway, and he devoted himself to the mottos in order to find one with the best look. The one he settled on was uva, uvam, fervendo, varia, fit, which seemed to him a beautiful motto, whatever it meant. One day, when nobody was around, he went out and lettered it onto the bottom of the sign, just below, "We don't rent pigs." Then he felt that his handiwork was complete. The whole sign read, Hat Creek Cattle Company and Livery Emporium. Captain Augustus McCrae, Captain W.F. Call, props. P.E. Parker, wrangler. Dietz, Joshua. For rent, horses and rigs. For sale, cattle and horses. Goats and donkeys neither bought nor sold. We don't rent pigs. Uva, uvam, vivendo, varia, fit. Augustus didn't say a word about the motto, and it was a good 2 months before anybody even noticed it, which showed how unobservant the citizens of Lonesome Dove really were. It galled Augustus severely that no one appreciated the fact that he had thought to write a Latin motto on a sign that all visitors could see as they rode in, though in fact those riding in took as little note of it as those already in, perhaps because getting to Lonesome Dove was such a hot, exhausting business. The few people who accomplished it were in no mood to stop and study erudite signs. More galling still was the fact that no member of his own firm had noticed the motto, not even Newt, from whom Augustus expected a certain alertness. Of course, 2 members of the firm were totally illiterate, 3 if he chose to count Bolivar, and wouldn't have known Latin from Chinese. Still, the way they casually treated the sign as just part of the landscape caused Augustus to brood a good deal about the contempt that familiarity breeds. Call did finally notice the motto one day, but only because his horse happened to throw a shoe across the road from the sign. When he got down to pick up the shoe, he glanced over and noticed some curious writing below the part about pigs. He had a notion that the words were Latin, but that didn't explain what they were doing on the sign. Augustus was on the porch at the time, consulting his jug and keeping out of the way. "What the hell did you do now?" Call asked. "Wasn't the part about the pigs bad enough for you? What's the last part say?" "It says a little Latin," Augustus said, undisturbed by his partner's surly tone. "Why Latin?" Call asked. "I thought it was Greek you knew." "I did know my letters once," he said. He was fairly drunk and feeling melancholy about all the sinking he had done in the world. Throughout the rough years, the Greek alphabet had leaked out of his mind a letter at a time. In fact, the candle of knowledge he had set out with had burned down to a sorry stub. "So what's it say, that Latin?" Call asked. "It's a motto," Augustus said. "It just says itself." He was determined to conceal for as long as possible the fact that he didn't know what the motto meant, which anyway was nobody's business. He had written it on the sign. Let others read it. Call was quick to see the point. "You don't know yourself," he said. "It could say anything. For all you know, it invites people to rob us." Augustus got a laugh out of that. "The first bandit that comes along who can read Latin is welcome to rob us as far as I'm concerned," he said. "I'd risk a few nags for the opportunity of shooting at an educated man for a change." After that, the argument about the motto or the appropriateness of the sign as a whole surfaced intermittently when there was nothing else to argue about around the place. Of the people who actually had to live closest to the sign, Dietz liked it best, since in the afternoon the door it was written on afforded a modest spot of shade in which he could sit and let his sweat dry. No one else got much use out of it, and it was unusual to see 2 horsemen on a hot afternoon stop and read the sign instead of loping on into Lonesome Dove to wet their dusty gullets. "I guess they're professors," Dish said. "They sure like to read." Finally, the men trotted on around to the barn. One was a stocky, red-faced man of about the age of the captain. The other was a tiny feist of a fellow, with a pocked face and a big pistol strapped to his leg. The red-faced man was obviously the boss. His black horse was no doubt the envy of many a man. The little man rode a gruya that was practically sway-backed. "Men,
"I'm Will Barger," the older man said. "That's a damned amusing sign."
"Well, Mr. Gus wrote it," Newt said, trying to be friendly. It would certainly please Mr. Gus that somebody with a liking for signs had finally come along.
"However, if I had a mind to rent pigs, I'd be mighty upset," Will Barger said. "A man that likes to rent pigs won't be stopped."
"He'd be stopped if he was to show up here," Newt said after a bit. Nobody else spoke up, and he felt that Will Barger's remark demanded an answer.
"Well, is this a cow outfit, or have you boys run off from a circus?" Will Barger asked.
"Oh, we cow a little," P said. "How much cowing are you likely to need?"
"I need 40 horses, which it says on that sign you sell," Will Barger said. "A darned bunch of Mexicans run off darn near all our remuda 2 nights back. I've got a herd of cattle gathered up the other side of the Nueces, and I don't plan to walk 'em to Kansas on foot. A feller told me you men could supply horses. Is that true?"
"Yep," P.I. said. "What's more, we can even chase Mexicans."
"I've got no time to discuss Mexicans," Will Barger said. "If you gentlemen could just trot out about 40 well-broke horses, we'll pay you and be on our way."
Newt felt a little embarrassed. He was well aware that 40 horses was out of the question, but he had hated to come right out and say so. Also, as the youngest member of the outfit, it was not his responsibility to be the spokesman. "You best talk to the captain about it," he suggested. "The captain handles all the deals."
"Oh," Will Barger said, wiping the sweat off his brow with his forearm. "If I'd noticed the captain, I'd have picked him to talk to in the first place, instead of you circus hands. Does he happen to live around here?"
P pointed at the house 50 yards away in the chaparral. "I expect he's home," he said.
"You men ought to publish a newspaper," Will Barger said. "You're plumb full of information."
His pockmarked companion found the remark wonderfully funny. To everyone's surprise, he let out a cackle of a laugh, like the sound a hen might make if the hen were mad about something.
"Which way's the whorehouse?" he asked when he finished his cackle.
"Chick, you're a sight," Will Barger said, and turned his horse and trotted off toward the house.
"Which way's the whorehouse?"
Chick asked again. He was looking at Dish, but Dish had no intention of revealing Lorena's whereabouts to an ugly little cowboy on a sway-backed horse. "It's over in Sabinus," Dish said matter-of-factly.
"Which?"
Chick asked, caught a little off guard. "Sabinus," Dish repeated. "Just wade the river and ride southeast for about a day. You'll likely strike it." Newt thought it extremely clever of Dish to come out with such a remark, but Chick clearly didn't appreciate the cleverness. He was frowning, which tensed his small face up and made his deep pockmarks look like holes that went clear through his cheeks.
"I didn't ask for no map of Mexico," he said. "I've been told there's a yellow-haired girl right in this town."
Dish slowly got to his feet. "Well, just my sister," he said. Of course, it was a rank lie, but it got the job done. Chick was not convinced by the information, but Will Barger had ridden off and left him, and he was conscious of being outnumbered and disliked. To imply that a cowboy's sister was a sporting woman might lead to prolonged fisticuffs, if not worse, and Dish Boggett looked to be a healthy specimen.
"In that case, some fool has told me wrong,"
Chick said, turning his horse toward the house. P.I., who liked to take life one simple step at a time, had not appreciated the subtleties of the situation. "Where'd you get a sister, Dish?" he asked. P.'s mode of living was modeled on the captain's. He barely went in the dry bean twice a year, preferring to wet his whistle on the front porch, where he would be assured of a short walk to bed if it got too wet. When he saw a woman, it made him uncomfortable. The danger of deviating from proper behavior was too great. Generally, when he spotted a female in his vicinity, he took the modest way and kept his eyes on the ground. Nonetheless, he had chanced to look up one morning as they were trailing a herd of Mexican cattle through Lonesome Dove. He had seen a yellow-haired girl looking out an open window at them. Her shoulders were bare, which startled him so that he dropped a rein. He had not forgotten the girl, and he occasionally stole a glance at the window if he happened to be riding by. It was a surprise to think she might have been Dish's sister.
P., when was you born?" Dish asked, grinning at Newt. The question threw P. into confusion. He had been thinking about the girl he had seen in the window. To be asked when he was born meant stopping one line of thought and trying to shift to another, more difficult line. "Why, you'd best ask the captain that, Dish," he said mildly. "I can't never remember." "Well, since we got the afternoon off, I believe I'll take a stroll," Dish said. He ambled off toward town. The prospect of getting to go with the men that night kept crowding into Newt's mind. "Where do you go when you go down south?" he asked P., who was still ruminating on the subject of his own birth. "Oh, we just lope around till we strike some stock," P. said. "The captain knows where to look." "I hope I get to go," Newt said. Dietz clapped him on the shoulder with a big black hand. "You in a hurry to get shot at, my lord," he said. Then he walked over and stood looking down into the unfinished well. Dietz was a man of few words, but many looks. Newt had often had the feeling that Dietz was the only one in the outfit who really understood his wishes and needs. Bolivar was kind from time to time, and Mr. Gus was usually kind, though his kindness was of a rather absent-minded nature. He had many concerns to talk and argue about, and it was mostly when he got tired of thinking about everything else that he had the time to think about Newt. The captain was seldom really harsh with him unless he made a pure mess of some job, but the captain never passed him a kind word either. The captain did not go around handing out kind words, but if he was in the mood to do so, Newt knew he would be the last to get one. No compliment ever came to him from the captain, no matter how well he worked. It was a little discouraging. The harder he tried to please the captain, the less the captain seemed to be pleased. When Newt managed to do some job right, the captain seemed to feel that he had been put under an obligation, which puzzled Newt and made him wonder what was the point of working well if it was only going to irritate the captain. And yet all the captain seemed to care about was working well. Dietz noticed his discouragement and did what he could to help pick his spirits up. Sometimes he helped out with jobs that were too much for Newt, and whenever a chance for complimenting a piece of work came, Dietz paid the compliment himself. It was a help, though it couldn't always make up for the feeling Newt had that the captain held something against him. Newt had no idea what it could be, but it seemed there was something. Dietz was the only one beside himself who seemed to be aware of it, but Newt could never work up the nerve to question Dietz about it directly. He knew Dietz wouldn't want to talk about such things. Dietz didn't talk much anyway. He tended to express himself more with his eyes and his hands. While Newt was thinking of night and Mexico, Dish Boggett strolled happily toward the Dry Bean Saloon thinking of Lorena. All day, laboring at the windlass or in the well, he had thought of her. The night had not gone as well as he had hoped it would. Lorena had not given him anything that could be construed as encouragement, but it occurred to Dish that maybe she just needed more time to get used to the notion that he loved her. If he could stay around a week or two, she might get used to it and even come to like it. Behind the general store, an old Mexican saddle maker was cutting a steer hide into strips from which to make a rope. It occurred to Dish that he might be more presentable if he walked down to the river and washed off some of the sweat that had dried on him during the day, but walking to the river meant losing time, and he decided to let that notion slide. What he did do was stop just back of the dry bean to tuck his shirt tail in more neatly and dust off his pants. It was while he was attending to his shirt tail that he suddenly got a shock. He had stopped about 20 feet behind the building, which was just 2 stories of frame lumber. It was a still, hot afternoon, no breeze blowing. A strong fart could have been heard far up the street, but it was no fart that caught Dish's ear. When he first heard the steady crackling, creaking sound, he thought nothing of it. But a second or two later, something dawned on him that almost made him feel sick. In spite of himself, he stepped closer to the building to confirm his fear. From the corner just over his head, where Lorena had her room, came a crackling and a creaking sound such as 2 people can make in a bad bed with a corn-shuck mattress over a weak spring. Lorena had such a bed. Only last night it had made the same noise beneath them, loud enough that Dish wondered briefly before pleasure overtook him if anybody besides themselves was hearing it. Now he was hearing it, standing with his shirt tail half tucked in, while someone else was making it with Lorena. Memories of her body mingled with the sound, causing such a painful feeling in Dish's breast that for a second he couldn't move. He felt almost paralyzed, doomed to stand in the heat beneath the very room he had been hoping to enter himself. She was part of the sound. He knew just what chords she contributed to the awful music. Anger began to fill him, and for a moment its object was Xavier Wands, who could at least have seen that Lorena had a cotton-tick mattress instead of those scratchy corn shucks which weren't even comfortable to sleep on. In a second, though, Dish's anger passed Xavier by and surged in the direction of the man in the room above him, who was also above Lorena, using her body to produce the crackling and the creaking. He had no doubt it was the pock-marked weasel on the sway-backed gray who had probably pretended to ride up to the house and then cut back down the dry bed of the creek straight to the saloon. It would be a move he would soon regret. Dish belted his pants and strode grimly around the saloon to the north side. It was necessary to go all the way around the building to get out of hearing of the bed sounds. He fully meant to kill the little weasel when he came out of the saloon. Dish was no gunfighter, but some things could not be borne. He took out his pistol and checked his loads, surprised at how fast life could suck you along. That morning, he had awoke with no plans except to be a cowboy, and now he was about to become a man-killer, which would put his whole future in doubt. The man might have powerful friends who would hunt him down. Still, feeling what he felt, he could see no other course to follow. He holstered his pistol and stepped around the corner, expecting to stand by the sway-backed gray until the cowboy came out so the challenge could be given. But stepping around the corner brought another shock. There was no sway-backed gray tied to the hitch rail in front of the saloon. In fact, there were no horses at all in front of the saloon. Over at the Pumphrey's store, a couple of big strapping boys were loading rolls of barbed wire into a wagon. Otherwise, the street was empty. It put Dish in a deep quandary. He had been more than ready to commit murder, but now he had no victim to commit it on. For a moment he tried to convince himself he hadn't heard what he'd heard. Perhaps Lorena was just bouncing on the corn shucks for the sake of bouncing. But that theory wouldn't hold. Even a light-hearted girl wouldn't want to bounce on a corn shuck mattress on a hot afternoon, and anyway, Lorena wasn't a light-hearted girl. Some man had prompted the bouncing. The question was, who? Dish looked inside, only to discover that the dry bean was as empty as a church house on Saturday night. There was no sign of Xavier or Lippy, and worse, the creaking hadn't stopped. He could still hear it from the front door. It was too much for Dish. He hurried off the porch and up the street, but it soon hit him that he had no place to go, not unless he wanted to collect his horse and strike out for the Matagorda, leaving Captain Call to think what he would. Dish wasn't quite ready to do that, at least not until he found out who his rival was. Instead, he walked up one side of the street and down the other, feeling silly for doing it. He went all the way to the river, but there was nothing to see there except a strip of brown water and a big coyote. The coyote stood in the shallow, eating a frog. Dish sat by the river an hour, and when he got back to the dry bean, everything was back to normal. Xavier Wands was standing at the door with a wet rag in his hand, and Lippy was sitting on the bar shaving a big corn off his thumb with a straight razor. They didn't count for much in Dish's view. What counted was that Lorena, looking prettily flushed, was sitting at a table with Jake Spoon, the coffee-eyed stranger with the pearl-handled pistol. Jake had his hat pushed back on his head and was addressing her with his eyes, at least, as if he had known her for years. There was a single glass of whiskey sitting on the table. From the doorway, Dish saw Lorena take a sip out of the glass and then casually hand it to Jake, who took more than a sip. The sight embarrassed Dish profoundly. It went to the pit of his stomach like the sound of the creaking bed when he first heard it. He had never seen his Ma and Pa drink from the same glass, and they had been married people, and yet the day before he had been practically unable to get Laurie to look at him at all, and him a top hand, not just some drifter. In a flash, as he stood half through the swinging doors, Dish's whole conception of woman changed. It was as if lightning had struck, burning his old notions to a crisp in one instant. Nothing was going to be as he had imagined it. Maybe nothing ever would again. He started to go back out the door so could at least go off and adjust to his new life alone. But he had lingered a moment too long. Both Jake and Lorena looked up from one another and saw him in the door. Lorena didn't change expression, but Jake at once gave him a friendly look and lifted his hand. "Hooray," he said. "Come on in, son. I hope you've the start of a crowd. If there's anything I can't stand, it's a darn gloomy saloon." Lippy, content beneath his bowler, turned and shook his lip in Dish's direction for a moment. Then he blew the shavings of his corn off the bar.
"Dish ain't much of a crowd," he said.
Dish stepped in, wishing once again that he had never heard of the town of Lonesome Dove. Jake Spoon waved at Xavier. "Davy, bring your poison," he said. He refused to call Xavier anything but Davy. "Anybody that's had to dig a darn well in this heat deserves a free drink, and I'm buying it," Jake added. He motioned at a chair, and Dish took it, feeling red in the face one second and pale the next. He longed to know what Lorena was feeling about it all, and when Jake turned his head a minute, he cast her a glance. Her eyes were unusually bright, but they didn't see him. They returned continually to Jake, who was paying her no particular mind. She tapped her fingers on the table 3 or 4 times, a little absently, as if keeping time with her own thoughts, and she drank 2 more sips from Jake's glass. There were tiny beads of sweat above her upper lip, one right at the edge of the faint scar, but she didn't look bothered by the heat or anything else. Dish could hardly pull his eyes away, she was so pretty, and when he did, he caught Jake Spoon looking at him. But Jake's look was entirely friendly. He seemed plain glad for company. "If I was to try well digging, I doubt I'd survive an hour," he said. "You boys ought to stand up to call and make him dig his own well." At that point, Xavier brought out a bottle and a glass. Jake took the bottle himself and poured liberally. "This is better liquor than they got in Arkansas," he said. "Arkansas," Xavier said contemptuously, as if the word spoke for itself. At that point, Dish felt himself lose belief in what was happening. There was no place he would rather not be than at a table with Laurie and another man, yet that appeared to be where he was. Laurie didn't seem to mind him being there, but on the other hand, it was clear she would not have minded if he were 1,000 miles away. Xavier stood by his elbow with the rag dripping onto his pants leg, and Jake Spoon drank whiskey and looked friendly. With Jake's hat pushed back, Dish could see a little strip of white skin right at his forehead, skin the sun never struck. For a time, Dish lost all sense of what life was about. He even lost the sense that he was a cowboy, the strongest sense he had to work with. He was just a fellow with a glass in his hand whose life had suddenly turned to mud. The day before he had been a top hand, but what did that mean anymore? Though the day was hot and bright, Dish felt cold and cloudy, so puzzled by the strange business called life that he couldn't think where to look, much less what to say. He took a drink, and then another, and then several, and though life remained cloudy, the inside of the cloud began to be warm. By the middle of the second bottle, he had stopped worrying about Laurie and Jake Spoon, and was sitting by the piano singing "My Bonnie Lies Over the Ocean" while Lippy played. 9. Augustus was on the front porch, biding his time, when Wilbarger rode up. Biding his time seemed to him the friendly thing to do, inasmuch as Jake Spoon had ridden a long way and had likely been scared to seek out womankind during his trip. Jake was one of those men who seemed to stay in rut the year round, a great source of annoyance to Call, who was never visibly in rut. Augustus was subject to it, but, as he often said, he wasn't going to let it drive him like a mule, a low joke that still went over the heads of most of the people who heard it. He enjoyed a root, as he called it, but if conditions weren't favorable, could make do with whiskey for lengthy spells. It was clear that with Jake just back, conditions wouldn't be too favorable that afternoon, so he repaired to his jug with the neighborly intention of giving Jake an hour or two to whittle down his need before he followed along and tried to interest him in a card game. Wilbarger, of course, was a surprise. He trotted his big black horse right up to the porch, which surprised the blue pigs as much as it did Augustus. They woke up and grunted at the horse. Wilbarger looked enviously at Augustus's jug. "By God, I bet that ain't persimmon juice you're drinking," he said. "I wish I could afford an easy life." "If you was to dismount and stop scaring my pigs, you'd be welcome to a drink," Augustus said. "We can introduce ourselves later." The shoat got up and walked right under the black horse, which was well broke enough that it didn't move. Wilbarger was more shocked than the horse. In fact, Augustus was shocked himself. The shoat had never done such a thing before, though he had always been an unpredictable shoat. "I guess that's one of the pigs you don't rent," Wilbarger said. "If I'd been riding my mare, she'd have kicked it so far you'd have had to hunt to find your bacon." "Well, that pig had been asleep," Augustus said. "I guess it didn't expect a horse to be standing there when it woke up." "Which are you, Call or McCrae?" Wilbarger asked, tired of discussing pigs. "I'm McCrae," Augustus said. "Call wouldn't put up with this much jabbering." "Can't blame him," Wilbarger said. "I'm Wilbarger." At that moment, Call stepped out of the house. In fact, his bite had pained him all day, and he had been in the process of making himself a poultice of cactus pulp. It took a while to make, which is why he had come in early. As he came out on the porch, a small man on a gray came riding around the house. "Why, hell, you had us surrounded and we didn't even know it," Augustus said. "This is Captain Call, standing here with his shirt tail out." "I'm Wilbarger," Wilbarger said. "This is my man Chick." "You're free to get down," Call said. "Oh, well," Wilbarger said. "Why get down when I would soon just have to climb back up? It's unnecessary labor. I hear you men trade horses." "We do," Call said. "Cattle, too." "Don't bother me about cattle," Wilbarger said. "I got 3,000 ready to start up the trail. What I need is a remuda." "It's a pity cattle can't be trained to carry riders," Augustus said. The thought had just occurred to him, so following his habit, he put it at once into speech. Both Call and Wilbarger looked at him as if he were daft. "You may think it's a pity," Wilbarger said. "I can call it a blessing. I suppose you wrote that sign." "That's right," Augustus said. "Want me to write you one?" "No, I ain't ready for the sanatorium yet," Wilbarger said. "I never expected to meet Latin in this part of Texas, but I guess education has spread." "How'd you round up that much stock without horses?" Call asked, hoping to get the conversation back around to business. "Oh, well, I just trained a bunch of jackrabbits to chase them out of the brush," Wilbarger said, a bit testy. "In fact, some darn Mexicans stole our horses," he added. "I'd heard you men hung all the Mexican horse thieves when you was rangers, but I guess you missed a few." "Why, hell, we hung every one of 'em," Augustus said, glad to see that their visitor was of an argumentative temper. "It must be the new generation that stole your nags. We ain't responsible for them." "This is idle talk," Wilbarger said. "I happen to be responsible for 3,000 cattle and 11 men. If I could buy 40 horses, good horses, I'd feel happier. Can you oblige me?" "We expect to have 100 head available at sunup tomorrow," Cal said. Gus's talkativeness had one advantage. It often gained him a minute or two in which to formulate plans. "I had no intention of spending the night here," Wilbarger said. "Anyway, I don't need 100 head, or 50 either. How many could I get this afternoon? Augustus dug out his old brass pocket watch and squinted at it. Oh, we couldn't sell horses now, he said. We're closed for the day. Wilbarger abruptly dismounted and automatically loosened his horse's girth a notch or two to give him an easier breath. I never expected to hear talk like this, he said. I never heard of a livery stable closing in bright daylight. Oh, the stable don't close, Augustus said. We can stable anything you want us to. It's just the horse trading part of the operation that's closed. Wilbarger walked up to the porch. If that jug's for rent, I'll rent a swig, he said. I guess that jug's about the only thing that's still open in this town. It's open and it's free, Augustus said, handing it to him. While Wilbarger was drinking, Augustus looked at Call. The remark about the 100 horses had struck him as bold talk, even if they were planning to swing through Mexico. Their main object on recent swings had been cattle. Now and again they ran into a few horses and threw them in with the cattle, but seldom more than 10 or 12 in one night. Where the other 90 were to come from, Augustus didn't know. Ain't there a whore in this town? Chick asked. He was still horseback. The remark took everybody by surprise. Wilbarger seemed quite displeased with it. Chick, I thought you had a few manners, he said. Talking that kind of talk down at the lots is one thing. Talking it up here when I'm trying to discuss business with these gentlemen is something else. Well, them boys at the lots wouldn't tell me, Chick said with a touch of a whine. That's because they're God-fearing boys, Augustus said. You wouldn't catch them boys with no Jezebel. Is that her name? Chick asked. It ain't the name I heard. He's never learned to curb his passions, Wilbarger said. I hope you'll excuse him. A loose tongue is never welcome, Augustus said mildly. Horses, Wilbarger said, returning to the more important subject. This business about being closed is an irritation. I'd hoped to be back to my herd by sunup. It's held in a bad place. The mosquitoes will eat most of my crew if I don't hurry. If I could just get enough ponies to get me started, I might be able to pick up some extras as I go north. That's a risk, Call said. I know it's a risk. What ain't? Wilbarger said. How many could you sell me this afternoon? Call was tired of beating around the bush. 3, he said. 3 this afternoon and 100 tomorrow, Wilbarger said. You must know a man with lots of horses to sell. I wish I knew him. He mostly sells to us, Augustus said. We're lavish with money. Wilbarger handed back the jug. You're lavish with time, too, he said. My time. We couldn't go visit this man right now, could we? Call shook his head. Sunup, he said. Wilbarger nodded as if that was what he had expected. All right, he said. If you've left me a choice, I don't notice it. He walked back to the black horse, tightened the girth, and pulled himself back into the saddle. You men won't disappoint me, will you? He asked. I'm mean as a tom turkey when I'm disappointed. We've always been taken at our word, Call said. You can count on 40 horses at sunup, $35 a horse. We'll be here, Wilbarger said. You won't have to hunt us up. Wait a minute, Call said. What's your horse brand, or do you have one? I have one, Wilbarger said. I brand Hick on the left hip. Are your horses shod? Call asked. All shod, Wilbarger said. Bring 'em if you see 'em. What's Hick stand for? Augustus asked. Well, it's Latin, Wilbarger said. Easier than what you wrote on that sign. Oh, Augustus said. Where'd you study Latin? Yale College, Wilbarger said. Then he and Chick trotted off. I figure he's a liar, Augustus said. A man that went to Yale College wouldn't need to trail cattle for a living. How do you know? Call said. Maybe the family went broke, or maybe he just wanted an outdoor life. Augustus looked skeptical. It was a shock to think there was someone in town more educated than himself. Caught you off, didn't he? Call said. You didn't even know what that short little word means. Why, it's short for hiccup, Augustus said blithely. It's a curious thing to brand on a horse, if you ask me. You figure Jake's drunk? Carl asked. Why, no, Augustus said. I figure he's happier than he was this morning, though. Why? Because I want him sober tonight, Carl said. I want you both sober. I could be sober as the day I was born and not find no 100 horses, Augustus said. Those figures don't make sense. Wilbarger just needs 40, and we can't find that many anyway. What will we do with the other 60 if we was to find them? We'll need a remuda ourselves if we go to Montana, Carl said. Augustus sat the jug down and sighed. I could kick Jake, he said. Why? For putting that idea in your head, Augustus said. Jake's an easy fella. Ideas like that float right through his head and out the other side. But no darn ideas ever made it through your head. Your brain would bog a mule. Here I've been living in a warm climate most of my life, and you want me to move to a cold climate. Why not, if it's better country? Carl asked. Augustus was silent for a time. I don't want to argue Montana right now, he said. I thought we was still arguing tonight. Where are we aiming to steal 100 horses? The Hacienda Flores, Carl said. I knowed it, Augustus said. We ain't going on a cow hunt, we're launching an assault. The Hacienda Flores was the largest ranch in Coahuila. It was there when the Rio Grande was just a river, not a boundary. The vaqueros would cross that river as casually as they crossed any stream. Millions of acres that had once been part of the hacienda were now part of Texas, but vaqueros still crossed the river and brought back cattle and horses. They were, in their view, merely bringing back their own. The ranch headquarters was only 30 miles away, and it was there that they kept the main part of a horse herd, several hundred strong, with many of the horses wearing Texas brands. If I didn't know better, I'd say you were trying to scare up a war, Augustus said. Old Pedro Flores ain't going to make us a gift of 100 horses, even if he did steal all of them himself. Everything's got its risks, Carl said. Yeah, and you're as fond of risk as Jake is of women, Augustus said. Suppose we get away with the horses, what then? Sell Wilbarger 40 and keep the rest, Carl said. Pick up some cattle and head north. Head north who with? Augustus asked. We don't exactly add up to a cattle crew. We can hire cowboys, Carl said. There's plenty of young cowhands around here. Augustus sighed again and stood up. It looked like the easy life was over for a while. Carl had idled too long, and now he was ready to make up for it by working 6 times as hard as a human should work. On the other hand, it would be satisfying to run off some of Pedro's horses. Pedro was an old rival, and rivalry still had its interest. Jake would have done better to let them hang him, he said. You know how he suffers when he has to work. Where are you going? Carl asked when Augustus started to walk off. Why, down to tell Jake the news, Augustus said. He might want to oil his gun. I guess we'll take the boy, Carl said. He'd been thinking about it. If they were going to get 100 horses, they would need every hand. Why, good, Augustus said. I'll tell Newt. He'll probably be so pleased he'll fall off the fence. But Newt wasn't sitting on the fence when he heard the news. He was standing in the sandy bottom of Hat Creek listening to Dish Boggett vomit. Dish was upstream a little ways, acting very sick. He had come walking up from the saloon with Jake Spoon and Mr. Gus, not walking too straight but on his feet. And then he had stumbled over to the edge of the creek and started vomiting. Now he was down on his hands and knees, still vomiting. The sounds coming out of him reminded Newt of the sucking sound a cow makes pulling her foot out of a muddy bog. Newt had been sick at his stomach a few times, but never that sick, and he was worried. Dish sounded like he was going to die. Newt would not have thought anybody could get so sick in such a short space of time. Mr. Jake and Mr. Gus didn't seem worried, though. They stood on the banks of the creek, chatting amiably, while Dish hung his head and made the sound like the bogged cow. With Dish in such trouble, Newt could hardly enjoy the good news Mr. Gus had told him, though it was news he had waited for years. Instead of floating with happiness, he was too worried about Dish to feel much of anything else. "Want me to go get Bolivar?" he asked. Bolivar was the house doctor. Mr. Gus shook his head. Bolivar can't get a man over being drunk, he said. Carl should have kept you boys working. If Dish had stayed down in that well, he never would have been tempted. A fish couldn't drink no faster than that boy drank, Jake said. If fishes drink. They don't drink what he drunk, Augustus said. He knew perfectly well that Dish had been love-smitten, and that it had been his undoing. I hope the captain don't see him, Newt said. The captain was intolerant of drinking unless it was done at night and in moderation. No sooner had he said it than they saw the captain come out of the house and walk toward them. Dish was still on his hands and knees. About that time, Bolivar began to beat the dinner bell with the crowbar, though it was much earlier than their usual supper hour. He had evidently not cleared his action with the captain, who looked around in annoyance. The clanging of iron on iron didn't do much to improve Dish's condition. He began to make the boggy sound again. Jake looked at Augustus. Carl's apt to fire him, he said. Ain't there any excuses we can make for him? Dish Boggett is a top hand, Augustus said. He can make his own excuses. Carl walked up and looked at the stricken cowboy, whose stomach was still heaving. What happened to him? He asked, frowning. I didn't see it, Augustus said. I think he may have swallowed a hunk of barbed wire. Dish, meanwhile, heard a new voice above him and turned his head enough to see that the captain had joined the group of spectators. It was an eventuality he had been dreading even in his sickness. He had no memory of what had happened in the dry bean except that he had sung a lot of songs, but even in the depths of his drunkenness he had realized he would have to answer for it all to Captain Call. At some point he had lost sight of Lorena, forgot he was in love with her, and even forgot she was sitting across the room with Jake, but he never quite forgot that he was supposed to ride that night with Captain Call. In his mind's eye he had seen them riding, even as he drank and sang, and now the captain had come, and it was time to begin the ride. Dish didn't know if he had the strength to stand up, much less mount a horse, much less stay aboard one and round up livestock, but he knew his reputation was at stake, and that if he didn't give it a try he would be disgraced forever. His stomach had not quite quit heaving, but he managed to take a deep breath and get to his feet. He made a pretense of walking up the bank as if nothing was wrong, but his legs had no life in them, and he was forced to drop to his knees and crawl up, which only added embarrassment to his misery, the bank being scarcely 3 feet high and little more than a slope. Carl stepped close enough to the young cowboy to smell whiskey and realized he was only sick drunk. It was the last thing he had expected, and his immediate impulse was to fire the boy on the spot and send him back to Shanghai Pierce, who was said to be tolerant of the bottle. But before he opened his mouth to do it, he happened to note that Gus and Jake were grinning at one another as if it were all a capital joke. To them, no doubt it was. Jokes had always interested them more than serious business. But since they were so full of this particular joke, it occurred to Carl that they had probably tricked Dish somehow and got him drunk on purpose, in which case it was not entirely the boy's fault. They were wily foxes, and worse about joking when the two of them were together. It was just like them to pull such a stunt at the time when it was least appropriate, just the kind of thing they had done all through their years as rangers. Dish, meanwhile, had gained the top of the bank and made it to his feet. When he stood up, his head cleared for a moment and he felt a wild optimism. Maybe he was over being drunk. A second later, his hopes were shattered. He started to walk off toward the lots to saddle his horse, stubbed his toe on a mesquite root that poked up through the dirt and fell flat on his face. Newt's hopes had risen too when Dish stood up, and he was horribly embarrassed when his friend sprawled in the dirt. It was a mystery to him how Dish could get so drunk in such a short space of time, and why he would do it, with such an important night ahead. Bolivar was still banging the bell with the crowbar, making it that much more difficult to think. Jake Spoon was unaccustomed to Bolivar's habits and grimaced unhappily as the banging continued. "Who asked that old man to make such a racket?" he asked. "Why don't somebody shoot him?" "If we shoot him, we'll have Gus for a cook," Call said. "In that case, we'll have to eat talk, or else starve to death listening. You could do worse than listen to me, Augustus said. Dish Boggett had risen again. His eyes had a wide, glassy look, and he held himself carefully as if afraid that another fall would break him like glass. "What happened to you?" Call asked. "Why, Captain," Dish said, "I wish I could say." "Why can't you say?" "Because I can't remember," Dish said. "Oh, he's all right," Augustus said. "He just wanted to see how fast he could drink 2 bottles of whiskey." "Who put him up to that?" Call asked. "Not me," Augustus said. "Not me neither," Jake said, grinning. "All I'd done was offer to hunt a funnel. I believe he could have got it down a little faster if he had a funnel." "I can ride, Captain," Dish said. "Once I get on a horse, it'll all wear off." "I hope you're right," Call said. "I'll not keep a man in my crew who can't do his job." Bolivar was still clanging the bell, which caused Jake to look more out of temper. "Hell, if this is the 4th of July, I'll set off my own firecrackers," he said, taking out his pistol. Before anybody could say a word, he shot 3 times in the general direction of the house. The clanging continued as if the shots hadn't happened, but Newt at least was shocked. It seemed a reckless way to act, even if Bol was making too much noise. "If you're that trigger-happy, no wonder you're on the run," Augustus said. "If you want to stop the noise, go hit him in the head with a brick." "Why walk when you can shoot?" Jake asked with another grin. Call said nothing. He had noticed that Jake actually raised his barrel enough to eliminate any danger to their cook. It was typical. Jake always liked to act meaner than he was. "If you men want grub, you better go get it," he said. "Sundown would be the time to leave." After supper, Jake and Augustus went outside to smoke and spit. Dish sat on the Dutch oven sipping black coffee and squeezing his temples with one hand. Each temple felt like someone had given it a sharp rap with a small axe. Dietz and Newt started for the lots to catch the horses. Newt very conscious of the fact that he was the only one in the group without a sidearm. Dietz had an old Walker Colt the size of a ham, which he only wore when he went on trips since he wouldn't have been stout enough to carry it all day without wearing down. The captain had gone to the lots ahead of them since it took a little time to get the hell bitch saddled. He had her snubbed to the post when Dietz and Newt arrived. When Newt walked in the barn to get a rope, the captain turned and handed him a holstered pistol and a gun belt. "Better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it," he added, a little solemnly. Newt took the gun and slipped it out of its holster. It smelled faintly of oil. The captain must have oiled it that day. It was not the first time he had held a pistol, of course. Mr. Gus had given him thorough training in pistol shooting and had even complimented him on his skill. But holding one and actually having one of your own were 2 different things. He turned the cylinder of the Colt and listened to the small, clear clicks it made. The grip was wood, the barrel cool and blue. The holster had kept a faint smell of saddle soap. He slipped the gun back in its holster, put the gun belt around his waist, and felt the gun's solid weight against his hip. When he walked out into the lots to catch his horse, he felt grown and complete for the first time in his life. The sun was just easing down toward the western horizon. The bull bats were dipping toward the stone stock tank that Dietz and the captain had built long ago. Dietz had already caught Mr. Gus's horse, a big solid sorrel they called Mud Pie, and was catching his own mount. Newt shook out a loop and on the first throw caught his own favorite, a dun gelding he called Mouse. He felt he could even rope better with the gun on his hip. "Oh my, they done put a gun on you, ain't they?" Dietz said with a big grin. "I guess next thing you'll be boss of us all." No thought that ambitious had ever crossed Newt's mind. The summit of his hopes had been to be one of the crew, to be allowed to go along and do whatever there was to do. But Dietz had said it as a joke, and Newt was in the perfect mood to take a joke. "That's right," he said. "I 'spect they'll make me boss any day, and the first thing I'll do is raise your wages." Dietz slapped his leg and laughed. The thought was so funny. When the rest of the outfit finally wandered down from the house, they found the two of them grinning back and forth at one another. "Look at 'em," Augusta said. "You'd think they just discovered teeth." As the day died and the afterglow stretched upward in the soft, empty sky, the Hat Creek outfit, 7 strong, crossed the river and rode southeast toward the Hacienda Flores. 10. The first difference Newt noticed about being grown up was that time didn't pass as slow. The minute they crossed the river, the captain struck southeast in a long trot, and in no time the land darkened and they were riding by moonlight, still in a long trot. Since he had never been allowed in Mexico except once in a while in one of the small villages down the river when they were buying stock legitimately, he didn't really know what to expect, but he hadn't expected it to be quite so dark and empty. P.I. and Mr. Gus were always talking about how thick the bandits were, and yet the 7 of them rode for 2 hours into country that seemed to contain nothing except itself. They saw no lights, heard no sounds. They just rode across shallow gullies, through thinning chaparral, farther and farther from the river. Once in a while the captain stepped up the pace and they traveled in a short lope, but mostly he stuck with the trot. Since Mouse had an easy trot and a hard lope, Newt was happy with the gait. He was in the middle of the company. It was P.I.'s traditional job to watch the rear. Newt rode beside Dish Boggett, who had not said one word since leaving, and whose state Newt couldn't judge, though at least he hadn't fallen off his horse. The thin moon lit the sky, but not the ground. The only landmarks were shadows, low shadows, mostly made by chaparral and mesquite. Of course, it was not Newt's place to worry about the route, but it occurred to him that he'd better try to keep some sense of where he was in case he got separated from the outfit and had to find his own way back. But the farther they rode, the more lost he felt. About all he knew for sure was that the river was on his left. He tried to watch the captain and Mr. Gus and to recognize the landmarks they were guiding the outfit by, but he could detect nothing. They did not seem to be paying much attention to the terrain. It was only when they loped over a ridge and surprised a sizable herd of longhorns that the captain drew rein. The cattle, spooked by the 7 riders, were already running away. By this time the stars were bright, and the Milky Way like a long speckled cloud. Without a word, the captain got off. Stepping to the end of his rein, he began to relieve himself. One by one, the other men dismounted and did the same, turning slightly so as not to be pointed at one another. Newt thought he had better do what the others were doing, but to his embarrassment could not make water. All he could do was button up again and hope nobody had noticed. In the silence that followed the pissing, they could still hear the sound of running cattle, the only sound to be heard other than the breath of the horses or the occasional jingling spur. The captain seemed to feel the horses deserved a short rest. He stayed on the ground, looking in the direction of the fleeing cattle. "Them cattle could be had for the taking," he said. "Anybody get a count?" "No, I never," Augustus said, as if he would be the only one who could possibly have made a count. "Oh, was them cattle?" Jake said. "I thought they was dern antelope. They went over the ridge so fast I never got a look." "It's lucky they run west," Call said. "Lucky for who?" Augustus asked. "For us," Call said. "We can come back and pick them up tomorrow night. I bet it was 400 or more." "Them of us wants to can, I guess," Augustus said. "I ain't worked 2 nights running since I can remember." "You never worked 2 nights running," Jake said as he swung back up on his horse. "Not unless you was working at a lady, anyhow." "How far have we come, Dietz?" Call asked. Dietz had one amazing skill. He could judge distances traveled better than any man Call had ever known, and he could do it in the daytime, at night, in all weathers, and in brush. "It's 5 miles yet to the out camp," Dietz said. It's a little ways north, too. Let's bear around it, Call said. Augustus considered that an absurd precaution. "My God," he said, "the derned camp's 5 miles away. We can likely slip past it without going clear around by Mexico City." "It don't hurt to give it room," Call said. "We might scare some more cattle. I've known men who could hear the sound of running cattle a long way off." "I couldn't hear Jehovah's trumpet from no 5 miles off," Augustus said. "Anyway, we ain't the only thing in this country that can spook cattle. A lobo wolf can spook them, or a lion." "I didn't ask for a speech," Call said. "It's foolish to take chances." "Some might think it foolish to try and steal horses from the best armed ranch in northern Mexico," Augustus said. "Pedro must work about 100 vaqueros." "Yes, but they're spread around and most of them can't shoot," Call said. "Most of us can't either," Augustus said. "Dish and Newt ain't never spilt blood, and one of 'em's drunk anyway." "Gus, you talk to a possum," Jake said. "I wish we had one along," Augustus said. "I've seen possums that could outthink this crowd." After that, the talk died, and they all slipped back into the rhythm of the ride. Newt tried hard to stay alert, but their pace was so steady that after a while he stopped thinking and just rode. Dietz in front of him, Dish beside him, P behind. If he had been sleepy, he could almost have gone to sleep at a high trot. It was all so regular. Dish Boggett had ridden off the worst of his drunk, though there were moments when he still felt queasy. Dish had spent most of his life on a horse and could ride in any condition short of paralysis. He had no trouble keeping his place in the group. In time, his head quit throbbing, and he felt well enough to take an interest in the proceedings at hand. He was not troubled by any sense of being lost or any apprehension about Mexican bandits. He was confident of his mount and prepared to outrun any trouble that couldn't be otherwise handled. His main trouble was that he was riding just behind Jake Spoon, and thus was reminded of what had happened in the saloon every time he looked up. He knew he had become a poor second in Lorena's affections to the man just in front of him, and the knowledge rankled. The one consoling thought was that there might be gunplay before the night was over. Dish had never been in a gun battle, but he reasoned that if bullets flew thick and fast, Jake might stop one of them, which could change the whole situation. It wasn't exactly that Dish hoped he'd be killed outright, maybe just wounded enough that they'd have to leave him someplace downriver where there might be a doctor. More than once they spotted bunches of long-horned cattle, all of whom ran like deer at the approach of the horsemen. "Why, hell, if we was to start to Montana with cattle like these, we'd be there in a week," Augustus said. "A horse couldn't keep up with them, nor a steam locomotive neither." "The big camp, Captain," Dietz said. "It's over the ridge." "We don't want the camp, we want the horse herd," Augustus said in his full voice. "Talk up, Gus," Jake said. "If you talk a little louder, they'll probably bring the horse herd to us, only they'll be riding it." "Well, they're just a bunch of bean eaters," Augustus said. "As long as they don't fart in my direction, I ain't worried." Call turned south. The closer they were to action, the more jocularity bothered him. It seemed to him that men who had been in bad fights and seen death and injury ought to develop a little respect for the dangers of their trade. The last thing he wanted to do at such times was talk. A man who was talking couldn't listen to the country and might miss hearing something that would make the crucial difference. Gus's disregard of common sense in such matters was legendary. Jake appeared to have the same disregard, but Call knew his was mostly bluff. Gus started the joking, and Jake felt like he had to keep up his end of it because he wanted to be thought a cool customer. In fact, though, Gus McCrae was a cool customer, perhaps the coolest Call had ever known, and he had known many men who didn't scare easy. His disregard of danger was so complete that Call initially thought he must want to die. He had known men who did want to die, who for some reason had ended up with a dislike of life, and most of them had got the death they wanted. In Texas, in his time, getting killed was easy. But Gus loved to live and had no intention of letting anyone do him out of any of his pleasures. Call finally decided his coolness was just a byproduct of his general vanity and overconfidence. Call himself spent plenty of time on self-appraisal. He knew what he could certainly do and what he might do if he was lucky and what he couldn't do barring a miracle. The problem with Gus was that he regarded himself as the miracle in such situations. He treated danger with light contempt or open scorn, and scorn was about all he seemed to have for Pedro Flores, although Pedro had held on to his stony empire through 40 violent years. Of course, when trouble came, Gus was reliable. But the only man in the outfit who was really much help as a planner was Dietz. Nobody expected Dietz to talk, which left him free to pay attention, and he paid careful attention, often noticing things that Call had overlooked or confirming judgments that Call felt uncertain about. Even Gus was quick to admit that Dietz had the best hearing in the outfit, although Dietz himself claimed to rely just as much on his sense of smell, a claim Augustus poked fun at. "What does trouble smell like, then?" he asked. "I never noticed it had an odor. You right sure you ain't just smelling yourself?" But Dietz would never explain himself or allow Gus to draw him very deeply into argument. "How did the coyote know?" he sometimes replied. When they had ridden south 2 or 3 more miles, Call drew rein. "There's another outcamp off this way," he said. "His wranglers stay in it. I doubt there's more than 1 or 2 of them, but we don't want one to get loose to warn the big house. We best sneak in and catch them. Me and Dietz can do it." "Them vaqueros are probably drunk by now," Augusta said. "Drunk and asleep both." "We'll split," Call said. "You and Jake and P and Dish go get the horses. We'll catch the wranglers." Only after he said it did he remember the boy. He had forgotten he was along. Of course, it would have been safer for the boy to go after the horse herd, but the order had been given and he never liked to change his plan once one was struck. Augustus dismounted and tightened his cinch a notch. "I hope we don't strike too many gullies," he said. "I dislike jumping gullies in the dark." Newt's heart gave a little jump when he realized the captain meant to keep him with him. It must mean the captain thought he was worth something after all, though he had no idea how to catch a wrangler, Mexican or otherwise. Once the group split up, Call slowed his pace. He was inwardly annoyed with himself for not sending the boy with Gus. He and Dietz had worked together so long that very little talk was needed between them. Dietz just did what needed to be done, silently. But the boy wouldn't know what needed to be done and might blunder into the way. "You reckon I keep a dog?" Call asked. A dog was likely to bark at anything, and a smart vaquero would heed it and take immediate precautions. Dietz shook his head. "A dog would already be barking," he said. "Maybe the dog got snake bit." Newt gripped his reins tightly and mashed his hat down on his head every few minutes. He didn't want to lose his hat. 2 worries seesawed in his mind, that he might get killed or they might make a stupid blunder and displease the captain. Neither was pleasant to contemplate. Call stopped and dismounted when it seemed to him they were about 1/4 of a mile from the camp. The boy did the same, but Dietz, for some reason, still sat his horse. Call looked at him and was about to speak, but Dietz lifted his big hand. He apparently heard something they didn't hear. "What is it?" Call whispered. Dietz got down, still listening. "Don't know," he said. "Sounded like singing." "Why would the vaqueros be singing this time of night?" Call asked. "Nope, white folks singing," Dietz said. That was even more puzzling. "Maybe you hear Gus," Call said. "Surely he wouldn't be crazy enough to sing now." "I'm going a little closer," Dietz said, handing Newt his reins. Newt felt awkward once Dietz left. He was afraid to speak, so he simply stood, holding the 2 horses. It embarrassed Call that his own hearing had never been as good as it should be. He listened but could hear nothing at all. Then he noticed the boy, who looked tense as a wire. "Do you hear it?" he asked. At any other time, the question would have struck Newt as simple. Either he heard something or he didn't. But under the press of action and responsibilities, the old certainties dissolved. He did think he heard something, but he couldn't say what. The sound was so distant and indistinct that he couldn't even be sure it was a sound. The harder he strained to hear, the more uncertain he felt about what he heard. He would never have suspected that a simple thing like sound could produce such confusion. "I might hear it," Newt said, feeling keenly that the remark was inadequate. "It's a real thin sound," he added. "Haven't they got birds down here? It could be a bird." Carl drew his rifle from his saddle scabbard. Newt started to get his, but Carl stopped him. "You won't need it, and you might just drop it," he said. "I dropped one of mine once and had to go off and leave it." Dietz was suddenly back with them, stepping quietly to the captain's side. "They're singing, all right," he said. "Who?" "Some white folks," Dietz said. "2 of 'em. Got 'em a mule and a donkey." "That don't make no sense at all," Carl said. "What would 2 white men be doing in one of Pedro Flores's camps?" "We can go look," Dietz said. They followed Dietz in single file over a low ridge where they stopped. A flickering light was visible some 100 yards away. When they stopped, Dietz's judgment was immediately borne out. The singing could be plainly heard. The song even sounded familiar. "Why, it's Mary McCrae," Newt said. "Lippy plays it." Carl hardly knew what to think. They slipped a little closer to the corner of what had once been a large rail corral. It was obvious that the camp was no longer much used because the corral was in poor repair, rails scattered everywhere. The hut that once belonged to the Wranglers was roofless. Smoke from the singer's fire drifted upward, whiter than the moonlight. "This camp's been burnt out," Carl whispered. He could hear the singing plainly, which only increased his puzzlement. The voices weren't Mexican, nor were they Texan. They sounded Irish. But why were Irishmen having a singing party in one of Pedro Flores's old cow camps? It was an odd situation to have stumbled onto. He had never heard of an Irish vaquero. The whole business was perplexing, but he couldn't just stand around and wonder about it. The horse herd would soon be on the move. "I guess we better catch him," he said. "We'll just walk in from 3 sides. If you see one of them make a break for it, try to shoot his horse." "No horses," Dietz reminded him. "Just a mule and a donkey." "Shoot it anyway," Carl said. "What if I hit the man?" Newt said. "That's his worry," Carl said. "Not letting him ride away is your worry." They secured their horses to a little stunted tree and turned toward the hut. The singing had stopped, but the voices could still be heard, raised in argument. At that point, the captain and Dietz walked off, leaving Newt alone with his nervousness and a vast weight of responsibility. It occurred to him that he was closest to their own horses. If the men were well-trained bandits, they might like nothing better than to steal 3 such horses. The singing might be a trick, a way of throwing the captain off guard. Perhaps there were more than 2 men. The others could be hidden in the darkness. No sooner had it occurred to him that there might be more bandits than he began to wish it hadn't occurred to him. The thought was downright scary. There were lots of low bushes, mostly chaparral, between him and the hut, and there could be a bandit with a bowie knife behind any one of them. P had often explained to him how effective a good bowie knife was in the hands of someone who knew where to stick it. Descriptions of stickings came back to his mind as he eased forward. Before he had gone 10 steps, he had become almost certain that his end was at hand. It was clear to him that he would be an easy victim for a bandit with the least experience. He had never shot anyone, and he couldn't see well at night. His own helplessness was so obvious to him that he quickly came to feel numb. Not too numb to dread what might happen, but too dull feeling to be able to think of a plan of resistance. He even felt a flash of irritation with the captain for being so careless as to leave him on the side of the house where their horses were. Captain Call's trust, which he had never really expected to earn, had immediately become excessive, leaving him with responsibilities he didn't feel capable of meeting. But time was moving forward, and he himself was walking slowly toward the house, his pistol in one hand. The hut had seemed close when the captain and Dietz were standing with him, but once they left, it had somehow gotten farther away, leaving him many dangerous shadows to negotiate. The one reassuring aspect was that the men in the shadows were talking loudly and probably wouldn't hear him coming unless he lost control completely and shot off his gun. When he got within 30 yards of the house, he stopped and squatted behind a bush. The hut had never been more than a lean-to with a few piles of adobe bricks stacked up around it. Its walls were so broken and full of holes that it was easy to look in. Newt saw that both the men arguing were short and rather stout. Also, they were unarmed, or appeared to be. Both had on dirty shirts, and the older of the two men was almost bald. The other one looked young, perhaps no older than himself. They had a bottle, but it evidently didn't have much left in it because the older one wouldn't pass it to the young one. It was not hard to make out the drift of their conversation, either. The subject of the debate was their next meal. "I say we eat the mule," the younger man said. "Nothing of the sort," the other said. "Then give me a drink," the younger said. "Go away," the older man said. "You don't deserve my liquor, and you won't eat my mule. I'm beholden to this mule, and so are you. Didn't it bring you all this way with no complaint?" "To the desert to die, you mean?" the young one said. "I'm to thank a mule for that?" Newt could just make out a thin mule and a small donkey tethered at the entrance of the hut beyond the fire. "If it comes to it, we'll eat the donkey," the bald man said. "What can you do with a donkey, anyway?" "Train it to sit on its ass and eat sugar cubes," the young one said. Then he giggled at his own wit. Newt edged a little closer, his fear rapidly diminishing. Men who could engage in such conversation didn't seem very dangerous. Just as he was relaxing, a hand suddenly gripped his shoulder, and for a second he nearly fainted with fright, thinking the Bowie knife would hit him next. Then he realized it was Dietz. Motioning for him to follow, Dietz walked right up to the hut. He did not appear to be worried in the least. When they were a few feet from the broken adobe wall, Newt saw Captain Call step into the circle of firelight from the other side. "You men just hold steady," he said, in a calm, almost friendly voice. It evidently didn't sound as friendly to the men around the fire. "Murderers!" the young one yelled. He sprang to his feet and darted past the captain so fast the captain didn't even have time to trip him or hit him with his rifle barrel. For a fat man, he moved fast, springing on the back of the mule before the other two could even move. Newt expected the captain to shoot him or at least step over and knock him off the mule, but to his surprise the captain just stood and watched, his rifle in the crook of his arm. The boy, for he was no older, pounded the mule desperately with his heels, and the mule responded with a short leap and then went crashing down, throwing the boy over its head and almost back to the spot he had left. Looking more closely, Newt saw why the captain had not bothered to stop the escape. The mule was hobbled. The sight of a man so addled as to try and get away on a hobbled mule was too much for Dietz. He slapped his leg with his big hand and laughed a deep laugh, resting his rifle for a moment on the low adobe wall. "You see, it's a poor mule," the boy said indignantly, springing up. "Its legs won't work." Dietz laughed even louder, but the bald-headed man sighed and looked at the captain in a rather jolly way. "He's my brother, but he ain't smart," he said quietly. "The Lord gave him a fine baritone voice, and I guess he thought that was enough to do for a poor Irish boy." "I'm smarter than yourself, at least," the boy said, kicking dirt at his brother. He seemed quite prepared to take the quarrel farther, but his brother merely smiled. "You must unhobble the mule if you want his legs to work," he said. It's details like that you're always forgetting, Sean. The mule had managed to get to his feet and was standing quietly by the captain. "Well, I didn't hobble him," Sean said. "I was riding the donkey." The bald-headed man hospitably held the bottle out to the captain. "It's only a swallow," he said. "But if you're thirsty, you're welcome." "Much obliged, but I'll pass," the captain said. "Do you men know where you are?" "We ain't in Ireland," the boy said. "I know that much." "You wouldn't have a bag of potatoes about you, sir, would you?" the older said. "We do miss our spuds." Call motioned for Dietz and Newt to join the group. When they did, the bald man stood up. "Since you've not bothered to murder us, I'll introduce myself," he said. "I'm Alan O'Brien, and this is young Sean." "Are those your only animals?" Call asked. "Just a donkey and a mule?" "We had 3 mules to start with," Alan said. "I'm afraid our thirst got the better of us. We traded 2 mules for a donkey and some liquor." "On some beans," Sean said. "Only the beans were no good. I broke my tooth trying to eat one." It was Call's turn to sigh. He had expected vaqueros and instead had turned up 2 helpless Irishmen, neither of whom even had an adequate mount. Both the mule and the donkey looked starved. "How did you men get here?" he asked. "That would be a long story," Alan said. "Are we far from Galveston? That was our destination." "You overshot it by a wide mark," Call said. "This hut you're resting in belongs to a man named Pedro Flores. He ain't a gentleman, and if he finds you tomorrow, I expect he'll hang you." "Oh, he will," Dietz agreed. "He'll be mad tomorrow." "Fine, we'll go with you," Alan said. He courteously offered the bottle to both Dietz and Newt, and when they refused, drained it with one gulp and flung it into the darkness. "Now we're packed," he said. "Get the horses," Call said to Newt, looking at the Irishman. They were none of his business, and he could just ride off and leave them, but the theft he was about to commit would put their lives in considerable danger. Pedro Flores would vent his anger on whatever whites laid a hand. "I've no time for a long explanation," he said. "We've got some horses to the south of here. I'll send a man back with 2 of them as soon as I can. Be ready. We won't wait for you." "You mean leave tonight?" the boy said. "What about sleep?" "Just be ready," Call said. "We'll want to move fast when we move, and you'll never make it on that mule and that jackass." Newt felt sorry for the 2. They seemed friendly. The younger one was holding the sack of dried beans. Newt didn't feel he could leave without a word about the beans. "You have to soak them beans," he said. "Soak them a while and it softens them up." The captain was already loping away, and Newt didn't dare linger any longer. "There's no water to soak them in," Sean said. He was very hungry and inclined to despair at such times. Dietz was the last to leave. Alan O'Brien walked over as he was mounting. "I hope you'll not forget us," he said. "I do fear we're lost." The captain said, "We'll get you. We'll get you," Dietz said. "Maybe they'll bring a wagon," Sean said. "A wagon would suit me best." "A cradle would suit you best," his brother said. They listened as the sound of loping horses grew faint and was lost in the desert night. 11. Augustus soon found the horse herd in a valley south of the old line camp. Call had predicted its location precisely, but had overestimated its size. A couple of horses whinnied at the sight of riders, but didn't seem particularly disturbed. "Probably all Texas horses anyway," Augustus said. "Probably had enough of Mexico." "I've had enough of it, and I just got here," Jake said, lighting his smoke. "I never liked it down here with these chilly bellies." "Why, Jake, you should stay and make your home here," Augustus said. "That sheriff can't follow you here. Besides, think of the women." "I got a woman," Jake said, That one back in Lonesome Dove will do me for a while." "She'll do you all right," Augusta said. "That girl's got more spunk than you have." "What would you know about it, Gus?" Jake asked. "I don't suppose you've spent time with her, a man your age." "The older the violin, the sweeter the music," Augusta said. "You never knowed much about women." Jake didn't answer. He had forgotten how much Gus liked argument. "I guess you think all women want you to marry them and build them a house and raise 5 or 6 brats," Augusta said. "But it's my view that very few women are fools, and only a fool would pick you for a chore like that, Jake. You'll do fine for a barn dance or a cakewalk or maybe a picnic, but house building and brat raising ain't exactly your line." Jake kept quiet. He knew that silence was the best defense once Augustus got wound up. It might take him a while to talk himself out if left alone, but any response would just encourage him. "This ain't no 100 horses," he said after a bit. "Maybe we got the wrong herd." "Nope, it's right," Augustus said. "Pedro just learned not to keep all his remuda in one place. It's almost 40 horses here. It won't satisfy Woodrow, but then practically nothing does." He had no sooner spoken than he heard 3 horses coming from the north. "If that ain't them, we're under attack," Jake said. "It's them," Augustus said. "A scout like you who's traveled in Montana ought to recognize his own men." "Gus, you'd exasperate a preacher," Jake said. "I don't know what your darn horses sound like." It was an old trick of theirs trying to make him feel incompetent, as if a man was incompetent because he couldn't see in the dark or identify a local horse by the sound of its trot. "Ah, God, you're tetchy, Jake," Augustus said just as Call rode up. "Is this all there is, or did you trot in and run the rest off?" he asked. "Do them horses look nervous?" Augustus asked. "Dern," Call said. "Last time we was through here, there was 200 or 300 horses." "Maybe Pedro's going broke," Augustus said. "Mexicans can go broke same as Texans. What'd you do with the vaqueros?" "We didn't find none. We just found 2 Irishmen." "Irishmen?" Augustus asked. "They just lost," Dietz said. "Hell, I can believe they're lost," Jake said. "On their way to Galveston," Newt said, thinking it might help clarify the situation. Augustus laughed. "I guess it ain't hard to miss Galveston if you start from Ireland," he said. "However, it takes skill to miss the darn United States entirely and hit Pedro Flores's ranch. I'd like to meet men who can do that." "You'll get your chance," Call said. "They don't have mounts unless you count a mule and a donkey. I guess we better help them out of their fix." "I'm surprised they ain't naked, too," Augustus said. "I'd had thought some bandit would have stolen their clothes by now." "Have you counted these horses, or have you been sitting here jawing?" Call said brusquely. The night was turning out to be more complicated and less profitable than he had hoped. "I signed that chore to Dish Boggett," Augustus said. "It's around 40. "Not enough," Call said. "You take 2 and go back and get the Irishman." He took his rope off his saddle and handed it to the boy. "Go catch 2 horses," he said. "You better make hackamores." Newt was so surprised by the assignment he almost dropped the rope. He had never roped a horse in the dark before, but he would have to try. He trotted off toward the horse herd, sure they would probably stampede at the sight of him. But he had a piece of luck. 6 or 8 horses trotted over to sniff at his mount, and he easily caught one of them. As he was making a second loop and trying to lead the first horse over to pee, Dish Boggett trotted over without being asked and casually roped another horse. "What are we going to do, brand 'em?" he asked. Newt was irritated, for he would have liked to complete the assignment himself, but since it was Dish, he said nothing. "Lend 'em to some men we found," he said. "Irishmen." "Oh," Dish said, "I hate to lend my rope to an Irishman. I might be out a good rope." Newt solved that by putting his own rope on the second horse. He led them back to where the captain was waiting. As he did, Mr. Gus began to laugh, causing Newt to worry that he had done something improperly after all. He couldn't imagine what. Then he saw that they were looking at the horse brands, H-I-C, on the left hips. "It just goes to show that even sinners can accomplish Christian acts," Augusta said. "Here we set out to rob a man, and now we're in a position to return valuable property to a man who's already been robbed. That's curious justice, ain't it?" "It's wasted night, is what it is," Call said. "If it was me, I'd make the man pay a reward for them horses," Jake said. "He'd never have seen them again if it hadn't been for us." Call was silent. Of course they could not charge a man for his own horses. "That's all right, Call," Augusta said. "We'll make it up off the Irishmen. Maybe they got rich uncles, bank directors, or railroad magnates or something. They'll be so happy to see those boys alive again that they'll likely make us partners." Call ignored him, trying to think of some way to salvage the trip. Though he'd always been a careful planner, life on the frontier had long ago convinced him of the fragility of plans. The truth was, most plans did fail to one degree or another, for one reason or another. He had survived as a ranger because he was quick to respond to what he had actually found, not because his planning was infallible. In the present case, he had found 2 destitute travelers and a herd of recently stolen horses. But it was still 4 hours till sunup, and he was reluctant to abandon his original ambition, which was to return with 100 Mexican horses. It was still possible if he acted decisively. "All right," he said, quickly sorting over in his head who should be assigned to do what. "These are mainly Will Barger's horses. The reason they're so gentle is because they've been run to a frazzle, and they're used to Texans besides. I'd catch one and ride him home if I could find one that paces," Jake said. "I'm about to give out from bouncing on this old trotter you boys gave me." "Jake's used to feather pillows and Arkansas whores," Augusta said. "It's a pity he has to associate with hard old cobs like us." "You two can jabber tomorrow," Call said. "Pedro's horses have got to be somewhere. I'd like to make a run at them before I quit. That means we have to split 3 ways. "Leave me split the shortest way home," Jake said, never too proud to complain. "I've bounced my ass over enough of Mexico." "All right," Call said. "You and Dietz and Dish take these horses home." He would have liked to have Dietz with him, but Dietz was the only one he knew for certain could take the Will Barger horses on a line for Lonesome Dove. Dish Boggett, though said to be a good hand, was an untested quality, whereas Jake was probably lost himself. "Gus, that leaves you the Irishman," he said. "If they can ride, you ought to catch up with these horses somewhere this side of the river. Just don't stop to play no poker with them." Augustus considered the situation for a minute. "So that's your strategy, is it?" he said. "You and Newt and P get to have all the fun, and the rest of us are stuck with the chores." "Why, I was trying to make it easy for you, Gus," Call said, "seeing as you're the oldest and most decrepit." "See you for breakfast, then," Augusta said, taking the lead ropes from Newt. "I just hope the Irishmen don't expect a buggy." With that, he galloped off. The rest of them trotted down to where P and Dish were sitting, waiting. "P, you come with me," Call said. "And you," looking at the boy. Though it would expose Newt to more danger, he decided he wanted the boy with him. At least he wouldn't pick up bad habits, as he undoubtedly would have if he'd been sent along with Gus. "All you 3 have to do is get these horses to town by sunup," he added. "If we ain't back, give Will Barger his." "What are you planning to do, stay here and get married?" Jake asked. "My plans ain't set," he said. "Don't you worry about us. Just keep them horses moving." He looked at Dietz when he said that. He could not formally make Dietz the leader over 2 white men, but he wanted him to know that he had the responsibility of seeing that the horses got there. Dietz said nothing, but when he trotted off to start the horses, he took the point as if it was his natural place. Dish Boggett loped around to the other point, leaving Jake to bring up the rear. Jake seemed largely uninterested in the proceedings, which was his way. "Call, you're some friend," he said. "I ain't been home a whole day, and you already got me stealing horses." but he loped off after the herd and was soon out of sight. P.I. yawned as he watched him go. "I swear," he said, "Jake's just like he used to be." An hour later, they found the main horse herd in a narrow valley several miles to the north. Call estimated it to be over 100 horses strong. The situation had its difficulty, the main one being that the horses were barely a mile from the Flores headquarters, and on the wrong side of it at that. It would be necessary to bring them back past the hacienda, or else take them north to the river, a considerably longer route. If Pedro Flores and his men chose to pursue, they would have a fine chance of catching them out in the open in broad daylight several miles from help. It would be himself and P and the boy against a small army of vaqueros. On the other hand, he didn't relish leaving the horses now that he had found them. He was tempted just to move them right past the hacienda and hope everyone there had gone to bed drunk. "Well, we're here," he said. "Let's take 'em." "It's a bunch," P said. "We won't have to come back for a while." "We won't never come back," Call said. "We'll sell some and take the rest with us to Montana." Life was finally starting, Newt thought. Here he was below the border, about to run off a huge horse herd, and in a few days or weeks he would be going up the trail to a place he had barely even heard of. Most of the cowpokes who went north from Lonesome Dove just went to Kansas and thought that was far. But Montana must be twice as far. He couldn't imagine what such a place would look like. Jake had said it had buffalo and mountains, two things he had never seen, and snow, the hardest thing of all to imagine. He had seen ridges and hills, and so had a notion about mountains. And he had seen pictures of buffalo in the papers that the stage drivers sometimes left Mr. Gus. Snow, however, was an entirely mysterious thing. Once or twice in his lifetime there had been freezes in Lonesome Dove. He had seen thin ice on the water bucket that sat on the porch. But ice wasn't snow, which was supposed to stack up on the ground so high that people had to wade through it. He had seen pictures of people sledding over it, but still couldn't imagine what it would actually feel like to be in snow. "I guess we'll just go for home," Call said. "If we wake 'em up, we wake 'em up." He looked at the boy. "You take the left point," he said. "P will be on the right and I'll be behind. If trouble comes, it'll come from behind, and I'll notice it first. If they get after us hot and heavy, we can always drop off 30 or 40 horses and hope that satisfies them." They circled the herd and quietly started it moving to the northwest, waving a rope now and then to get the horses in motion but saying as little as possible. Newt could not help feeling a little odd about it all, since he had somehow had it in his mind that they were coming to Mexico to buy horses, not steal them. It was puzzling that such a muddy little river like the Rio Grande should make such a difference in terms of what was lawful and what not. On the Texas side, horse stealing was a hanging crime, and many of those hung for it were Mexican cowboys who came across the river to do pretty much what they themselves were doing. The captain was known for his sternness where horse thieves were concerned, and yet here they were running off a whole herd. Evidently, if you crossed the river to do it, it stopped being a crime and became a game. Newt didn't really feel that what they were doing was wrong. If it had been wrong, the captain wouldn't have done it. But the thought hit him that under Mexican law, what they were doing might be a hanging offense. It put a different slant on the game. In imagining what it would be like to go to Mexico, he had always supposed the main danger would come in the form of bullets, but he was no longer so sure. On the ride down, he hadn't been worried because he had a whole company around him. But once they started back, instead of having a whole company around him, he seemed to have no one. P was far across the valley, and the captain was half a mile to the rear. If a bunch of hostile vaqueros sprang up, he might not even be able to find the other two men. Even if he wasn't captured immediately, he could easily get lost. Lonesome Dove might be hard to locate, particularly if he was being chased. If caught, he knew he could expect no mercy. The only thing in his favor was that there didn't seem to be any trees around to hang him from. Mr. Gus had once told a story about a horse thief who had to be hung from the rafter of a barn because there were no trees, but so far as Newt could tell, there were no barns in Mexico either. The only thing he knew clearly was that he was scared. He rode for several miles, feeling very apprehensive. The thought of hanging, a new thought, wouldn't leave his mind. It became so powerful at one point that he squeezed his throat with one hand to get a little notion of how it felt not to breathe. It didn't feel so bad when it was just his hand, but he knew a rope would feel a lot worse. But the miles passed and no vaqueros appeared. The horses strung out under the moonlight in a long line, trotting easily. They were well past the hacienda, and the night seemed so peaceful that Newt began to relax a little. After all, the captain and P and the others had done such things many times. It was just a night's work, and one that would soon be over. Newt wasn't tired, and as he became less scared, he began to imagine how gratifying it would be to ride into Lonesome Dove with such a large herd of horses. Everyone who saw them ride in would realize that he was now a man. Even Lorena might see it if she happened to look out her window at the right time. He and the captain and P were doing an exceptional thing. Dietz would be proud of him, and even Bolivar would take notice. All went peaceful and steady, and the thin moon hung brightly in the west. It seemed to Newt that it must be one of the longest nights of the year. He kept looking to the east, hoping to see a little redness on the horizon, but the horizon was still black. He was thinking about the morning, and how nice it would be to cross the river and bring the horses through the town, when the peaceful night suddenly went off like a bomb. They were on the long chaparral plain not far south of the river, and were easing the horses around a particularly dense thicket of chaparral, prickly pear, and low mesquite, when it happened. Newt had dropped off the point a little distance to allow the horses room to skirt the thicket, when he heard shots from behind him. Before he had time to look around or even touch his own gun, the horse herd exploded into a dead run and began to spread out. He saw what looked like half the herd charging right at him from the rear. Some of the horses nearest him veered and went crashing into the chaparral. Then he heard P's gun sound from the other side of the thicket, and at that point lost all capacity for sorting out what was happening. When the race started, most of the herd was behind him, and the horses ahead of him were at least going in the same direction he was. But in a few seconds, once the whole mass of animals was moving at a dead run over the uncertain terrain, he suddenly noticed a stream of animals coming directly toward him from the right. The new bunch had simply cut around the chaparral thicket from the north and collided with the first herd. Before Newt even had time to consider what was happening, he was engulfed in a mass of animals, a few of which went down when the two herds ran together. Then over the confused neighing of what seemed like hundreds of horses, he began to hear yells and curses, Mexican curses. To his shock, he saw a rider engulfed in the mass like himself, and the rider was not the captain or P.I. He realized then that two horse herds had run together, theirs headed for Texas, the other coming from Texas, both trying to skirt the same thicket, though from opposite directions. The realization was unhelpful, though, because the horses behind him had caught up with him and all were struggling for running room. For a second he thought of trying to force his way to the outside, but then he saw two riders already there struggling to turn the herd. They were not succeeding, but they were not his riders either, and it struck him that being in the middle of the herd offered a certain safety at least. It quickly became clear that their herd was much larger and was forcing the new herd to curve into its flow. Soon all the horses were running northwest, Newt still in the middle of the bunch. Once a big, wild-eyed gelding nearly knocked Mouse down. Then Newt heard shots to his left and ducked, thinking the shots were meant for him. Just as he ducked, Mouse leaped a sizable chaparral bush. With his eyes toward the gunfire, Newt was unprepared for the leap and lost a stirrup and one rein, but held on to the saddle horn and kept his seat. From then on, he concentrated on riding, though he still occasionally heard shots. He kept low over his horse, an unnecessary precaution, for the running herd threw up so much dust that he could not have seen 10 feet in front of him even if it had been daylight. He was grateful for the dust. It was choking him, but it was also keeping him from getting shot, a more important consideration. After a few miles, the horses were no longer bunched so tightly. It occurred to Newt that he ought to angle out of the herd and not just let himself be carried along like a cow chip on a river, but he didn't know what such a move might mean. Would he be required to shoot at the vaqueros if they were still there? He was almost afraid to take his pistol out of its holster for fear Mouse would jump another bush and he'd drop it. While he was running along, trying not to fall off and hoping he and the horses wouldn't suddenly go over a cut bank or pile into a deep gully of some kind, he heard a sound that was deeply reassuring. The sound of the captain's rifle, the Big Henry. Newt heard it shoot twice. It had to be the captain because he was the only man on the border who carried a Henry. Everyone else had already switched to the lighter Winchesters. The shots meant the captain was all right. They came from ahead, which was odd since the captain had been behind, but then the vaqueros had been ahead too. Somehow the captain had managed to get to the front of the run and deal with them. Newt looked back over his shoulder and saw red in the east. It was just a line of red, like somebody had drawn it with a crayon over the thick black line of the land, but it meant that the night was ending. He didn't know where they were, but they still had a lot of horses. The horses were well spread by then, and he eased out of the herd. Despite the red in the east, the land seemed darker than it had all night. He could see nothing, and just exerted himself to keep up, hoping they were going in the right direction. It felt a little odd to be alive and unharmed after such a deep scare, and Newt kept looking east, wishing the light would hurry so he could see around him and know whether it was safe to relax. For all he knew, Mexicans with Winchesters could be 100 yards behind him. He wished the captain would shoot again. He had never been in a situation in which he felt so uncertain about everything. Squint as he could, Newt could see nothing but dark land and white dust. Of course, the sun would soon solve the problem, but what would he see when he could see? The captain and P could be 10 miles away, and he himself could be riding into Mexico with Pedro Flores's vaqueros. Then coming over a little rise in the ground, he saw something that gave him heart, a thin silver ribbon to the northwest that could only be the river. The fading moon hung just above it. Across it, Texas was in sight, no less dark than Mexico, but there. The deep relief Newt felt at the sight of it washed away most of his fear. He even recognized the curve of the river. It was the old Comanche crossing, only a mile above Lonesome Dove. Whoever he was with had brought him home. To his dismay, the sight of such a safe, familiar place made him want to cry. It seemed to him that the night had lasted many days, days during which he had been worried every moment that he would do something wrong and make a mistake that meant he would never come back to Lonesome Dove, or else come back disgraced. Now it was over. He was almost back, and relief seemed to run through him like warm water, some of which leaked out his eyes. It made him glad it was still dark. What would the men think if they saw him? There was so much dust on his face that when he quickly wiped away the tears of relief, his fingers rubbed off moist smears of dirt. In a few minutes more, as the herd neared the river, the darkness loosened and began to gray. The red on the eastern horizon was no longer a line, but spread upward like an opened fan. Soon Newt could see the horses moving through the first faint gray light. A lot of horses. Then, just as he thought he had brought the flood within himself under control, the darkness loosened its hold yet more, and the first sunlight streamed across the plain, filtering through the cloud of dust to touch the coats of the tired horses, most of whom had slowed to a rapid trot. Ahead, waiting on the bank of the river, was Captain Call, the Big Henry in the crook of his arm. The hell bitch was lathered with sweat, but her head was up, and she slung it restlessly as she watched the herd approach, even pointing her keen ears at Mouse for a moment. Neither the captain nor the gray mare looked in the least affected by the long night or the hard ride, yet Newt found himself so moved By the mere sight of them sitting there, he had to brush away yet another tear and smudge his dusty cheek even worse. Down the river a ways he could see P sitting on the rangy bay they called Sardine. Of the hostile vaqueros they had met there was no sign. There were so many questions Newt wanted to ask about what they had done and where they had been that he hardly knew where to begin. Yet when he rode up to the captain, keeping Mouse far enough away from the hell bitch that she wouldn't try to take a bite out of him, he didn't ask any questions. They would have poured out of him if it had been Mr. Gus or Dietz or P, but since it was the captain, the questions just stayed inside. All he said at the end of the most exciting and important night of his life was a simple good morning. "It is a good one, ain't it?" Call said, as he watched the huge herd of horses, well over 100 of them, pour over the low banks and spread out down the river to drink. P had ridden Sardine into the water stirrup deep to keep the herd from spreading too far south. Call knew that it had been rare luck running into the 4 Mexican horse thieves and getting most of the horses they had just brought over from Texas. The Mexicans had thought they had run into an army. Who but an army would have so many horses? And had not really stayed to make a fight, though he had had to scare off one vaquero who kept trying to turn the herd. As for the boy, it was good that he had picked up a little experience and come through it all with nothing worse than a dirty face. They sat together silently as the top half of the sun shot long ribbons of light across the brown river and the drinking horses, some of whom lay down in the shallows and rolled themselves in the cooling mud. When the herd began to move in 2s and 3s up the north bank, Call touched the mare, and he and the boy moved out into the water. Call loosened his rein and let the mare drink. He was as pleased with her as he was with the catch. She was sure-footed as a cat, and far from used up, though the boy's mount was so done in he would be worthless for a week. P's big bay was not much better. Call let the mare drink all she wanted before gathering his rein. Most of the horses had moved to the north bank, and the sun had finished lifting itself clear of the horizon. "Let's ease on home," he said to the boy. "I hope Wilbarger's got his pockets full of money. We've got horses to sell." 12. If Wilbarger was impressed at the sight of so many horses, he gave no sign of it. The small herd had already been penned, and he and Dietz and the man called Chick were quietly separating out horses with the HIC brand on them. Dish Boggett worked the gate between the 2 corrals, letting Wilbarger's horses run through and waving his rope in the face of those he didn't claim. Jake Spoon was nowhere in sight, nor was there any sight of Augustus and the Irishman. The new herd was far too large to pen. Call had always meant to fence a holding pasture for just such an eventuality, but he had never gotten around to it. In the immediate case, it didn't matter greatly. The horses were tired from their long run and could be left to graze and rest. After breakfast, he would send the boy out to watch them. Wilbarger paused from his work a moment to look at the stream of horses trotting past, then went back to his cutting, which was almost done. Since there was already enough help in the pen, there was nothing for Newt to do but stand by the fence and watch. P had already climbed up on what they called the Opry seat, the top rail of the corral, to watch the proceedings. His bay and Newt's Mouse, just unsaddled, took a few steps and then lay down and rolled themselves in the dust. Call was not quite ready to rest the mare. When Wilbarger finished his sorting and came over to the fence, it was her, not the captain, that he had his eye on. "Good morning," he said. "Let's trade. You keep them 38 splendid horses I just sorted out, and I'll take that mean creature you're astraddle of. 38 for 1 is generous terms in my book." "Keep your book," Call said, not surprised at the offer. P.I. was so startled by what he was hearing that he almost fell off the fence. "You mean you'd give up all them horses for the chance of having a hunk bit out of you?" he asked. He knew men fancied the captain's mare, but that anyone would fancy her to that extent was almost more than he could credit. Dish Boggett walked over, slapping the dust off his chaps with a coiled rope. "Is that your last word on the subject?" Wilbarger asked. "I'm offering 38 for 1. You won't get a chance like that every day of your life. Dish snorted. He fancied the gray mare himself. It'd be like trading a $50 gold piece for 38 nickels, he said. He was in a foul temper anyway. The minute they had the horses pinned, Jake Spoon had unsaddled and walked straight to the dry bean, as if that were where he lived. Wilbarger ignored him, too. "This outfit is full of opinion," he said. "If opinions was money, you'd all be rich." He looked at Call. "I won't trade this mare," Call said, "and that ain't an opinion." "No, it's more like a damn hard fact," Wilbarger said. "I live on a horse, and yet I ain't had but 2 good ones my whole life." "This is my 3rd, Call said. Wilbarger nodded. "Well, sir," he said, "I'm obliged to you for getting here on time. It's plain the man you deal with knows where there's a den of thieves." "A big den," Call said. "Well, let's go, Chick," Wilbarger said. "We won't get home unless we start." "You might as well stay for breakfast," Call said. "A couple more of your horses are on their way." "What are they doing, traveling on 3 legs?" Wilbarger asked. "They're with Mr. McCrae," Call said. "He travels at his own pace." "Talks at it, too," Wilbarger said. "I don't think we'll wait. Keep them 2 horses for your trouble." "We brought in some nice stock," Call said. "You're welcome to look it over if you're still short." "Not interested," Wilbarger said. "You won't rent pigs, and you won't trade that mare, so I might as well be on my way." Then he turned to Dish Boggett. "Want a job, son?" he asked. "You look all right to me." "I got a job," Dish said. "Running off Mexican horses isn't a job," Wilbarger said. "It's merely a gamble. You've the look of a cowboy, and I'm about to start up the trail with 3,000 head." "So are we," Call said, amused that the man would try to hire a hand out from under him with him sitting there. "Going where?" Wilbarger asked. "Going to Montana," Call said. "I wouldn't," Wilbarger said. He rode over to the gate, leaned over to open it, and rode out, leaving the gate for Chick to close. When Chick tried to lean down and shut the gate, his hat fell off. Nobody walked over to pick it up for him either. He was forced to dismount, which embarrassed him greatly. Wilbarger waited, but he looked impatient. "Well, we may see you up the trail, then," he said to Call. "I wouldn't aim for Montana, though. Too far, too cold, full of bears, and I don't know about the Indians. They may be beat, but I wouldn't count on it. You might end up making some a present of a fine herd of beef." "We'll try not to," Call said. Wilbarger rode off, Chick following at the rear of the small horse herd. As Chick rode past, Dish Boggett was greatly tempted to rope him off his horse and box his ears as a means of relieving his feelings about Laurie and Jake Spoon. But the captain was sitting there, so he merely gave Chick a hard stare and let him go. "By gosh, I could eat," P.I. said. "I sure hope Gus ain't lost. If he's lost, I don't know what we'll do for biscuits," he added, since nobody commented on his remark. "You could always get married," Dish observed dryly. "There's plenty of women who can make biscuits." It was not the first time P had had that particular truth pointed out to him. "I know there is," he said, "but that don't mean there's one of 'em that would have me." Dietz gave a rich chuckle. "Why, the widow Cole would have you," he said. "She'd be pleased to have you." Then, well aware that the widow Cole was something of a sore spot with P, he walked off toward the house. Mention of Mary Cole made P.I. very uncomfortable. From time to time throughout his life, it had been pointed out to him that he might marry. Gus McCrae was very fond of pointing it out, in fact. But once in a while, even if nobody mentioned one, the thought of women entered his head all on its own, and once it came, it usually tended to stay for several hours, filling his noggin like a cloud of gnats. Of course, a cloud of gnats was nothing in comparison to a cloud of Gulf Coast mosquitoes, so the thought of women was not that bothersome, but it was a thought P would rather not have in his head. He had never known what to think about women, and still didn't, but so far as actions went, he was content to take his cue from the captain, whose cue was plain. The captain left them strictly alone, and had all the years P had been with him. excepting only one puzzling instance that had occurred years before, which P only remembered once every year or two, usually when he was dreaming. He had gone down to the saloon to get an axe someone had borrowed and not returned, and while he was getting the axe, he heard a young woman crying out words and grievances to someone who was with her in her room. The woman doing the crying was the whore named Maggie, Newt's mother, whom Jake Spoon took such a fancy to later. It was only after P had found the axe and was halfway home with it that it occurred to him that Maggie had been talking to the captain, and had even called him by his first name, which P had never used in all his years of service. The knowledge that the captain was in the room with a whore struck P hard, sort of like the bullet that had hit him just behind the shoulder blades in the big Indian scrape up by Fort Phantom Hill. When the bullet hit, he felt a solid whack and then sort of went numb in the brain. And it was the same with the notion that struck him as he was carrying the axe home from the saloon. Maggie was talking to the captain in the privacy of her room, whereas so far as he knew, no one had ever heard of the captain doing more than occasionally tipping his hat to a lady if he met one in the street. Overhearing that snatch of conversation was an accident P was slow to forget. For a month or two after it happened, he went around feeling nervous, expecting life to change in some bold way. And yet nothing changed at all. They all soon went up the river to try and catch some bandits raiding out of Chihuahua, and the captain, so far as he could tell, was the same old captain. By the time they came back, Maggie had had her child, and soon after, Jake Spoon moved in with her for a while. Then he left, and Maggie died, and Gus went down one day and got Newt from the Mexican family that had taken him upon Maggie's death. The years had gone on passing, most of them slow years, particularly after they quit rangering and went into the horse and cattle business. The only real result of overhearing the conversation was that P was cautious from then on about who he let borrow the axe. He liked life slow and didn't want any more mysteries or sharp surprises. Though he was content to stick with the captain and Gus and do his daily work, he found that the problem of women was one that didn't entirely go away. The question of marriage, about which Dietz felt so free to chuckle, was a persistent one. Gus, who had been married twice and who whored whenever he could find a whore, was the main reason it was so persistent. Marriage was one of Gus's favorite subjects. When he got to talking about it, the captain usually took his rifle and went for a walk, but by that time P would usually be comfortable on the porch and a little sleepy with liquor, so he was the one to get the full benefit of Gus's opinions, one of which was that P was just going to waste by not marrying the widow Cole. The fact that P had only spoken to Mary Cole 5 or 6 times in his life, most of them times when she was still married to Joe Cole, didn't mean a thing to a bystander like Gus, or even a bystander like Dietz. Both of them seemed to take it for granted that Mary regarded him as a fit successor to Joe. The thing that seemed to clinch it, in their view, was that while Mary was an unusually tall woman, she was not as tall as P. She had been a good foot taller than Joe Cole, a mild fellow who had been in Pickles Gap buying a milk cow when a bad storm hit. A bolt of lightning fried both Joe and his horse. The milk cow had only been singed, but it still affected her milk. Mary Cole never remarried, but in Gus's view, that was only because P.I. had not had the enterprise to walk down the street and ask her. "Why, Joe was just a half pint," Gus said frequently. "That woman needs a full pint. It'd be a blessing for her to have a man round who could reach the top shelf." P had never considered that height might be a factor in relations such as marriage. After brooding about it for several months, it occurred to him that Gus was tall, too, and educated as well. "Hell, you're tall," he said one night. "You ought to marry her yourself. The both of you can read." He knew Mary could read because he had been in church once or twice when the preacher had asked her to read the Psalms. She had a kind of low, scratchy voice, unusual in a woman. Once or twice, listening to it made P feel funny, as if someone was tickling the little hairs at the back of his neck. Gus vehemently denied that he would be a suitable mate for Mary Cole. "Why, no, P, it wouldn't do," he said. "I've done been rung through the ringer of marriage twice. What a widow wants is someone fresh. It's what all women want, widows or not. If a man's got experience, it's bound to be that he got it with another woman, and that don't never sit well. A forthright woman like Mary probably considers that she can give you all the experience you're ever likely to need. To P, it was all just a troublesome puzzle. He could not remember how the subject had come up in the first place, since he had never said a word about wanting to marry. Whatever else it meant leaving the captain, and P didn't plan to do that. Of course, Mary didn't live very far away, but the captain always liked to have his men handy in case something came up sudden. There was no knowing what the captain would think if he were to try and marry. One day he pointed out to Gus that he was far from being the only available man in Lonesome Dove. Xavier Wands was available, not to mention Lippy. A number of the traveling men who passed through were surely unmarried, but when he raised the point, Gus just ignored him. Some nights, laying on the porch, he felt a fool for even thinking about such things, and yet think he did. He had lived with men his whole life, rangering and working. During his whole adult life, he couldn't recollect spending 10 minutes alone with a woman. He was better acquainted with Gus's pigs than he was with Mary Cole, and more comfortable with them, too. The sensible thing would be to ignore Gus and Dietz and think about things that had some bearing on his day's work, like how to keep his old boot from rubbing a corn on his left big toe. An army mule had tromped the toe 10 years before, and since then it had stuck out slightly in the wrong direction, just enough to make his boot rub a corn. The only solution to the problem was to cut holes in his boot, which worked fine in dry weather but had its disadvantages when it was wet and cold. Gus had offered to re-break the toe and set it properly, but P didn't hate the corn that bad. It did seem to him that it was only common sense that a sore toe made more difference in his life than a woman he had barely spoken to. Yet his mind didn't see it that way. There were nights when he lay on the porch too sleepy to shave his corn, or even to worry about the problem, when the widow Cole would pop to the surface of his consciousness like a turtle on the surface of a pond. At such times he would pretend to be asleep, for Gus was so sly he could practically read minds, and would surely tease him if he figured out that he was thinking about Mary and her scratchy voice. Even more persistent than the thought of her reading the Psalms was another memory. One day, he had been passing her house just as a little thunderstorm swept through the town, scaring the dogs and cats and rolling tumbleweeds down the middle of the street. Mary had hung a washing and was out in her backyard trying to get it in before the rain struck, but the thunderstorm proved too quick for her. Big drops of rain began to splatter in the dust, and the wind got higher, causing the sheets on Mary's clothesline to flap so hard they popped like guns. P had been raised to be helpful, and since it was obvious that Mary was going to have a hard time with the sheets, he started over to offer his assistance. But the storm had a start on both of them, and before he even got there, the rain began to pour down, turning the white dust brown. Most women would have seen at that point that the wash was a lost cause and run for the house, but Mary wasn't running. Her skirt was already so wet it was plastered to her legs, but she was still struggling with one of the flapping sheets. In the struggle, 2 or 3 small garments that she had already gathered up blew out of her hand and off across the yard, which had begun to look like a shallow lake. P hurried to retrieve the garments and then helped Mary get the wet sheet off the line. She was evidently just doing it out of pure stubbornness, since the sun was shining brightly to the west of the storm and would obviously be available to dry the sheet again in a few minutes. It was P's one close exposure to an aspect of womankind that Gus was always talking about, their penchant for flying directly in the face of reason. Mary was as wet on the top as on the bottom, and the flapping sheet had knocked one of the combs out of her hair, causing it to come loose. The wash was as wet as it had been before she hung it up in the first place, and yet she wasn't quitting. She was taking clothes off the line that would just have to be hung back on in 15 minutes, and P was helping her do it as if it all made some sense. While he was studying the clothesline, he happened to notice something that gave him almost as hard a jolt as the bolt of lightning that killed Joe Cole. The clothes he had rescued were undergarments. white bloomers of the sort that it was obvious Mary was wearing beneath the skirt that was so wet against her legs. P was so shocked that he almost dropped the underpants back in the mud. She was bound to think it bold that he would pick up her undergarments like that. Yet she was determined to have the sheets off the line, and all he could do was stand there numb with embarrassment. It was a blessing that rain soon began to pour off his hat brim and streams right in front of his face, making a little waterfall for him to hide behind until the ordeal ended. With the water running off his hat, he only caught blurred glimpses of what was going on. He could not judge to what extent Mary had been shocked by his helpful but thoughtless act. To his surprise, nothing terrible happened. When she finally had the sheet under control, Mary took the bloomers from him as casually as if they were handkerchiefs or table napkins or something. To his vast surprise, she seemed to be rather amused at the sight of him standing there with a stream of water pouring off his hat and falling just in front of his nose. "P, it's a good thing you know how to keep your mouth shut," she said. "If you opened it right now, you'd probably drown. Many thanks for your help." She was the kind of forthright woman who called men by their first names, and she was known to salt her speech rather freely with criticism. "We've the Lord to thank for this bath," she said. "I personally didn't need it, but I'm bound to say it might work an improvement where you're concerned. You ain't as bad looking as I thought now that you're nearly clean." By the time she got to her back porch, the rain was slackening and the sun was already striking little rainbows through the sparkle of drops that still fell. P had walked on home, the water dripping more slowly from his hat. He never mentioned the incident to anyone, knowing it would mean unmerciful teasing if it ever got out. But he remembered it. When he lay on the porch half drunk and it floated up in his mind, things got mixed into the memory that he hadn't even known he was noticing, such as the smell of Mary's wet flesh. He hadn't meant to smell her, and hadn't made any effort to, and yet the very night after it happened, the first thing he remembered was that Mary had smelled different from any other wet thing he had ever smelled. He could not find a word for what was different about Mary's smell. Maybe it was just that, being a woman, she smelled cleaner than most of the wet creatures he came in contact with. It had been more than a year since the rainstorm, and yet Mary's smell was still part of the memory of it. He also remembered how she seemed to bulge out of her corset at the top and the bottom both. It was not every night that he remembered Mary, though. Much of the time he found himself wondering about the generalities of marriage. The principal aspect he worried over most was that marriage required men and women to live together. He had tried many times to envision how it would be to be alone at night under the same roof with a woman, or to have one there at breakfast and supper. What kind of talk would a woman expect? And what kind of behavior? It stumped him. He couldn't even make a guess. Once in a while it occurred to him that he could tell Mary he would like to marry her, but didn't consider himself worthy to live under the same roof with her. If he put it right, she might take a liberal attitude and allow him to continue to live down the street with the boys, that being what he was used to. He would plan, of course, to make himself available for chores when she required him. Otherwise, life could go on in its accustomed way. He was even tempted to sound out Gus on the plan. Gus knew more about marriage than anyone else, but every time he planned to bring it up, he either got sleepy first or decided at the last second he'd better keep quiet. If the plan was ridiculous in the eyes of an expert, then P wouldn't know what to think, and besides, Gus would never let up teasing. They were all scattered around the table, finishing one of Bull's greasy breakfasts, when they heard the sound of horses in the yard. The next minute, Augustus trotted up and dismounted, with the two Irishmen just a few yards behind him. Instead of being bareback, the Irishmen were riding big silver-studded Mexican saddles and driving 8 or 10 skinny horses before them. When they reached the porch, they just sat on their horses looking unhappy. Dish Boggett had not really believed there were any Irishmen down in Mexico, and when he stepped out on the back porch and saw them, he burst right out laughing. Newt felt a little sorry for the two of them, but he had to admit they were a comical sight. The Mexican saddles were all clearly meant for men with longer legs. Their feet did not come anywhere near the stirrups. Even so, the Irishman seemed disinclined to dismount. Augustus jerked the saddle off his tired horse and turned him loose to graze. "Get down, boys," he said to the Irishman. "You're safe now as long as you don't eat the cooking. This is what we call home." Alan O'Brien had both hands around the big Mexican saddle horn. He had been holding it so tightly for the last 2 hours that he was not sure he could turn it loose. He looked down with apprehension. "I'd not realized how much taller a horse is than a mule," he said. "It seems a long ways down." Dish regarded the remark as the most comical he had ever heard. It had never occurred to him that there could be such a thing as a grown man who didn't know how to dismount from a horse. The sight of the 2 Irishmen stuck with their short legs dangling down the sides of the horses struck him as so funny that he doubled over with laughter. "I guess we'll have to build him a ladder, by God," he said when he could catch his breath. Augustus, too, was mildly amused by the Irishman's ignorance. "Why, boys, you just have to flop over and drop," he said. Alan O'Brien accomplished the dismounting with no real trouble, but Sean was reluctant to drop once he flopped over. He hung from the saddle horn for several seconds, which puzzled the horse, so that it began to try and buck a little. He was too thin and too tired to do much, but Sean did get jerked around a little, a sight so funny that even Call laughed. Alan O'Brien, once safe on the ground, immediately joined in the laughter out of relief. Sean finally dropped and stood glaring at his brother. "Well, I don't see Jake." "That figures," Augustus said, taking himself a big dipper of water and squishing a few mouthfuls around and spitting them out to clear the dust from his throat. He then offered the dipper to Alan O'Brien, who imitated the squishing and spitting, thinking it must be a custom of the new country he found himself in. "You took your time, I see," Call said. "I was about to start back with a burial party." "Shucks," Augustus said. "Bringing these boys in was such a light task that I went over to Sabina's and stopped off at the whorehouse." "That explains the saddles," Call said. "Yes, and the horses, too," Augustus said. "All the bandits was dead drunk by the time we got there. These Irish boys can't maintain much of a pace riding bareback, so we helped ourselves to a few saddles and the best of the nags." "Them horses wouldn't make good soap," Dish said, looking at the horses Augustus had brought back. "If I wasn't so hungry, I'd argue the point," Augustus said. "Bile them horses for a week or two, and they'd produce a fine soap." Young Sean O'Brien could not conceal his disappointment with America. "If this is America, where's the snow?" he asked, to everyone's surprise. His image of the new country had been strongly influenced by a scene of Boston Harbor in winter that he had seen in an old magazine. There had been lots of snow, and the hot backyard he found himself in was nothing like what he had expected. Instead of ships with tall masts, there was just a low adobe house with lots of old saddles and pieces of rotting harness piled under a little shed at one corner. Worse still, he could not see a spot of green anywhere. The bushes were gray and thorny, and there were no trees at all. "No, son, you've overshot the snow," Augustus said. "What we have down here is sand." Call felt his impatience rising. The night had been far more successful than he could have hoped. They could keep the best horses and sell the rest. The profits would easily enable them to hire a crew and outfit a wagon for the trip north. Then all they would have to do would be gather the cattle and brand them. If everyone would work like they should, it could all be accomplished in 3 weeks, and they could be on the trail by the 1st of April. None too soon, considering the distance they had to go. The problem would be getting everyone to work like they should. Jake was already off with his whore, and Augustus hadn't had breakfast. "You men go eat," Call said to the Irishman. Having rescued them, he could do no less than feed them. Alan O'Brien was looking dejectedly at the few buildings that made up Lonesome Dove. "Is this all there is to the town?" he asked. "Yes, and it's worse than it looks," Augustus said. To the embarrassment of everyone, Sean O'Brien began to cry. It had been an extremely tense night, and he hadn't expected to survive it. All during the ride he had expected to fall off his horse and become paralyzed. He associated paralysis with falls because a cousin of his had fallen off a cottage he was thatching and had been paralyzed ever since. The horse Sean had been given seemed to him at least as tall as a cottage, and he felt he had good reason to worry. He had spent a long boat ride growing more and more homesick for the green land he had left. When they were put ashore at Veracruz, he had not been too disappointed. It was only Mexico they were in, and no one had ever told him Mexico was green. But now they were in America, and all he could see was dust and low bushes with thorns and almost no grass at all. He had expected coolness and dew and green grass on which to stretch out for a long nap. The bare, hot yard was a cruel letdown, and besides, Sean was an easy weeper. Tears ran out of his eyes whenever he thought of anything sad. His brother Alan was so embarrassed by the sight of Sean's tears that he walked straight into the house and sat down at the table. They had been asked to eat. If Sean preferred to stand in the yard crying, that was his problem. Dish concluded that the young Irishman was probably crazy. Only someone crazy would break out crying in front of several grown men. Augustus saved the day by going over and taking Sean by the arm. He spoke kindly to him and led him toward the house. "Let's go eat, son," he said. "It won't look quite so ugly on a full stomach." "But where's the grass?" Sean asked, snuffling. Dish Boggett let out a whoop. "I guess he was meaning to graze," he said. "Why, no, Dish," Augustus said. "He was just reared in a place where the grass covers the ground. Not in no desert like you." "I was reared on the Matagorda," Dish said. "We got grass knee-high over there." "Gus, we need to talk a minute," Cole said. But Augustus had already led the boy through the door, and Cole had to follow him in. A surprised Bolivar watched the Irishman put away sow-belly and beans. He was so startled by their appearance that he picked up a shotgun that he kept by the cook stove and put it across his lap. It was his goat gun, a rusty 10-gauge, and he liked to have it handy if anything unusual happened. "I hope you don't decide to shoot that thing off in here," Augustus said. "It'd take a wall out if you did, not to mention us." "I don't shoot yet," Bull said sullenly, keeping his options open. Carl waited until Augustus filled his plate, since there would be no getting his attention until he had food before him. The young Irish boy had stopped crying and was putting away beans faster even than Augustus. Starvation was probably all that was wrong with him. "I'm going to go see if I can hire some hands," Carl said. "You better move them horses this afternoon." "Move 'em where?" Augustus asked. "Upriver, as far as you want," Carl said. "These Irishmen have fine voices," Augustus remarked. "It's a pity there ain't two more of 'em. We'd have a barbershop quartet." "It would be a pity if you lost them horses while I'm off hiring the hands, too," Carl pointed out. "Oh, you mean you want me to sleep out on the ground for several nights just to keep Pedro from stealing these horses back?" Gus asked. "I'm out of practice sleeping on the ground." "What was you planning to sleep on the way to Montana?" Carl asked in turn. "We can't take the house with us, and there ain't many hotels between here and there." "I ain't been planning on going to Montana," Augustus said. "That's your plan. I may come if I feel like it, or you may change your mind. I know you never have changed your mind about anything yet, but there's a first time for everything." "You'd argue with a stump," Carl said. "Just watch them horses. We may never get that lucky again." Carl saw there was no point in losing any more time. If Augustus was not of a mind to be serious, nothing could move him. "Jake did come back, didn't he?" Augustus asked. "His horse is here," Carl said. "I guess he'd probably come with it. You think he'll work once we start?" "No, and I won't either," Augustus said. "You better hire these Irish boys while you got the chance." "It's work we're looking for," Alan said. "What we don't know, he'll gladly learn." Carl refrained from comment. Men who didn't know how to get on and off a horse would not be much use around a cow outfit. "Where are you going hiring?" Augustus asked. "I might go to the Rainey's," Carl said. "As many boys as they got, they ought to be able to spare a few." "I sparked Maud Rainey once upon a time," Augustus said, tilting back his chair. "If we hadn't had the Comanches to worry with, I expect I'd have married her. Her name was Grove before she married. She lays them boys like hens lay eggs, don't she?" Carl left to keep from having to talk all day. Dietz was catching a short nap on the back porch, but he sat up when Carl came out. Dish Boggett and the boy were roping low bushes, Dish teaching the boy a thing or two about the craft of roping. That was good, since nobody around the Hat Creek outfit could rope well enough to teach him anything. Call himself could rope in an emergency, and so could P, but neither of them were ropers of the first class. "Practice up, boys," he said. "As soon as we gather some cattle, there's going to be a pile of roping to do." Then he caught his second-best horse, a sorrel gelding they called Sunup, and headed northeast toward the brush country. 13. Lorena had stopped expecting ever to be surprised, least of all by a man, and then Jake Spoon walked in the door and surprised her. The surprise started the minute before he even spoke to her. Partly it was that he seemed to know her the minute he saw her. She had been sitting at a table expecting Dish Boggett to come back with another $2 he had borrowed somewhere. It was an expectation that brought her no pleasure. It was clear Dish expected something altogether different from what the $2 would buy him. That was why, in general, she preferred older men to young ones. The older ones were more likely to be content with what they paid for. The young ones almost always got in love with her and expected it to make a difference. It got so she never said a word to the young men, thinking that the less she said, the less they would expect. Of course, they went right on expecting, but at least it saved her having to talk. She could tell Dish Boggett was going to pester her as long as he could afford to, and when she heard boot heels and the jingle of spurs on the porch, she assumed it was him coming back for a second round. Instead, Jake had walked in. Lippy gave a whoop, and Xavier was excited enough that he came out from behind the bar and shook Jake's hand. Jake was polite and glad to see them, and took the trouble to ask their health and make a few jokes, but even before he had drunk the free drink Xavier offered him, he had begun to make a difference in the way she felt. He had big, muddy brown eyes and a neat mustache that turned down at the corners. But of course she had seen big eyes and mustaches before. What made the difference was that Jake was so at home and relaxed even after he saw her sitting there. Most men got nervous when they saw her, aware that their wives wouldn't like them being in the same room with her, or else made nervous by the thought of what they wanted from her, which they couldn't get without some awkward formalities of a sort that few of them could handle smoothly. But Jake was the opposite of nervous. Before he even spoke to her, he smiled at her several times in the most relaxed way, not in the bragging way Tinkersley had when he smiled. Tinkersley's smile had said plainly enough that he felt she ought to be grateful for the chance to do whatever he wanted her to do. Of course, she was grateful to him for taking her away from Mosby and the smoke pots, but once she had been away for a while, she came to hate Tinkersley's smile. Lorena felt puzzled for a moment. She didn't ignore the men who walked through the door of the dry bean. It didn't do to ignore men. The majority of them were harmless, with nothing worse than a low capacity to irritate. They were worse than chiggers, but not as bad as bedbugs in her view. Still, there was no doubt that there were some mean ones who plain had it in for women, and it was best to try and spot those and take precautions. But as far as trusting the general run of men, there was no need, since she had no intention of ever expecting anything from one of them again. She didn't object to sitting in on a card game once in a while. She even enjoyed it, since making money at cards was considerably easier and more fun than doing it the other way. But a good game of cards once in a while was about as far as her expectations went. Immediately, Jake Spoon began to change the way her thinking worked. Before he even brought his bottle to the table to sit with her, she began to want him to. If he had taken the bottle and gone to sit by himself, she would have felt disappointed. But of course he didn't. He sat down, asked her if she'd like some refreshments, and looked her right in the face for a while in a friendly, easygoing way. "My goodness," he said, "I never expected to find nobody like you here. We didn't see much beauty when I lived in these parts. Now, if this was San Francisco, I wouldn't be so surprised. I reckon that's where you really belong." It seemed a miracle to Laurie that a man had walked in who could figure that out so quick. In the last year, she had begun to doubt her own ability to get to San Francisco, and even to doubt that it was as cool and nice as she had been imagining it to be. And yet she didn't want to give up the notion, because she had no other notion to put in its place. It might be silly to even think about it, but it was the best she had. Then Jake came along, and right away mentioned exactly the right place. Before the afternoon was over, she had laid aside her caution and her silence and told Jake more about herself than she had ever told anyone. Lippy and Xavier listened from a distance in astonished silence. Jake said very little, though he patted her hand from time to time and poured her a drink when her glass was empty. Once in a while he would say, "My goodness," or, "That damn dog, I ought to go find him and shoot him." But mostly he just looked friendly and confident, sitting there with his hat tipped back. When she got through with her story, he explained that he had killed a dentist in Fort Smith, Arkansas, and was a wanted man, but that he had hopes of eluding the law, and if he did, he would certainly try to see that she got to San Francisco where she belonged. The way he said it made a big impression on Laurie. A sad tone came into his voice from time to time, as if it pained him to have to remember that mortality could prevent him from doing her such a favor. He sounded like he expected to die, and probably soon. It wasn't a whine, either, just a low note off his tongue and a look in his eye. It didn't interrupt for a minute his ability to enjoy the immediate pleasures of life. It gave Laurie the shivers when Jake talked like that, and made her feel that she wanted to play a part in keeping him alive. She was used to men thinking they needed her desperately just because they wanted to get their carrots in her, or wanted her to be their girl for a few days or weeks. But Jake wasn't asking for anything like that. He just let her see that he felt rather impermanent and might not be able to carry out all that he wished. Lorena wanted to help him. She was surprised, but the feeling was too strong to deny. She didn't understand it, but she felt it. She knew she had a force inside her. But her practice had been to save it entirely for herself. Men were always hoping she would bestow some of it on them, but she never had. Then, with little hesitation, she began to offer it to Jake. He was a case. He didn't ask for help, but he knew how to welcome it. She was the one who suggested they go upstairs, mainly because she was tired of Lippy and Xavier listening to everything they said. On the way up, she noticed that Jake was favoring one foot. It turned out one of his ankles had been broken years before when a horse fell on him. The ankle was apt to swell if he had to ride hard for long stretches, as he had just done. She helped him ease his boot off and got him some hot water and Epsom salts. After he had soaked his foot for a while, he looked amused, as if he had just thought of something pleasant. "You know, if there was a tub around here, I'd just have a bath and trim my mustache," he said. There was a wash tub sitting on the back porch. Lorena carried it up when she needed a bath and the 6 or 8 buckets of water it took to fill it. Xavier used it more often than she did. He could tolerate dirt on his customers, but not on himself. Lippy gave no thought to baths so far as anyone knew. Lorena offered to go get the wash tub since Jake had one boot off, but he wouldn't hear of it. He took the other boot off and limped down by himself and got the tub. Then he bribed Lippy to heat up some water. It took a while since the water had to be heated on the cook stove.
"Why, Jake, you could buy a bath from the Mexican barber for 10 cents, Lippy pointed out. "That may be true, but I prefer the company in this establishment," Jake said. Lorena thought maybe he would want her to leave the room while he bathed, since so far he had treated her modestly, but he had nothing like that in mind. He latched her door, so Lippy couldn't pop in and catch a glimpse of something it wasn't his business to see. "Lippy will eye the girls," Jake said, no news to Lorena. "I wished it was a bigger tub," he said. "We could have us a wash together." Lorena had never heard of such a thing. It surprised her how coolly Jake stripped off for his wash. Like all men who weren't pure gamblers, he was burned brown on his face and neck and hands, and was fish white on the rest of his body.
Most of her customers were brown down to their collar and white below. The great majority of them were reluctant to show anything of their bodies, though it was bodies they had come to satisfy. Some wouldn't even unbuckle their belts. Lorena often made them wait while she undressed. If she didn't, whatever she was wearing got mussed up. Also, she liked undressing in front of men because it scared them. A few would get so scared they had to back out of the whole business, though they always scrupulously paid her and apologized and made excuses. They came in thinking they wanted to persuade her out of her clothes, but when she matter-of-factly took them off, it often turned the tables. Gus was an exception, of course. He liked her naked, and he liked her clothed. Seeing one body would remind him of other bodies, and he would sit on the bed and scratch himself and talk about various aspects of women that only he would have had anything to say about, the varieties of bosoms, for example. Jake Spoon wasn't as talkative as Gus, but he was just as immodest. He sat happily in the tub until the water got cold. He even asked if she'd like to give him a haircut. She didn't mind trying, but quickly saw that she was making a mess of it and stopped with only a small portion of his curly black hair removed. Once he toweled himself off, he turned and led her to the bed. He stopped before he got there and looked as though he was going to offer her money. Lorena had wondered if he would, and when he stopped, she turned quickly so he could undo the long row of buttons down the back of her dress. She felt impatient, not for the act, but for Jake to go ahead and assume responsibility for her. She had never supposed that she would want such a thing from a man, but she was not bothered by the fact that she had changed her mind in the space of an hour, or that she was a little drunk when she changed it. She felt confident that Jake Spoon would get her out of Lonesome Dove, and she didn't intend to allow money to pass between them, or anything else that might cause him to leave without her. Jake immediately stepped over and helped her undo the buttons. It was plain she wasn't the first woman he had undressed, because he even knew how to unhook the dress at the neck, something most of her customers would never have thought of. "You've had this one a while, I reckon," he said, looking rather critically at the dress once he got it off her. That, too, surprised her, for no man had ever commented, favorably or unfavorably, upon her clothes. Not even Tinkersley, who had given her the money to buy the very dress Jake was holding, just a cheap cotton dress which was fraying at the collar. Lorena felt a touch of shame that a man would notice the fraying. She had often meant to make a new dress or two, that being the only way to get one in Lonesome Dove, but she was awkward with a needle and was still getting by on the dresses she had bought in San Antonio. In the months there, she had had several offers to go to San Antonio with men who would probably have bought her dresses, but she had always declined. San Antonio was in the wrong direction. She hadn't liked any of the men, and anyway didn't really need new dresses since she was attracting more business than she wanted just wearing the old ones. Jake's comment had been mildly made, but it threw Lorena slightly off. She realized he was a finicky man. She could not get away with being lazy about herself any longer. A man who noticed a frayed collar with a near-naked woman standing right in front of him was a new kind of man to Lorena, one who would soon notice other things, some perhaps more serious than a collar. She felt disheartened. Some glow had seeped from the moment. Probably he had already been to San Francisco and seen finer women than her. Perhaps when it came time to leave, he wouldn't want to bother with someone so ill-dressed. Perhaps the surprise that had walked into her life would simply walk back out of it. But her sinking confidence was only momentary. Jake put the dress aside, watched her draw her shift over her head, and sat beside her when she lay down. He was perfectly at ease. "Well, Lori, you take the prize," he said. "I had not a hope of being this lucky when I headed back here. Why, you're as fine as flowers." When he began to stroke her, she noticed that his hands were like a woman's, his fingers small and his fingernails clean. Tinkersley had had clean fingernails, but Jake wasn't arrogant like Tinkersley, and he gave the impression of having nothing but time. Most men crawled on top of her at once, but Jake just sat on the bed, smiling at her. When he smiled, her confidence returned. With most men, there was a moment when they moved their eyes away, but Jake kept looking at her, right in the eye. He looked at her so long that she began to feel shy. She felt more naked than she had ever felt, and when he bent to kiss her, she flinched. She did not like kissing, but Jake merely grinned when she flinched, as if her shyness was funny. His breath was as clean as his hands. Many a sour breath had ruffled her hair and affronted her nostrils, but Jake's was neither rank nor sour. It had a clean, cedary flavor to it. When it was over, Jake took a nap, and instead of getting up and dressing, Lori lay with him, thinking. She thought of San Francisco, and just thinking about it made her think that she could do anything. She didn't even feel like moving to wipe the sheets. Let them be. She would be going soon, and Xavier could burn them for all she cared. When Jake woke, he looked at her and grinned, and his hands, warm now, went right back to work. "If I ain't careful, I'm apt to sprout up again," he said. Lorena wanted to ask him why his breath smelled like cedar, but she didn't know if she ought since he had just come to town. But then she asked him, a little shocked at hearing her own voice make the question. "Why, I passed a cedar grove and cut myself some toothpicks," Jake said. "There's nothing that sweetens the breath like a cedar toothpick, unless it's mint, and mint don't grow in these parts." Then he kissed her again, as if to make her a present of his sweet breath. Between kisses, he talked to her about San Francisco and what might be the best route to take. Even after he slid between her legs again and made the old bed spring whine and the sorry mattress crackle, he kept talking a little. When he finally got up and stretched and suggested they go downstairs, Lorena felt more cheerful than she had for years. Xavier and Lippy, who were used to her long sulks, hardly knew what to think. Neither did Dish Boggett, who happened to walk in. Dish sat down and drank a bottle of whiskey before anybody noticed. Then he got to singing, and everybody laughed at him. Lorena laughed as loud as Lippy, whose lip waved like a flag when he was amused. Only later, when Jake left to ride south with Captain Call, did Lorena feel impatient. She wanted Jake to come back. The time with him had been so relaxed it almost seemed like a wakeful dream of some kind. She wanted to have the dream again. That night, when a skinny cowboy named Jasper Fant came in from the river and approached her, Lori just stared at him silently until he got embarrassed and backed off, never having actually said a word. Staring was all she had to do. Jasper consulted with Lippy and Xavier, and by the end of the week, all the cowboys along the river knew that the only sporting woman in Lonesome Dove had abruptly given up the sport. 14. When Jake finally came ambling up to the house, having spent the better part of the day asleep in Lorena's bed, Augustus was already nuzzling his jug from time to time. He was sitting on the front porch, waving off flies and watching the two Irishmen who were sleeping as if dead under the nearest wagon. They had gone to sleep in the wagon's meager shade. The shade had moved, but not the Irishman. The boy had no hat. He slept with his arm across his face. Jake didn't even glance at them as he walked past, a fact Augustus noted. Jake had never been renowned for his interest in people, unless the people were whores. "Where's Call?" Jake asked when he got to the porch. "You didn't expect to find Woodrow Call sitting in the shade, did you?" Augustus asked. "That man was born to work." "Yes, and you was born to talk too much," Jake said. "I need to borrow $10. "Oh," Augustus said. "Has Lori upped her rates?" Jake ignored the question, which was only meant to rile him, and reached for the jug. "No, the girl's as generous as a preacher's widow," Jake said. "She wouldn't take money from a gentleman like me. I hope she charged you plenty, though, for I know you've been there before me." "I've always tried to keep a step ahead of you, Jake," Augustus said. "But to answer your question, Call's gone to round up a darn bunch of cowboys so we can head out for Montana with a darn bunch of cows and suffer for the rest of our lives." "Well, darn," Jake said. "I admit I was a fool to mention it." He settled himself on the lower step and set the jug halfway between them so they could both reach it. He was mildly chagrined that Call had left before he could borrow the money. Extracting money from Augustus had always been a long and wearisome business. Call was easier when it came to money. He didn't like to lend it, but he would rather lend it than talk about it, whereas Augustus would rather talk than do anything. Also, it was bothersome that Call had seized on the idea of Montana so abruptly, though it had always been his view that if he could just hit Call with the right idea, he would apply his energies and make a fortune, which he might then share with the man who brought along the idea. Now that he was back, though, he wouldn't mind spending a few warm, idle months in Lonesome Dove. Laurie was more of a beauty than he had expected to find. Her room over the saloon wasn't much, but it was better accommodation than they could expect on the way to Montana. As usual, though, life moved faster than he had intended it to. Call would come back with a lot of cowboys, and he would practically have to marry Laurie in order to get out of going up the trail. Then if he did set his foot down and stay in Lonesome Dove, who knew but what some lawman from Fort Smith would show up and drag him off to hang? Just as he had been in the mood to slow down, his own loose mouth had gotten him in trouble. "Maybe he won't find no cattle to drive or no hands neither," he suggested, knowing it was wishful thinking. "He'll find the cattle, and if he can't find the hands, he'll drive 'em himself," Augustus said, "and make us help him." Jake tipped his hat back and said nothing. The blue shote wandered around the corner of the house and stood there looking at him, which for some reason Jake found peculiarly irritating. Gus and his pig were aggravating company. "I ought to shoot that pig right betwixt the eyes," he said, feeling more irritable the longer he sat. There was not much good in anything that he could see. Either it was back to Montana and probably get scalped, or stay in Texas and probably get hung. And if he wasn't careful, the girl would get restless and actually expect him to take her to San Francisco. The main problem with women was that they were always wanting something like San Francisco, and once they began to expect it, they would get testy if it didn't happen. They didn't understand that he talked of pleasant things and faraway places just to create a happy prospect that they could look forward to for a while. It wasn't meant to really happen, and yet women never seemed to grasp that. He had been in ticklish spots several times as their disappointment turned to anger. It was something how mad women could get. "Was you ever threatened by a woman, Gus?" he asked, thinking about it. "No, not what you'd call threatened," Augustus said. "I was hit with a stove lid once or twice." "Why?" Jake asked. "Why, no reason," Augustus said. "If you live with Mexicans, you can expect to eat beans sooner or later." "Who said anything about Mexicans?" Jake said, a little exasperated. Gus was the darndest talker. Augustus chuckled. "You was always slow to see the pint, Jake," he said. "If you fool with women, you'll get hit by a stove lid sooner or later, whereas if you live with Mexicans, you have to expect beans in your diet." "I'd like to see a woman that can hit me with a stove lid," Jake said. "I will take an insult once in a while, but I'd be damned if I'd take that." "Laurie's apt to hit you with worse if you try to wiggle out of taking her to San Francisco," Augustus said, delighted that an opportunity had arisen to catch Jake out so early in his visit. Jake let that one float. Of course Gus would know all about the girl. Not that it took brains to know about women. They spread their secrets around like honey in a flytrap. Of course Laurie would want to go to San Francisco, by common agreement the prettiest town in the West. Augustus stood up and lifted his big pistol off the back of his chair. "I guess we ought to wake up them Irishmen before they bake," he said. He walked over and kicked at their feet for a while until they began to stir. Finally, Alan O'Brien sat up looking groggy. "Lord, it's warm, ain't it?" he said. "Why, this is spring, son," Augustus remarked. "If you're looking for warm, come back on the 4th of July. We usually thaw out by then." When he was sure both Irishmen were awake, he went back to the house and came out with his rifle. "Well, let's go," he said to Jake. "Go where?" Jake asked. "I just got set down." "To hide them horses," Augustus said. "Pedro Flores is no quitter. He'll be coming." Jake felt sour. He wished again that circumstances hadn't prompted him to come back. He had already spent one full night on horseback, and now the boys were expecting him to spend another, all on account of a bunch of livestock he had no interest in the first place. "I don't know as I'm coming," he said. "I just got here. If I'd known you boys did nothing but chouse horses around all night, I don't know that I would have come." "Why, Jake, you lazy bean," Augustus said and walked off. Jake had a stubborn streak in him, and once it was activated, even Call could seldom do much with him. The Irish boy was standing up, trying to get the sleep out of his eyes. "Come on, boys," Augustus said. "Time to ride the river." "You want us to ride some more?" Sean asked. He had rolled over during his nap and had grass burrs in his shirt. "You'll soon catch on to riding," Augustus said. "It's easier than you might think." "Do you have any mules?" Sean asked. "I'm better at riding mules." "Son, we're fresh out," Augustus said. "Can either of you boys shoot?" "No, but we can dig potatoes," Alan said. He didn't want the man to think they were totally incompetent. "You boys took the wrong ship," Augustus said. "I doubt there's 10 spuds in this whole county." He caught them the gentlest horses out of the small bunch that was still penned and taught them how to adjust their stirrups so their feet wouldn't dangle. He hadn't had time for that refinement in Sabinus. Just then Jake came walking along, a Winchester in the crook of his arm. No doubt he had concluded it would be easier to stay up all night than to explain to Call why he hadn't. Soon the Irishmen were mounted and were cautiously walking their mounts around the pen. "It's new to them, but they're a quick-witted race," Augustus said. "Give 'em a week and they'll be riding like Comanches." "I don't know that I'll pause a week," Jake said. "You boys have got hard to tolerate. I might take that yellow-haired gal and mosey off to California." "Jake, you're a darn grasshopper," Augustus said. "You ride in yesterday talking Montana, and today you're talking California." Once the Irishmen had got fairly competent at mounting and dismounting, Augustus gave them each a Winchester and made them shoot at a cactus a time or two. "You've got to learn sometime," he said. "If you can learn to ride and shoot before Captain Call gets back, he might hire you." The O'Brien boys were so awed to find themselves with deadly weapons in their hands that they immediately forgot to be nervous about their horses. Sean had never held a gun before, and the flat crack of the bullet when he shot at the cactus was frightening. It occurred to him that if they were expected to shoot, they could also expect to be shot at, an unappealing thought. "Do we ask their names before we shoot them?" he inquired. "It ain't necessary," Augustus assured him. "Most of them are named Jesus, anyway." "Well, I ain't named Jesus," Jake said. "You boys try not to do your learning in my direction. I've been known to get riled when I'm shot at." When the 2 Irishmen came trotting up to the horse herd behind Augustus and Jake, Dish Boggett could hardly believe his eyes. He had always heard that the Hat Creek outfit was peculiar, but arming men who didn't even know how to dismount from their horses was not so much peculiar as insane. Augustus took the lead on a big white horse named Puddin'foot, and Jake Spoon followed him. Jake looked sour as clabber, which suited Dish fine. Maybe Lorena hadn't fallen quite in love with him after all. Dish rode over and poked Newt, who was asleep on his horse. Dish himself had napped from time to time, the day being hot and the horse herd placid. "You ought to see what's coming," he said. "Gus has put them darn midgets a horseback." Newt had a hard time getting his eyes open. As soon as the chase was over, sleep had begun trying to pull him down. If Pedro Flores had ridden up and offered to shoot him, he didn't think he would much care, since it would at least mean more sleep. He knew cowboys were supposed to be able to stay in the saddle 2 or 3 days at a stretch without sleep, but he was guiltily aware that he had not yet learned the trick. When Dish poked him, his hat fell off, and when he got down to get it, his legs felt as heavy as if somebody had put lead in his boots. He would have liked to say something to Sean O'Brien, who looked as tired as he was, but he couldn't think of a word to say. Augustus, who had had no chance to examine Call's big catch, rode into the herd and eased through to the other side where Dietz and P were waiting. He took his time about it, giving the animals a critical inspection as he went past. Not more than 40 of them struck him as prime mounts. A lot were undersized. Some had saddle sores, and the whole bunch of them was skinny from overwork or underfeeding or probably no feeding. Except for a prize stud or two, Pedro Flores had probably never wasted an oat on a horse in his life. "These nags is barely worth a night's sleep," he said to Dietz and P. "If we was aiming to start a soap factory, they might do, but so far as I know, we ain't." I've got a notion to keep the best 50 and run the rest off." "My lord," Pease said, aghast at what Gus had suggested. "The captain would shoot all of us if we run off any of these horses." "I don't doubt he'd foam at the mouth," Augustus said. "What do you think, Dietz?" "They skinny," Dietz said. "Might get fat if we give 'em enough time." "You might grow wings if I give you enough time," Augustus said. They looked across the river. The sun was slipping fast. In an hour or two they could expect a loud visit. "Here's the plan," he said. "Pedro won't bother coming to town, knowing our habits like he does. We'll pin the prime stock and hide the skinny little rabbits up in some thicket. Then if we don't like the looks of his army, we can skedaddle and let him drive his own soap factory back home." P.I. felt deeply uneasy about the plan. When the captain was around, things were done in a more straightforward fashion. Gus was always coming up with something sly. However, P.'s opinion hadn't been asked. He watched as Gus and Dietz began to cut the herd. Soon Dish Boggett figured out what was happening and rode over to help them. Dish was always a willing hand, except when it came to digging wells. Jake sat with the boy and the Irishman and watched the proceedings without much interest. He had himself a smoke, but didn't offer anybody else one. Newt watched too, trying to decide if he ought to go help. Mr. Gus and Dietz and Dish were doing the work so efficiently he decided he'd just be in the way, so he stayed put, hoping Jake would say something to him. There had been no chance to renew their friendship since Jake had come home. As sunset approached, Newt felt more and more anxious. The captain being gone always affected him that way. He knew Mr. Gus was supposed to be one of the coolest hands on the border, and he was confident Jake could handle practically anything that came up. But despite those two, he couldn't stop himself from feeling anxious when the captain was gone. Young Sean O'Brien felt anxious too, only his anxiety was of a different nature. The prospect of shooting and being shot at had loomed larger and larger in his thinking until he could think of little else. Since Newt looked friendly, he decided to seek his counsel in the matter. "What part of a man is it best to shoot at?" he asked, addressing himself to Newt. Jake Spoon chuckled. "His horse," he said. "Just aim for his horse. There ain't many of them chilly-bellies that will bother you once they're afoot." With that, he touched spurs to his horse and trotted around to the other side of the herd. "Is that right?" Sean asked. "You're supposed to shoot the horse." "If Jake says so, it's right," Newt said loyally, though the advice had surprised him too. "Have you shot many?" Sean asked. Newt shook his head. "Nope," he said. "Last night was the first time I even got to go. I never even shot at a man, or a horse either." "You shoot the horse," Sean said when his brother Alan rode up. Alan said nothing. He was thinking of his little wife, Sairee, whom he had left in Ireland. She had wept for weeks before he left, thinking it wrong that he should leave her. He had got his dander up and left anyway, and yet now he missed her so that tears as wet as hers sprang from his eyes almost every time he thought of her. Though normally a cheerful and even a merry man, the absence of Sairee had affected him more than he had supposed anything could. In his mind's eye, he saw her small red-headed figure moving through the chores of the day, now cooking spuds, now wringing milk from the tired teat of their old milk cow. He ignored all talk when he was thinking of Sairee, refusing to let it distract him. How would she feel if she could know what he had got himself into, sitting on a horse with a heavy gun beneath his leg? On the other side of the herd, Augustus had finished separating out the prime stock and was about to divide up the crew. Dietz and Dish were holding the cut at a little distance from the main herd. "Well, girls," Augustus said, "you might as well take these nags in and put 'em to bed. Me and this fine bunch of hands will ease the others upriver." Dish Boggett could hardly believe his good fortune. He had been braced for a scratch night of brush busting, but it seemed old Gus had a mind to spare him. "All right," he said. "Tell me what you want for supper, Gus, and I'll go eat it for you once we get these pinned." Augustus ignored the sally. "Dietz, you watch close," he said. "This young spark will probably have to go and get drunk or maybe married before the night is over." Dish waved and started the horses. Just as he did, Jake came loping over. "Where are they going?" he asked. Back to town, Augusta said. Be the safest place for the good stock, I figure. Why, damn, Jake said, plainly chagrined. You could have sent me back. I'm the one that's worn to a frazzle. Somebody's got to help me protect these boys, Augusta said. As I recall, you made a name for yourself by shooting Mexican bandits. I thought you'd welcome the chance to polish your reputation a little. I'd rather shoot you, Jake said pretty grumpily. You've caused me more hell than all the bandits in Mexico. Now, Jake, be fair, Augusta said. You was just hoping to go back and get your bean in that girl again. I feel young Dish should have his shot before you ruin her completely. Jake snorted. The young cowboy was the least of his worries. If you like these Irishmen so much, you watch them, he said. Send me little Newt and we'll take one side. Are we supposed to be going anywhere in particular? No, Augusta said. Just try to keep them out of Mexico. He waved at Newt, who soon came loping over. Son, Jake Spoon has requested your help, he said. If you and him watch the east, me and P and them shortcakes will take the west. The boy's face lit up as if he had just been given a new saddle. He had practically worshipped Jake Spoon once, and would clearly be willing to again given the encouragement. Augustus felt a momentary pang. He liked Jake, but felt him to be too leaky a vessel to hold so much hope. But then, all vessels leaked to some degree. Will we just keep riding, or will we stop and wait for the Mexicans? Newt asked, anxious to know the right thing to do. Keep riding, Augusta said. Let 'em catch us if they're men enough, and if they do, try not to shoot up all your ammunition. We might need some tomorrow. With that he turned, and in a few minutes, with the inexpert help of the Irishman, got the 100 horses moving north in the fading light. 15. The minute they got the herd pinned, Dish felt himself getting restless. He had a smoke, leaning on the gate of the big corral. He knew he had a clear duty to stay with the horses. Though the darky was obviously a superior hand, he could hardly be expected to hold the place against a swarm of bandits. Problem was that Dish could not believe in the swarm of bandits. Under the red afterglow, the town was still as a church. Now and then there was the bleat of a goat or the call of a bull bat, but that was all. It was so peaceful that Dish soon convinced himself there was no need for 2 men to waste the whole evening in a dusty corral. The bandits were theoretical, but Lorena was real, and only 200 yards away. Leaning on the gate, Dish had no trouble imagining favorable possibilities. Jake Spoon was only human, and he was oversure of himself at that. He might have rushed his suit. Dish could understand it. He would have rushed one himself had he known how. Perhaps Laurie had not welcomed such boldness. Perhaps she had recognized that Jake was not a man to depend on. By the time he had mulled the prospect for 30 minutes, Dish was in a fever. He had to have another shot, or else carry some sharp regrets with him up the trail. Some might think it irresponsible. Captain Call, for one, certainly would. But he could not stand all night in chunking distance of Lorena and not go see her. Well, it all looks safe, he said to Dietz, who had seated himself against a big water trough, his rifle across his lap. Quiet so far, Dietz agreed. I reckon it'll be some while before anything happens, if anything does, he said. I believe I'll just stroll over to that saloon and bathe my throat. Yes, sir. You go along, Dietz said. I can look after the stock. You just shoot if you need help, Dish said. I'll get back here in a minute if there's trouble. He took his horse so he wouldn't be caught afoot in the event of trouble, and went trotting off. Dietz was just as glad to see him leave, for the young man's restlessness made him an uncomfortable companion. It was not a restlessness other men could talk to. Only a woman could cure it. Dietz had had such restlessness once, and had had no woman to cure it, but years and hard work had worn the edge off it, and he could relax and enjoy the quiet of the night if he was let alone. He liked sitting with his back against the water trough, listening to the horses settling themselves. From time to time one would come to the trough and drink, sucking the water into its mouth in long draughts. Across the pen, 2 horses were stamping and snorting nervously, but Dietz didn't get up to go look. Probably it was just a snake that had snaked too close to the pen. A snake wasn't going to fool with horses if it could help it. The possibility of attack didn't worry him. Even if a few vaqueros did make a pass at the town, they would be nervous, sure of being outgunned. He could sleep. He had the knack of going in and out of sleep easily and quickly. But despite the long night and day, he wasn't sleepy. Relaxing at times was as good as sleeping. A sleeping man would miss the best of the evening and the moonrise as well. Dietz had always been partial to the moon, watched it often, thought about it much. To him it was a more interesting and a more affecting thing than the sun, which shone on every day in much the same fashion. But the moon changed. It moved around the sky. It waxed and waned. On the nights when it rose full and yellow over the plains around Lonesome Dove, it seemed so close that a man could almost ride over with a ladder and step right onto it. Dietz had even imagined doing it a few times, propping a ladder against the old full moon and stepping on. If he did it, one thing was sure. Mr. Gus would have something to talk about for a long time. Dietz had to grin at the mere thought of how excited Mr. Gus would get if he took off and rode the moon. For he thought of it like a ride, something he might just do for a night or two when things were slow. Then when the moon came back close to Lonesome Dove, he would step off and walk back home. It would surprise them all. Other times, though, the moon rode so high that Dietz had to come to his senses and admit that no man could really ride on it. When he imagined himself up there, on the thin little hook that hung above him, white as a tooth, he almost got dizzy from his own imagining and had to try harder to pay attention to what was happening on the ground. Still, when there was nothing to see around him but a few horses sucking water, he could always rest himself by watching the moon and the sky. He loved clear nights and hated clouds. When it was cloudy, he felt deprived of half the world. His fear of Indians, which was deep, was tied to his sense that the moon had powers that neither white men nor black men understood. He had heard Mr. Gus talk about the moon moving the waters, and though he had glimpsed the ocean many times by the Matagorda, he had not been able to get a sense of how the moon moved it. But he was convinced that Indians understood the moon. He had never talked with an Indian about it, but he knew they had more names for it than white people had, and that suggested a deeper understanding. The Indians were less busy and would naturally have more time to study such things. It always seemed to Dietz that it was lucky for the whites that the Indians had never gained full control over the moon. He had dreamed once, after the terrible battle of Fort Phantom Hill, that the Indians had managed to move the moon over by one of those little low hills that were all over West Texas. They had got it to pause by the edge of a mountain so they could leap their horses onto it. It still occurred to him at times that such a thing might have happened, and that they were Comanches or possibly Kiowas riding around on the moon. Often when the moon was full and yellow and close to the earth, he got the strong feeling that Indians were on it. It was a fearful feeling, one he had never discussed with any man. The Indians hated the whites, and if they got control of the moon, which was said to control the waters, then terrible things might happen. The Indians could have the moon suck all the water out of the wells and rivers, or else turn it all to salt, like the ocean. That would be the end, and a hard end at that. But when the moon was just a little white hook, Dietz tended to lose his worries. After all, water was still sweet, except for an alkaline river or two like the Pecos. Perhaps if the Indians got on the moon, they had all fallen off. Sometimes Dietz wished that he could have had some schooling, so as to maybe learn the answers to some of the things that puzzled and intrigued him. Night and day itself was something to ponder. There had to be a reason for the sun to fall, lie hidden, and then rise again from the opposite side of the plain, and other reasons for the rain, the thunder, and the slicing north wind. He knew the big motions of nature weren't accidents. It was just that his life had not given him enough information to grasp the way of things. And yet Indians, who could not even talk a normal language, seemed to understand more about it even than Mr. Gus, who could talk a passel about the motions of nature or anything else you wanted to hear talked about. Mr. Gus had even tried to tell him the world was round, though Dietz regarded that as just joking talk. But it was Mr. Gus who put his name on the sign so that everyone who could read would realize he was part of the outfit. It made up for a lot of joking. Dietz rested happily by the water trough, now and then glancing at the moon. The ground shadows hid him completely, and any vaqueros foolish enough to try and slip in would get a sharp surprise. Dish himself got something of a surprise when he walked into the dry-bean, for Lorena was not alone as he had been imagining her to be. She sat at a table with Xavier and Jasper Fant, the skinny little waddy from upriver. Dish had met Jasper once or twice and rather liked him, though at this time he would have liked him a lot better if he had stayed upriver where he belonged. Jasper had a sickly look to him, but in fact was as healthy as the next man, and had an appetite to rival Gus McCrae's. "There's Dish," Lorena said when he came in the door. "Now we can have a game." Lippy, as usual, was kibitzing, putting in his 2 cents worth whether they were wanted or not.
Not unless he's been to the bank, we can't, he said. Xavier cleaned Dish out last night, and he ain't active enough to make his fortune back in one day.
"Don't mean he can't take a hand," Jasper said, giving Dish a friendly nod. "Xavier's cleaned me out, too, and I'm still playing."
We all got weaknesses, Lippy observed. Juan's is playing poker for credit. That's why he can't afford to pay his piano player an honest wage.
Xavier endured these witticisms silently. He was in a worse mood than usual, and he knew why. Jake Spoon had come to town and promptly deprived him of a whore, an asset vital to an establishment such as his in an out-of-the-way place like Lonesome Dove. Many a traveler who might not ordinarily come that far would because of Laurie. There was no woman like her on the border. She was not friendly, but because of her men came and stayed to drink away the night. He would not be likely to get another such whore. There were Mexican women as pretty, but few cowboys would ride the extra miles for a Mexican woman, those being plentiful in most parts of South Texas. Besides, he himself bought Laurie once a week, if not more. Once in a period of restless enthusiasm, he had bought her 6 times in 5 days, after which, being ashamed of his extravagance, if not his lust, he abstained for 2 weeks. It was a happy convenience having Laurie in the place, and a fine change from his wife, Therese, who had been stingy with her favors and a bully to boot. Once Therese had denied him anything resembling a favor for a period of 4 months, which for a man of Xavier's temperament was a painful thing. He had been required to hunt Mexican women himself during that period, and had come close to feeling the wrath of a couple of Mexican husbands. By contrast, Laurie was restful, and he had come to love her. She did not exhibit the slightest fondness for him, but neither did she raise the slightest objection when he felt like buying her, a fact Lippy was deeply resentful of. She refused to be bought by Lippy at any price. Now Jake Spoon had spoiled it all, and the only way Xavier could vent his annoyance was by winning money from Jasper Fant, most of which he would never collect. "Where's Jake?" Laurie asked, a shock to Dish. His hopes, which had been soaring as he walked through the dark to the saloon, flopped down to boot level. For her to inquire about the man so shamelessly bespoke a depth of attachment that Dish could barely imagine. It was not likely she would ever inquire at all about him, even if he stepped out the door and vanished for a year. "Why, Jake's with Gus and the boys," he said, sitting down to make the best face of it he could. It was not much of a face, for Laurie had never seemed prettier to him. She had pushed up the sleeves of her dress, and when it came her turn to handle the cards, her white arms all but mesmerized him. He could hardly think to bet for watching Laurie's arms and her firm lips. Her arms were plumpish, but more graceful than any Dish had ever seen. He could not think what he was doing. He wanted her so much, It caused him to play so badly that in an hour he had lost 3 months' wages. Jasper Fant fared no better, whether from love of Laurie or lack of skill. Dish didn't know. Didn't know and didn't care. All he was conscious of was that somehow he would have to outlast Jake, for there could be no woman for him except the one across the table. The very friendliness with which she treated him stung like a scorpion bite, for there was nothing special in it. She was almost as friendly to Lippy, a pure fool and with a hole in her stomach to boot. The card game soon became a torture for everyone but Laurie, who won hand after hand. It pleased her to think how surprised Jake would be when he came back and saw her winnings. He would know she wasn't helpless, at least. Xavier himself didn't lose much. He never lost much, but he wasn't playing with his usual alertness. Laurie knew that might be because of her, but she didn't care. She'd always liked playing cards, and liked it even better now that it was all she had to do until Jake came back. She even liked Dish and Jasper a little. It was a relief not to have to hold herself out of the fun because of what they wanted. She knew they felt hopeless, but then she had felt hopeless enough times, waiting for them to work up their nerve or else borrow $2. Let them get a taste. "Dish, we might as well stop," Jasper said. "We'll barely get out of debt this year as it is."
"I'll take a hand," Lippy said. "I might be rusty, but I'm willing."
"Let him play," Xavier said suddenly. It was a house rule that Lippy was not allowed to gamble. His style was extravagant and his resources meager. Several times his life had been endangered when strangers discovered he had no means of paying them the sums he had just lost. But Xavier had lost faith in house rules, since it had also been a house rule that Lorena was a whore, and now she wasn't anymore. If a whore could retire so abruptly, Lippy might as well play cards. "What's he going to pay me with when I win?" Lorena asked.
"Sweet music,"
Lippy said cheerfully.
"I'll play your favorite song."
It was not much enticement, Lorena thought, since he played her favorite songs every time she came in the room, as it was, hoping his skill at the keyboard would finally move her to let him buy a poke. She wasn't about to start that, but she did play him a few hands. The cowboys were too sunk even to drink. The boys said good night to her politely, hoping she would think kindly of them, but she didn't. Boys didn't interest her as much as cards. Outside, Jasper paused in the street and had a smoke with Dish. "Hired on yet?" Jasper asked. He had a mustache no thicker than a shoestring, and a horse that was not much thicker than the mustache. "I think so," Dish said. "I'm working for these Hat Creek boys right now. They're thinking of getting up a drive." "You mean they hire you to play cards?" Jasper asked. He fancied himself a joker. "Oh, I was just resting," Dish said. "I'm helping their darky guard some stock." "Guard it from what?" "From the Mexicans we stole it from," Dish said. "The captain went off to hire a crew." "Hell," Jasper said. "If the Mexicans knew the captain was gone, they'd come and take back Texas." "I reckon not," Dish said. He felt the remark was slightly insulting. The captain was not the only man in Texas who could fight. "He can hire me if he wants to when he gets back," Jasper said. "He probably will," Dish said. Jasper had a reputation for being reliable, if not brilliant. Though aware that Dish might be touchy on the subject, Jasper was curious about what had happened to change Laurie so. He looked wishfully at the light in her window. "Has that girl got married or what?" he asked. "Every time I jingled my money, she looked at me like she was ready to carve my liver." Dish resented the question. He was not so coarse as to enjoy discussing Laurie with just any man who happened to ask. On the other hand, it was hard to see Jasper Fant as a rival. He looked half-starved, and probably was. "It's a scoundrel named Jake Spoon," Dish said. "I reckon he's beguiled her." "Oh, so that's it," Jasper said. "I believe I've heard the name. A pistolero of some kind, ain't he?" "I wouldn't know what he is," Dish said in a tone that was meant to let Jasper know he had no great interest in discussing the matter further. Jasper took the hint, and the two of them rode over to the Hat Creek pens in silence, their minds on the white-armed woman in the saloon. She was no longer unfriendly, but it seemed to both of them that things had gone a little better before the change. 16. By the end of the first day's hiring, Carl had collected 4 boys, none of them yet 18. Young Bill Spettle, the one they called Swift Bill, was no older than Newt, and his brother Pete only a year older than Bill. So desperate were their family circumstances that Carl was almost hesitant to take them. The widow Spettle had a brood of 8 children, Bill and Pete being the oldest. Ned Spettle, the father of them all, had died of drink 2 years before. It looked to Carl as if the family was about to starve out. They had a little creek-bottom farm not far north of Pickles Gap, but the soil was poor and the family had little to eat but sow-belly and beans. The widow Spettle, however, was eager for him to take the boys and would hear no protest from Carl. She was a thin woman with bitter eyes. Carl had heard from someone that she had been raised rich in the East, with servants to comb her hair and help her into her shoes when she got up. It might just have been a story. It was hard for him to imagine a grown-up who would need to be helped into their own shoes, but if even part of it was true, she had come a long way down. Ned Spettle had never got around to putting a floor in the shack of a house he built. His wife was rearing 8 children on the bare dirt. He had heard it said that Ned had never got over the war, which might have explained it. Plenty hadn't. It accounted for the shortage of grown men of a certain age, that war. Carl himself felt a kind of guilt at having missed it, though the work he and Gus had done on the border had been just as dangerous and just as necessary. "Take 'em," the widow Spettle said, looking at her boys as if she wondered why she'd borne them. "I reckon they'll work as hard as any." Carl knew the boys had helped take a small herd to Arkansas. He paid the widow a month's wage for each boy, knowing she would need it. There was evidently not a shoe in the family. Even the mother was barefoot, a fact that must shame her, if the servant's story were true. He didn't take the Spettle boys with him, for he had brought no spare horses. But the boys started at once for Lonesome Dove on foot, each of them carrying a blanket. They had 1 pistol between them, a Navy Colt with half its hammer knocked off. Though Carl assured them he would equip them well once they got to Lonesome Dove, they wouldn't leave the gun. "We've never shot every other gun," Swift Bill said, as if that meant they couldn't. When he took his leave, Mrs. Spettle and the 6 remaining children scarcely noticed him. They stood in the hot yard, with a scrawny hen or 2 scratching around their bare feet, watching the boys and crying. The mother, who had scarcely touched her sons before they left, stood straight up and cried. 3 of the children were girls, but the other 3 were boys in their early teens, old enough at least to be of use to their mother. "We'll take good care of them," Carl said, wasting words. The young girls hung on to the widow's frayed skirts and cried. Carl rode on, though with a bad feeling in his throat. It was better that the boys go. There was not enough work for them there, and yet they were the pride of the family. He would take as good care of them as he could, and yet what did that mean with a drive of 2,500 miles to make? He made the Rainey Ranch by sundown, a far more cheerful place than the Spettle homestead. Joe Rainey had a twisted leg, the result of an accident with a buckboard, but he got around on the leg almost as fast as a healthy man. Carl was not as fond of Maud, Joe's fat, red-faced wife, as Augustus was, but then he had to admit he was not as fond of any woman as Augustus was. Maud Rainey was built like a barrel, with a bosom as big as buckets, and a voice that some claimed would make hair fall out. It was the general consensus around Lonesome Dove that if she and Augustus had married, their combined voices would have deafened whatever children they might have produced. She talked at table like some men talked when they were driving mules. Still, she and Joe had managed to produce an even dozen children so far, 8 of them boys, and all of them strapping. Among them, the Raineys probably ate as much food in one meal as the Spettles consumed in a week. As near as Carl could determine, they all devoted most of their waking hours to either growing or butchering or catching what they ate. Augustus's blue pigs had been purchased from the Raineys and were the first thing Maud thought to inquire about when Carl rode up. "Have you et that shoat yet?" Maud asked before he could even dismount. "No, we ain't," Carl said. "I guess Gus is saving him for Christmas, or else he just likes to talk to him." "Well, step down and have a wash at the bucket," Maud said. "I'm cooking one of that Shote's cousins right this minute." It had to be admitted that Maud Rainey set a fine table. Carl had no sooner got his sleeves rolled up and his hands clean than supper began. Joe Rainey just had time to mumble a prayer before Maud started pushing around the cornbread. Carl was faced with more meats than he had seen on one table since he could remember. Beefsteak and pork chops, chicken and venison, and a stew that appeared to contain squirrel and various less familiar meats. Maud got red in the face when she ate, as did everyone else at her table, from the steam rising off the platters. "This is my varmint stew, Captain," Maud said. "Oh," he asked politely, "what kind of varmints?" "Whatever the dogs catch," Maud said. "Or the dogs themselves if they don't manage to catch nothing. I won't support a lazy dog." "She put a possum in," one of the little girls said. She seemed as full of mischief as her fat mother, who, fat or not, had made plenty of mischief among the men of the area before she settled on Joe. "Now, Maggie, don't be giving away my recipes," Maud said. "Anyway, the captain's likely ate possum before." "At least it ain't a goat," Carl said, trying to make conversation. It was an unfamiliar labor, since at his own table he mostly worked at avoiding it, but he knew women liked to talk to their guests, and he tried to fit into the custom. "We heard a rumor that Jake is back and on the run," Joe Rainey said. He wore a full beard, which at the moment was shiny with pork drippings. Joe had a habit of staring straight ahead. Though Carl assumed he had a neck joint like other men, he had never seen him use it. If you happened to be directly in front of him, Joe would look you in the eye. But if you were positioned a little to the side, his look went floating on by. "Yes, Jake arrived," Carl said. "He's been to Montana and says it's the prettiest country in the world." "It's probably filled with women, then," Maud said. "I remember Jake. If he can't find a woman, he gets so restless he'll scratch." Carl saw no need to comment on Jake's criminal status, if any. Fortunately, the Raineys were too busy eating to be very curious. The children, who had been well brought up, didn't try for the better meats, but made do with a platter of chicken and some fry back and cornbread. One little tad, evidently the runt of the family, got nothing but cornbread and chicken gizzards, but he knew better than to complain. With 11 brothers and sisters all bigger than him, complaint would have been dangerous. "Well, what's Gus up to?" Maud asked. "I've been sitting here waiting for him to come over and try to take me away from Joe, but I don't guess he's coming. Has he still got his craving for buttermilk?" "Yes, he drinks it by the gallon," Carl said. "I fancy it myself, so we compete." He felt Maud's statement not in the best of taste, but Joe Rainey continued to stare straight ahead and drip into his beard. Carl finally asked if he could hire a couple of the boys. Maud sighed and looked down her double row of children. "I'd rather sell pigs than hire out boys," she said. "But I guess they've got to go see the world sometime." "What's the pay?" Joe asked, always the practical man. "Why, $40 and found, I reckon," Carl said. "Of course, we'll furnish the mounts." That night he slept in a wagon in the Rainey's yard. He had been offered a place in the loft, but it was piled so high with children that he hardly trusted himself in it. Anyway, he preferred the out-of-doors, though the out-of-doors at the Raineys was more noisy than he was used to. The pigs grunted all night, looking for lizards or something to eat. Then there was a barn owl that wouldn't stop calling, so he had a time getting to sleep. The next morning he got a promise from Maud that her 2 oldest boys would get themselves to Lonesome Dove by the end of the week. The boys themselves, Jimmy and Ben Rainey, scarcely said a word. Carl rode off feeling satisfied, believing he had enough of a crew to start gathering cattle. Word would get out, and a few more men would probably trickle in. They had to get the cattle and get them branded. At least they had the luxury of surplus horses, or did if Gus and Jake hadn't contrived to fiddle around and lose them. He worried about that possibility most of the way home. Not that Gus wasn't competent. So far as sheer ability went, Gus was as competent as any man he'd ever known. There had been plenty of times when he'd wondered if he himself could match Gus, if Gus really tried. It was a question that never got tested because Gus seldom tried. As a team, the two of them were perfectly balanced. He did more than he needed to, while Gus did less. Gus himself often joked about it. "If you got killed, I might work harder," he said. "I might get in a righteous frame of mind if I had that stimulation. But you ain't killed, so what's the point?" Call wasted no time getting back, wishing all the way that he had the mare. She had spoiled him, made him too aware of the limitations of his other mounts. The fact that she was dangerous made him like her the more. She made him extra watchful, which was good. When he got within 15 miles of Lonesome Dove, he cut west, thinking they would be holding the herd in that direction. He rode around the southern edge of the bad brush country and struck the trail of the horses. They had been going back south over their own tracks, which was curious. Gus had taken them back to town. Probably he had a reason, but it was not one Call could guess, so he loped on home. When he approached the town, he saw the horses grazing upriver a little ways with Dietz and Newt and the Irishman holding them. They looked to be all there, so evidently nothing had happened. One thing about Gus McCrae, he was easily found. By 3 in the afternoon, any afternoon, he would be sitting on the porch, drawing occasionally from his jug. When Call rode up, he was sitting there taking a nap. There was no sign of Jake. "You're a fine guard," he said, dismounting. Augustus had his hat over his eyes, but he removed it and looked at Call. "How's Maud Rainey?" he asked. "She's in good health," Call said. "She fed me twice." "Good thing it was just twice," Augustus said. "If you'd stayed a week, you'd have had to rent an ox to get home on." "She's anxious to sell you some more pigs," Call said, taking the jug and rinsing his mouth with whiskey. "If Joe was to get killed, I might court her again," Augustus speculated. "I hope you will," Call said. "Them 12 young ones ought to have a good father. What are the horses doing back here so soon?" "Why, grazing, most likely," Augustus said. "Didn't Pedro make a try?" "No, he didn't, and for a very good reason," Augustus said. "What reason would that be?" "Because he died," Augustus said. "Well, I swear," Call said, stunned. "Is that the truth?" "I ain't seen the corpse," Augustus said, "but I imagine it's true. Jasper Fant rode in looking for work and had the news, though the scamp didn't give it to me until I'd wasted most of the night." "I wonder what killed him," Call said. Pedro Flores had been a factor in their lives off and on for 30 years, though probably they had not actually seen him more than 6 or 7 times. It was surprising hearing he was gone, and though it should have been a relief, it wasn't exactly. It was too much of a surprise. "Jasper wasn't up on the details," Augustus said. "He just heard it from a vaquero. But I allow it's true because it explains why you could lope in with a boy and an idiot and saunter off with his remuda." "Well, I swear," Call said again. "I never expected that." "Oh, well," Augustus said, "I never either. But then, I don't know why not. Mexicans don't have no special dispensation. They die like the rest of us. I expect Bo will die one of these days, and then we won't have nobody to whack the dinner bell with the crowbar." Pedro was tough, though, Call said. After all, the man had more or less held nearly 100-mile stretch of the border and for nearly 30 years. Call had known many men who died, but somehow had not expected it of Pedro, though he himself had fired several bullets at him. "I'd like to know what took him," Call said. "He might have choked on a pepper," Augustus said. "Them that can't be killed by knives or bullets usually break their necks falling off the porch or something. Remember Johnny Norvell dying of that bee sting? I guess Johnny had been shot 20 times, but a darn bee killed him." It was true. The man had rangered with them, and yet the bee sting had given him a seizure of some kind, and no one could bring him out of it. "Well, it will about finish the Flores operation," Augustus said. "He just had 3 boys, and we hung the only one of them with any get-up-and-go." To Augustus's surprise, Call sat down on the porch and took a big swallow from the jug. He felt curious, not sick, but suddenly empty. It was the way a kick in the stomach could make you feel. It was an odd thing, but true, that the death of an enemy could affect you almost as much, as the death of a friend. He had experienced it before, when news reached him that Kicking Wolf was dead. Some young soldier on his second patrol had made a lucky shot and killed him on the Clear Fork of the Brazos, and Kicking Wolf had kept 2 companies of Rangers busy for 20 years. Killed by a private. Carl had been shoeing a horse when Pete brought him that piece of news, and he felt so empty for a spell that he had to put off finishing the job. That had been 10 years ago, and he and Gus soon quit rangering. So far as Carl was concerned, the death of Kicking Wolf meant the end of the Comanches, and thus the end of their real job. There were other chiefs, true, and the final fights were yet to be fought, but he had never had the vengeful nature of some rangers, and had no interest in spending a decade mopping up renegades and stragglers. Pedro Flores was a far cry from being the fighter Kicking Wolf had been. Pedro seldom rode without 20 or 30 vaqueros to back him up, whereas Kicking Wolf, a small man no bigger than the boy, would raid San Antonio with 5 or 6 braves and manage to carry off 3 women and scare all the whites out of 7 or 8 counties just by traveling through them. But Pedro was of the same time, and had occupied them just as long. "I didn't know you liked that old bandit so much," Augusta said. "I didn't like him," Carl said. "I just didn't expect him to die." "He probably never expected it neither," Augusta said. "He was a rough old cob." After a few minutes, the empty feeling passed, but Carl didn't get to his feet. The sense that he needed to hurry, which had been with him most of his life, had disappeared for a space. "We might as well go on to Montana," he said. "The fun's over around here." Augustus snorted, amused by the way his friend's mind worked. "Carl, there never was no fun around here," he said. "And besides, you never had no fun in your life. You wasn't made for fun. That's my department." "I used the wrong word, I guess," Carl said. "Yes, but why did you?" Augusta said. "That's the interesting part." Carl didn't feel like getting drawn into an argument, so he kept quiet. "First you run out of Indians, now you've run out of bandits. That's the pint," Augusta said. "You got to have somebody to outwit, don't you?" "I don't know why I'd need anybody when I've got you," Carl said. "I don't see why we just don't take over northern Mexico now that Pedro's dead," Augusta said. "It's just down the darn street. I'm sure there's still a few folks down there who'd give you a fight." "I don't need a fight," Carl said. "It won't hurt us to make some money." "It might," Augusta said. "I might drown in the Republican River like the Pumphrey boy. Then you'd get all the money. You wouldn't even know how to have fun with it. You'd probably use it to buy gravestones for old bandits you happen to like." "If you drown in the Republican River, I'll give your part to Jake," Carl said. "I guess he'd know how to spend it." With that, he mounted and rode off, meaning to find Jasper Fant and hire him if he really wanted to work. 17. By the time Jake Spoon had been in Lonesome Dove 10 days, Lorena knew she had a job to do. Namely, the job of holding him to his word and making sure he took her to San Francisco as he had promised to do. Of course, Jake had not given her any direct notice that he intended to do differently. He moved in with her immediately and was just as pleasant about everything as he had been the first day. He had not taken a cent of money from her, and they seldom passed an hour together without him complimenting her in some way, usually on her voice, or her looks, or the fine texture of her hair, or some delicacy of manner. He had a way of appearing always mildly surprised by her graces, and if anything, his sentiments only grew warmer as they got to know one another better. He repeated several times his dismay at her having been stuck for so long in a dismal hole like Lonesome Dove. But after a week, Lorena became aware of a curious thing. Jake was more attached to her than she was to him. The fact struck her late one afternoon while she was watching him nap. He had insisted on a root and gone right to sleep afterward. While the sweat was cooling on them, she realized she wasn't excited about him in the way she had been the first day. The first day had been one of the big days of her life because of the smooth way Jake had shown up and taken over, ending her long period of tension and discomfort. She still felt peaceful with him. They had never quarreled, and he had not demonstrated the slightest inclination to meanness. But it was clear to her already that he was one of those men somebody had to take care of. He had fooled her for a few days into thinking he would do the taking care of, but that wasn't so. He was a clever card player and could make money, but that was just part of it. Jake had to have company. When he slept, or when he was amused, or was just lolling around telling stories, the childish part of him showed, and it was a big part. Before the week was over, it seemed to her that he was all play. The realization didn't disturb her calm, though. It meant he needed her more than he would admit. She recognized the need and didn't care whether he admitted it or not. If Jake had been as firm as he pretended to be, it would have left her with little security. He could have just walked off. But he wouldn't. He liked talk, woman's talk, and the comforts of the bed. He even liked it that she lived above the saloon, since it meant a game was handy if he felt like playing. Since the Hat Creek outfit had been gathering cattle and getting ready for their drive, games were handier than they had been for a while. Several cowboys drifted into Lonesome Dove looking for work. Some of them had enough snap left at night to wander in and cut the cards. A tall cowboy named Needle Nelson showed up from north of San Antonio, and a cheerful cowboy from Brownsville named Bert Borum. At first, Xavier was cheered by all the new customers, until it occurred to him that they would only be there for a week or two. Then the thought of how empty the saloon would soon be filled him with gloom, and he stood by the door most of the night, his wash rag dripping down his leg. Lippy was kept plenty busy, for the cowboys were always requesting songs. Lippy liked the company. He was proud of his talent at the keyboard and would pound out any song that was requested. Jake took pains to teach Lorena a few things about card playing that she didn't know. She came to wonder how Jasper and Bert and Needle Nelson got by on so little sleep, for the captain worked them hard all day and the games went on half the night. The only cowboy likely to pull a sour face if she sat in was Dish Boggett, who wouldn't get over being in love with her. It amused her that he sat there looking so solemn with his big mustache. Jake did not even seem to notice that the man was in love with her. She was tempted to tease Jake a little, but he had told her plain out he was a jealous man. For all she knew, he might shoot Dish, which would be a pity. Dish was nice enough. It was just that he couldn't compare with Jake Spoon. When the gathering and branding of cattle had been going on for about 10 days, Lorena began to feel a crisis coming. She heard the boys speculate that the branding would be done in another week, which meant they were close to starting the drive. The boys were saying they were already late.
"Hell, we'll be crossing the Yellowstone on the dern ice if we don't get started," Needle Nelson said. He was a funny-looking man, thin as a wire and with an Adam's apple that looked as big as a turkey egg.
"Well, I doubt we'll make the Yellowstone," Jasper Fant said. "Most of us will get drowned before we get that far."
"Needle won't," Dish Boggett suggested. "There ain't a river up that way deep enough he couldn't walk through it and not get his hat wet." "I can swim, anyway," Needle remarked.
"I'd like to see you swim with 50 or 60 cattle on top of you, or maybe your own horse," Jasper said.
"Ain't no 50 or 60 cattle going to be on top of me," Needle replied, unruffled. "Nor no dern horse, neither."
Bert Borum thought Needle was hilarious. He thought pretty near everything was hilarious. He was one of those men who have a laugh you like to hear.
"I'm getting me a float before I cross Erie River," he declared.
"What kind of float?" Dish inquired.
"Ain't decided,"
Bert said.
"Might tie a few jugs to my horse. Jugs are good floats."
"Where would you get a darn jug on cattle drive?" Jasper asked. "If the captain was to catch you with a jug, he'd want to know who drank the whiskey out of it." Jake was tolerant of the cowboys, but careful to keep himself a bit apart from them. He never chimed in when they talked about the life they would have on the trail, and he never spoke to Lorena about the fact that the herd would be leaving in 10 days. He didn't work much on the branding either, though once in a while he spent a night helping them gather more stock. Mostly he let it appear that the drive had nothing to do with him. Lorena didn't press him, but she kept an eye on him. If he wanted to stay, that was one thing, but if he planned on going, he was going to have to figure a way to take her. He wasn't leaving without her, whatever he might think about the matter. Then, before the issue came to a head, something happened that took Lorena completely unaware. It was a blistering day, the saloon totally empty except for Lippy. Xavier, who had a taste for fish, had gone off to the river to see if he could catch any. Lorena was sitting at a table, practicing 1 or 2 card tricks Jake had taught her, when who should walk in but Gus. His shirt was as wet from sweat as if he'd been underwater a week, and even his hat band was sweated through. He went around behind the bar, got himself a bottle, and brought it over to the table, grinning a big grin despite the heat. She noted that he brought her a glass, which struck her as bold, but then Gus would do anything, as Jake was always saying. "What I can't figure out is why there ain't but 2 sinners in this saloon," Gus said. Lorena made no comment, but Lippy piped up.
"I've tried to sin all my life. Ain't you going to count me?" he asked.
"No, you got a hole in your stomach," Augusta said. "You paid for yours, but so far me and Laurie have got off scot-free." Gus poured a little whiskey in her glass and filled his to just below the brim. "I want a poke," he said, as casual as if he were asking her to loan him 2 bits. Lorena was so taken aback that she didn't know what to say. She looked at Lippy, who was just sitting there listening as if it were his right. Gus, of course, was not the slightest bit embarrassed by what he was suggesting. He took his hat off and hung it on a chair, looking at her pleasantly. Lorena felt sorely at a loss. She had never expected Gus to commit such a blunder, for it was well known that he and Jake were good friends. Gus must know that Jake was living with her, and yet he walked in and asked as if it made no difference. She sat silent, showing her puzzlement, which only seemed to amuse Gus. "I wish you wouldn't sit there thinking about it," he said. "Just sell me the poke and be done with it. I hate to sit and watch a woman think." "Why?" she asked, finding her voice again. She felt the beginnings of indignation. "I guess I got the right to think, if I want to," she added. Gus just grinned. "Oh, you got the right," he said. "It's just that it's fearsome for a man to have a woman start thinking right in front of him. It always leads to trouble." He paused and drank a healthy swallow of whiskey. "I'm with Jake now," Lorena said, merely stating the obvious. "I know that, honey," Augusta said. "The minute I looked up the road and seen Jake coming, I knew you and him would settle in. Jake's a good hand to settle in with, I admit, a sight better than me. But the fact is, he went out to the cow camp at the wrong time and Carl put him to work. Carl don't appreciate Jake's restful qualities like you and me do. He's been fretting for a week because Jake wasn't working, and now that he's got him, you can bet he'll keep him a day or 2. Lorena looked at Lippy, wishing he wasn't there. But Lippy sat, astonished at what he was hearing. His lip hung down like a flap of some kind, as it always did when he forgot himself. "Jake ain't got the stuff to stand up to Carl," Augusta said. "He's going to have to stay out there and brand dogies for a while, so there ain't no reason for you not to sell me a poke." "I told you the reason," Lorena said. "Jake takes care of me now," she added. "No, he don't," Gus said. "You take care of him." It was the very truth Lorena had discovered for herself, and it stumped her that Gus would not only know it but come right out with it as if it were an ordinary fact. "Jake Spoon has never taken care of nobody," Gus said. "Not even himself. He's the world's child, and the main point about him is that he'll always find somebody to take care of him. It used to be me and Carl, but right now it's you. That's fine and good, but it's no reason you should go out of business entirely. You can sell me a poke and still take care of Jake." Lorena knew that was true as far as it went. Jake was not hard to take care of, and probably not hard to fool. It wouldn't enter his head that she would sell a poke now that she had him. He had plenty of pride and not a little vanity. It was one of the things she liked about him. Jake thought well of his looks. He was not a dressy man like Tinkersley, but he nonetheless took pains with his appearance and knew that women fancied him. She had never seen him mad, but she knew he would not like anyone to make light of him. "I believe he'd shoot the man that touches me," she said.
"I believe it too," Lippy said. "Jake's mighty partial to Lori."
"Hell, you're partial to her yourself," Gus said. "We're all partial to her, but Jake ain't exactly a killer."
"He killed that man in Arkansas," Lorena said.
Augustus shrugged. "He fired off a buffalo gun and the bullet happened to hit a dentist," he said. "I don't call that no crime of passion." Lorena didn't like it that Gus acted like Jake wasn't much. He had a reputation for being a cool man in a fight.
"He killed that bandit," Lippy said. "Hit him right in the Adam's apple, I've heard."
"The truth of that is the bandit rode into the bullet," Augustus said. "He was unlucky like the dentist."
Lorena just sat. The situation was so unexpected she could not think about it clearly. Of course, she had no intention of going upstairs with Gus, but he couldn't just be scared off with a look like some cowboy. Gus was not afraid of looks, or of Jake either, it seemed.
"I'll give you $50, Gus said with a big grin. Lippy nearly fell off his stool. He had never seen or imagined anything so rash. $50 for one poke? Then it occurred to him he would cheerfully give as much if he had it to get under Lorena's skirts. A man could always get more money, but there wasn't but one Lori, not on the border anyway.
"Hell, I would too,"
he said, just to register the offer. "I didn't know you was so rich," Augustus said, a little amused.
"Well, I ain't now, but I might be," Lippy said. "Business is picking up."
"Pshaw," Augustus said. "Once we start to drive, you'll be lucky to earn a nickel in a month." Lorena decided her best out was to pretend to be frightened of Jake's vengeance, though now that she thought about it, she knew Gus was probably right. She had met one or two men who were proven killers, and Jake didn't have their manner at all.
"I won't do it," she said. "He'll kill us if he finds out."
"How would he find out?" Gus asked.
"Lippy might tell him," she said.
Augustus looked at Lippy. It was true that the man was a dreadful gossip, and a gossip, moreover, who had scant materials to work with. It would not be easy for him to resist mentioning that he had heard a man offer $50 for a poke. "I'll give you $10 to keep your mouth shut," Augustus said. "And if you betray me, I'll shoot another hole in your stomach."
"Give me the 10,
Lippy said, his astonishment growing. That made $60 Gus would be spending. He had never heard of anyone spending such an amount on their pleasure, but then so far as he knew, there was no one anywhere like Gus, a man who seemed to care nothing for money. Gus handed over the money and Lippy pocketed it, knowing he had struck a bargain he had better keep, at least until Gus died. Gus was no one to fool with. He had seen several men try, usually over card games, and most all of them had got whacked over the head with Gus's big gun. Gus didn't shoot unless he had to, but he was not loath to whack a man. Lippy was dying to tell Xavier what he'd missed by going fishing, but he knew he had better postpone the pleasure for a few years. One hole in his stomach was enough. Lorena felt her indignation growing. She was beginning to feel cornered, something she had not expected to have to feel again. Jake was supposed to have ended that, and yet he hadn't. Of course, he probably never suspected his own friend would make such a move behind his back, and yet it still seemed negligent of him, for he knew Gus's ways.
"You can pay him if you want, but I ain't going," she said. "Jake's my sweetheart."
"I ain't trying to cut him out," Augustus said. "I just want a poke."
Lorena felt her silence coming back. It was the only way to deal with such a situation. She sat for a few minutes, not talking, hoping he would go away. But it didn't work. He just sat and drank, perfectly friendly and in no hurry. Once she thought about it,
The sum grew on her a little. It was something to be offered $50. She would have thought it crazy in anyone except Gus, but Gus was clearly not crazy. In a way, it was a big compliment that he would offer $50 just for that. "Go get a Mexican woman," she said. "Why waste your money?" "Because you're my preference," Augustus said. "I'll tell you what. Let's cut the cards. If you're high, I'll give you the money and forget the poke. If I'm high, I'll give you the money and you give me the poke." Lorena thought she might as well. After all, it was just gambling, which was what Jake did. If she won, it would all seem like a joke, something that Gus had cooked up to pass the time. Besides, she would have $50 and could send to San Antonio for some new dresses so Jake wouldn't be so critical of her wardrobe. She could tell him she beat Gus to the tune of $50, which would astonish him, since he played with Gus all the time and seldom won more than a few dollars. Then, in a second, Gus beat her. She came up with a 10 of spades and him with the queen of hearts. It was her sense that he cheated, though she couldn't have said how. She had not realized before what a determined man he was. He had come in for a purpose, and she had not been clever enough to head him off. He paid her the $50 at once. It had not been a bluff. When he had had the poke and was dressing, she found that she felt pretty cheerful and was not in a mood to hurry him out. After all, Gus had paid her many visits and given her nothing to hold against him. The $50 was flattering, and she rather liked it that she was his preference, even though he was Jake's best friend. She had stopped feeling silent and was content to let him loll for a few minutes. "Well, do you and Jake aim to marry?" he asked, looking at her cheerfully. "He ain't mentioned it," she said. "He's taken me to San Francisco, though." Augustus snorted. "I figured that was his game," he said. "He promised," Lorena said. "I mean to hold him to it, Gus." "You'll need my help, then," Augustus said. "Jake is a slippery eel. The only way to keep him around is to chain him to a wagon." "I can keep him around," Lorena said confidently. "Oh, he fancies you," Augustus said. "But that don't mean he'll stay around. My guess is he'll use the drive as an excuse when the time comes." "If he goes with it, then I'm going too," she said. "Why, Laura, you're welcome as far as I'm concerned," Augustus said. "The problem is Carl. He ain't very tolerant of women." That was no news. Captain Call was one of the few men in the region who had never been to visit her. In fact, so far as she could remember, he had never been in the saloon. "It's a free country, ain't it?" she said. "I guess I can go where I want." Gus got off the bed and tucked his carrot back in his pants. "It's not very free if you happen to work for Call," he said. "You think Lippy will tell on us?" she asked. To her surprise, she felt no guilt at all about operating behind Jake's back. So far as she was concerned, she was still his sweetheart. It had happened only because Gus had been too quick for her in a card game. It didn't affect the situation one way or another. "He won't tell," Augustus said. "Lippy's got more sense than you might think. What he figures is that if he keeps quiet, he might make another $10 sometime, which is right. He might." "Well, not unless we play a hand," Lorena said. "I don't trust your cut." Augustus grinned. "A man who wouldn't cheat for a poke don't want one bad enough," he said as he took his hat. 18. Augustus rode back to camp a little after sunset, thinking the work would have stopped by then. The cattle were being held in a long valley near the river, some 5 miles from town. Every night Call went across the river with 5 or 6 hands and came back with 200 or 300 Mexican cattle. Longhorns mostly, skinny as rails and wild as deer. Whatever they got, they branded the next day with the part of the crew that had rested doing the hard end of the work. Only Call worked both shifts. If he slept, it was an hour or two before breakfast or after supper. The rest of the time he worked, and so far as anyone could tell, the pace agreed with him. He had taken to riding the hell bitch 2 days out of 3, and the mare seemed no more affected by the work than he was. Bolivar had not taken kindly to being moved to a straggly camp out in the brush with no dinner bell to whack or crowbar to whack it with. He kept his 10 gauge near the chuck box and scowled at everybody. The Irishmen were so intimidated that they were always the last ones in line. As a consequence, they got little to eat and were no longer as fat as they had been the day they arrived. It seemed the Irishmen were part of the outfit, though. Their total inexperience was offset by an energy and a will to learn that impressed even Call. He let them stay in the first place because he was so short-handed he couldn't afford to turn away any willing hand. By the time more competent men arrived, the Irishmen had gotten over their fear of horses and worked with a will. Not being cowboys, they had no prejudice against working on the ground. Once shown the proper way to throw a roped animal, they cheerfully flung themselves on whatever the ropers drug up to the branding fire, even if it was a 2-year-old bull with lots of horn and a mean disposition. They had no great finesse, but they were dogged and would eventually get the creature down. This willingness to work on the ground was indispensable, for most cowboys would rather eat poison than be forced to dismount. They all fancied themselves ropers and swelled like toads if asked to do work they considered beneath their dignity. Since there were few goats to steal near the camp, Bowles' menus relied heavily on beef, with the usual admixture of beans. He had brought along a sack of chilies, and he dumped them liberally into his beans, feeling free to augment the dish with pieces of whatever varmint strayed into his path, rattlesnakes mostly, with an occasional armadillo. For several days the crew ate the fiery beans without complaint, only the Irishmen showing pronounced ill effects. Young Sean had difficulty with the peppers. He could not eat the beans without weeping, but with all the work, his appetite raged to such a point that he could not avoid the beans. He ate them and wept. Most of the crew liked the boy and had decided to treat his frequent weepings as simply a mild aberration, related in some way to his nationality. Then one day Jasper Fant caught Bolivar skinning a rattlesnake. He assumed Bolivar was merely going to make himself a rattlesnake belt, but he happened to turn around as Bowles sliced the snake right into the stew pot, a sight which agitated him greatly. He had heard that people ate snake, but had never expected to do so himself. When he told the other hands what he had seen, they were so aroused that they wanted to hang Bolivar on the spot, or at least rope him and drag him through the prickly pear to improve his manners. But when they approached Augustus with the information about the snake, he laughed at them. "You boys must have been raised on satin pillows," he said. "If you'd rangered, you'd have got a taste for snake long ago." He then proceeded to give them a lecture on the culinary properties of rattlesnake, a lecture that Jasper, for one, received rather stiffly. It might be superior to chicken, rabbit, and possum, as Gus claimed, but that didn't mean he wanted to eat it. His visits to the stew pot became a source of irritation to everyone. He would fish around in the pot for several minutes, seeking portions of meat that he could feel confident hadn't come from a snake. Such delicacy exacerbated the rest of the crew, who were usually so hungry by supper time that they could ill abide waits. Call and Jake rode in while Augustus was eating. The sight of Gus with his plate full put Jake in a low temper, since he himself had handled branding irons all day, while Gus had amused himself in town and stayed fresh. They had branded over 400 cattle since sunup, enough to make Jake wish he had never brought up the notion of taking cattle to Montana. "Hello, girls," Augustus said. "You look like you've done a heavy laundry. Wait till I finish my beef and I'll help you off your horses." "I don't want off mine," Jake said. "Hand me a plate and I'll eat on the way to town." Call felt irritated. It was the first full day Jake had put in since the work started, and mostly he had lazed through it. "Why? Must you go?" he asked, trying to keep it mild. "We're going to make our last drag tonight. We have to get started, you know." Jake dismounted and walked over to the grub, pretending he hadn't heard. He didn't want an argument with Call if he could avoid one. In truth, he had not been thinking very far ahead since drifting back to Lonesome Dove. He had often thought of the fortune that could be made in cattle in Montana, but then a man could think of a fortune without actually having to go and make one. The only good thing to be said for trailing cattle that far north was that it beat hanging in Arkansas or rotting in some jail. Then there was Laurie. So far she hadn't had a single fit, but that didn't mean she wouldn't if she found out he was leaving. On the other hand, he couldn't very well take her. No one in his memory had ever tried to bring a woman into one of Call's camps. It was all vexing, having decisions to make, and yet having no time to think them through. He got himself a hunk of beef and some of the old Mexican's peppery stew and went back to where Call and Gus were sitting. He felt distinctly irritated with Call. The man never seemed to need any of the things other humans needed, like sleep or women. Life for Call was work, and he seemed to think everyone else ought to see it the same way. "Why, Jake, you look plumb grumpy," Augustus said when Jake sat down and began to eat. "Honest work don't agree with you, I guess." "No, I'm about as cooked as this beef," Jake said. Newt and the two Irishmen were holding the herd. The Irishmen were particularly good night herders because they could sing. Their melodies seemed to soothe the cattle. In fact, the whole camp enjoyed the Irish singing. Newt couldn't sing a lick, but he had rapidly developed into such a skilled cowhand that Call felt a little guilty for having held him back so long. "I'm sure partial to the evening," Augustus said. "The evening and the morning. If we just didn't have to have the rest of the darn day, I'd be a lot happier." "If we have a good drag tonight, we can start north on Monday," Call said. "How does that suit you, Jake?" "Oh, fine," Jake said. "But you boys don't have to try and suit me with your drive. I've been thinking of spending some time in San Antonio." "That's a big disappointment," Augustus said. "It's a long way to Montana. I was counting on you to keep up the conversation." "Well, count again," Jake said, deciding on the spot that he wouldn't go. Call knew there was no point in reminding Jake that the whole drive had been his idea. The man was willful as a child in some respects. Show him what he ought to do and he would dig in his heels and refuse. It was particularly irritating in this instance, because nobody in the outfit had ever been farther north than Kansas. Jake knew the country and could be a big help. "Jake, we wish you'd come," he said. "We were relying on you to help us choose the route." "No, Jake don't like to help his compañeros," Augustus said. "He's got his own fancies to cultivate. The fact that he caused all this don't mean a thing to him." "Did I cause it?" Jake asked, trying to keep the talk light. "Of course you caused it," Augustus said. "Who was it said Montana is a cowman's paradise?" "Well, it is," Jake said. "Then you should have picked a cattleman to mention it to," Augustus said, "not two old laws like us." "Hell, you're cattlemen now," Jake said. "All it takes is cows." "Are you aiming to marry Laurie?" Augustus asked, changing his tack. "Marry her?" Jake asked, astonished. "Why would I marry her?" "You could do worse," Augustus said. "An old scamp like you's apt to break down any time. It would be nice to have a young woman to rub your back and bring you soup." "I ain't near as old as you," Jake reminded him. "Why don't you marry her?" It was talk he didn't care to hear. Swift Bill Spettle had let a horse kick him that morning and had a knot on his forehead as big as a goose egg. "You best let Bull rub some ointment on that bump," Call suggested. The Spettle boys were mighty green, but they were not afraid to work. Call got up and went to get his supper. As soon as he left, Augustus stretched his legs and grinned at Jake. "I played a hand with Laurie this afternoon," he said. "I believe you've made her restless, Jake." "How's that?" "She does seem to be looking forward to San Francisco," Augustus said. Jake felt himself getting more and more peevish. Lorena should have known better than to play cards with Gus or even talk to him, though she could hardly be blamed for listening. It was well known that Gus would talk to a stump if he couldn't find a human. "I doubt she'll want to spend no time in San Antonio," Augustus said. "That's where she was before she came here, and women don't like to go backwards. Most women will never back up an inch their whole lives." "I can't see that it's any of your affair what we do," Jake said. I guess she'd go to San Antonio if I say to. If she don't, she'll just get left. Bring her on to drive, Augustus said. She might like Montana. Or if she gets tired of looking at the ass end of these cows, she could always stop in Denver. It was something, the talent Gus had for saying the very thing that a man might have been half thinking. Jake had more than once considered Denver, regretted more than once that he hadn't stopped there instead of going to Fort Smith. Going along with a drive would be a good enough way to get back to Denver. Of course, that didn't settle the question of Laurie exactly. You know as well as I do, Call would never allow no woman in this camp, he said. It was surprising that Gus would even suggest such a thing. Call ain't God, Augustus said. He don't have to get his way every day of the month. If she was my sweetheart, I'd bring her, and if he didn't like it, he could bite himself. You couldn't afford her, Gus. No better card player than you are, Jake said, standing up. I believe I'll go to town. I don't feel like bumping around Mexico tonight. Without another word, he got his horse and left. Call watched him go and walked back over to Gus. Do you think he'll come on the drive? He asked. Not unless you let him bring his girl, Augustus said. Why, is Jake that crazy? Call asked. Does he want to bring that girl? It never occurred to him, but it has now, Augustus said. I invited her. Call was impatient to get off, but Gus's remarks stopped him. Gus was never one to do the usual, but this was stretching things even for him. You done what? Told him he ought to bring Laurie along, Augustus said. She'd improve the company. I won't have it, Call said at once. God damn you, you know better than that. Ain't you late for work? Augustus asked. I can't enjoy the night for all this jabbering. Call decided it was some joke. Even Gus wouldn't go that far. I'm going, he said. You watch this end. Augustus lay back, his head against his saddle. It was a clear night, the stars just beginning to appear. Needle, Bert, P, Dietz, and Dish were waiting to go to Mexico. The rest of the boys were holding the herd. Bull was peeing on the campfire, causing it to sputter. Call turned his horse and rode toward the river. 19. Newt's mind had begun to dwell on the north for long stretches, particularly at night when he had nothing to do but ride slowly around and around the herd, listening to the small noises the bedded cattle made, or the sad singing of the Irishmen. He thought of the north, trying to imagine what it must be like. He had grown up with the sun shining, with mesquite and chaparral, armadillos and coyotes, Mexicans and the shallow Rio Grande. Only once had he been to a city, San Antonio. Dietz had taken him on one of his banking trips, and Newt had been in a daze from all there was to see. Once, too, he had gone with Dietz and P to deliver a small bunch of horses to Matagorda Bay, and had seen the great gray ocean. Then, too, he had felt dazed, staring at the world of water. But even the sight of the ocean had not stirred him so much as the thought of the North. All his life he had heard talk of the plains that had no end, and of Indians and buffalo and all the creatures that lived on them. Mr. Gus had even talked of great bears, so thick that bullets couldn't kill them, and deer-like creatures called elk, twice the size of ordinary deer. Now, in only a few days, he would be going north, a prospect so exciting that for hours at a stretch he was taken away from himself into imaginings. He continued to do his normal work, although his mind wasn't really on it. He could imagine himself and Mouse out in a sea of grass, chasing buffalo. He could scare himself to the point where his breath came short just imagining the great thick bears. Before the Irishman had been there a week, he had made friends with Sean O'Brien. At first the conversation was one-sided, for Sean was full of worries and prone to talking a blue streak. Once he found that Newt would listen and not make fun of him, the talk gushed out, most of it homesick talk. He missed his dead mother and said over and over again that he would not have left Ireland if she hadn't died. He would cry immediately at the thought of his mother, and when Newt revealed that his mother was also dead, the friendship became closer. "Did you have a pa?" Newt asked one day as they were resting by the river after a stretch of branding. "Yes, I had one, the bastard," Sean said grimly. "He only came home when he was a mind to beat us." "Why would he beat you?" Newt asked. "He liked to," Sean said. "He was a bastard, Pa. Beat Ma and all of us whenever he could catch us. We laid for him once and was going to brain him with a shovel, but he was a lucky one. The night was dark and we never seen him." "What happened to him?" Newt asked. "Ha, the drunkard," Sean said. "He fell down a well and drowned. Saved us killing him and going to jail, I guess." Newt had always missed having a father, but the fact that Sean spoke so coldly of his put the matter in a different light. Perhaps he was not so unlucky after all. He was riding around the herd when Jake Spoon trotted past on his way to Lonesome Dove. "Going to town, Jake?" Newt asked. "Yes, I think I will," Jake said. He didn't stop to pass the time. In a second he was out of sight in the shadows. It made Newt's spirits fall a little, for Jake had seldom said 2 words to him since he came back. Newt had to admit that Jake was not much interested in him, or the rest of them either. He gave the impression of not exactly liking anything around the Hat Creek outfit. Listening to the talk around the campfire at night, Newt learned that the cowboys were unanimously hostile to Jake for fixing it so that Lorena was no longer a whore. Dish, he knew, was particularly riled, though Dish never said much when the other boys were talking about it. "Hell," Needle said, "there never was but one thing worth doing on this border, and now a man can't even do that." "A man can do it plenty over in Mexico," Bert observed. "Cheaper, too." "That's what I like about you, Bert," Augustus said as he whittled a mesquite twig into a toothpick. "You're a practical man." "No, he just likes them brown whores," Needle said. Needle kept a solemn look on his face at all times, seldom varying his expression. "Gus, I've heard it said you had a fancy for that woman yourself," Jasper Fant said. "I wouldn't have suspected it in a man as old as you." "What would you know about anything, Jasper?" Augustus asked. "Age don't slow a man's whoring. It's lack of income that does that. No more prosperous than you look, I wouldn't think you'd know much about it." "We oughtn't to talk this way around these young boys," Bert said. "I doubt if one of 'em's even had a poke unless it was at a milk cow." A general laugh went up. "These young'uns will have to wait until we get to Ogallala," Augustus said. "I've heard it's the Sodom of the plains." "If it's worse than Fort Worth, I can't wait to get there," Jasper said. "I've heard there's whores you can marry for a week if you stay in town that long." "It won't matter how long we stay," Augustus said. "I'll have skinned all you boys of several years' wages before we get that far. I'd skin you out of a month or 2 tonight if somebody would break out the cards." That was all it took to get a game started. Apart from telling stories and speculating about whores, it seemed to Newt the cowboys would rather play cards than anything. Every night, if there were as many as 4 who weren't working, they'd spread a saddle blanket near the campfire and play for hours, mostly using their future wages as money. Already the debts which existed were so complicated it gave Newt a headache to think about them. Jasper Fant had lost his saddle to Dish Boggett, only Dish was letting him keep it and use it. "A man dumb enough to bet his saddle is dumb enough to eat gourds," Mr. Gus had said when he heard about that bet. "I have et okra," Jasper replied, "but I've never yet et no gourd." So far, neither Newt nor the Rainey or Spettle boys had been allowed to play. The men felt it would be little short of criminal to bankrupt young men at the outset of their careers. But sometimes when nobody was using the deck, Newt borrowed it and he and the others played among themselves. Sean O'Brien joined in. They usually played for pebbles since none of them had any money. Talking to Sean had made Newt curious about Ireland. Sean said the grass was thick as a carpet there. The description didn't help much, for Newt had never seen a carpet. The Hat Creek outfit possessed no rugs of any kind or anything that was green. Newt had a hard time imagining how a whole country could be covered with green grass. "What do you do in Ireland?" he asked. "Mostly dig spuds," Sean said. "But aren't there horses and cows?" Newt asked. Sean thought for a moment, but could only remember about a dozen cows in the vicinity of his village, which was near the sea. He had slept beside their own old milk cow on many a cold night, but he figured if he tried to lie down beside one of the animals they called cows in America, the cow would be 50 miles away before he got to sleep. "There are cows," he said, "but you don't find them in bunches. There'd be no place to put them." "What do you do with all the grass, then?" Newt asked. "Why, nothing," Sean said. "It just grows." The next morning, while helping Dietz and P build the branding fires, Newt mentioned that Sean said he brought his milk cow into the house and slept with her. Dietz had a good laugh at the thought of a cow in a house. P stopped working for about 10 minutes while he thought the matter over. P never liked to give his opinion too quickly. "It wouldn't work around the captain," he said finally, that being his opinion. "How long do you think it will take us to get up north?" Newt asked Dietz, the acknowledged expert on times and distances. Though he had laughed about the cow in the house, Dietz had not been his usual cheerful self for the last few days. He felt a change coming. They were leaving Lonesome Dove, where life had been quiet and steady, and Dietz could not understand the reason for it. The captain was not prone to rash moves, and yet it seemed rash to Dietz to just pick up and go north. Usually when he thought about the captain's decisions, he agreed with him, but this time he couldn't. He was going, but he felt uneasy in his mind. He remembered one thing the captain had drilled into them many times during the rangering years, that a good start made for a good campaign. Now, it seemed to him, the captain had forgotten his own rule. Jake Spoon came home one day, and the next day the captain was ready to go, with a crew that was just a patched-together bunch, a lot of wild cattle, and horses most of which were only half broke. Besides that, it was nearly April, late to be starting out to go so far. He had been on the plains in summer and seen how quickly the water holes dried up. Dietz felt a foreboding, a sense that they were starting on a hard journey to a far place. And now here was the boy, too excited about the prospect to keep his mind on the work. "Chop them sticks," Dietz said. "Don't be worrying about the time. It'll be fall, I expect, before we get there." Dietz watched the boy, hoping he wouldn't chop his foot off cutting the wood. He knew how to handle an axe, but he was forgetful once he got his mind on something. He didn't stop working, he just worked absently, thinking about something else. They were friends, though, he and Newt. The boy was young and had all his hopes, while Dietz was older and had fewer. Newt sometimes asked so many questions that Dietz had to laugh. He was like a cistern from which questions flowed instead of water. Some Dietz answered and some he didn't. He didn't tell Newt all he knew. He didn't tell him that even when life seemed easy, it kept on getting harder. Dietz liked his work, liked being part of the outfit and having his name on the sign, yet he often felt sad. His main happiness consisted of sitting with his back against the water trough at night, watching the sky and the changing moon. He had known several men who blew their heads off, and he had pondered it much. It seemed to him it was probably because they could not take enough happiness just from the sky and the moon to carry them over the low feelings that came to all men. Those feelings hadn't come to the boy yet. He was a good boy, as gentle as the gray doves that came to peck for gravel on the flats behind the barn. He would try to do any task that was asked of him, and if he worried over much, it was that he wasn't good enough at his work to please the captain. But then the whole outfit worried about that, all at least except Mr. Gus. Dietz himself had fallen short a few times over the years and had felt the captain's displeasure afflict him like a bruise. "I swan," P said. "Jake slipped off again. He sure don't take to branding." "Mr. Jake, he don't take to work," Dietz said with a chuckle. "It don't have to be branding." Newt went on chopping wood. a little bothered by the fact that Jake had such a bad reputation with the men. They all considered him to be a man who shirked his duties. Mr. Gus worked even less, and nobody seemed to feel that way about him. It was puzzling, and to Newt's mind, unfair. Jake had just returned. Once he got rested, perhaps he would be more interested in the work. While he was puzzling about it, he took a bad swing with the axe, and a piece of mesquite he was trying to split flew right up and almost hit Dietz in the head. It would have, except that Dietz had evidently been expecting just such an accident. He quickly ducked. Newt was embarrassed. At the moment he had made his slip, his mind had drifted to Lorena. He was wondering what spending a day with her would actually be like. Would they just sit in the saloon playing cards, or what? Since he had not spoken to her, it was hard for him to know what the two of them could do for a whole day, but he liked to think about it. Dietz didn't say a word, or even look at Newt accusingly, but Newt was still mortified. There were times when Dietz seemed almost to be able to read his mind. What would he think if he knew he had been thinking about Lorena? After that, he reminded himself that Lorena was Jake's woman, and tried to pay better attention to splitting the tough wood. 20. The minute Jake stepped in the door of the dry bean, Lorena saw that he was in a sulk. He went right over to the bar and got a bottle and 2 glasses. She was sitting at a table, piddling with a deck of cards. It was early in the evening, and no one was around except Lippy and Xavier, which was a little surprising. Usually 3 or 4 of the Hat Creek cowboys would be there by that time. Lorena watched Jake closely for a few minutes to see if she was the cause of his sulk. After all, she had sold Gus the poke that very afternoon. It was not impossible that Jake had found out some way. She was not one who expected to get away with much in life. If you did a thing hoping a certain person wouldn't find out, that person always did. When Gus tricked her and she gave him the poke, she was confident the matter would get back to Jake eventually. Lippy was only human, and things that happened to her got told and repeated. She didn't exactly want Jake to know, but she wasn't afraid of him either. He might hit her, or he might shoot Gus. She found she couldn't easily predict him, which was one reason she didn't care if he found out. After that, she would know him a lot better, whatever he did. But when he sat down at the table and set a glass in front of her, she soon realized it was not her who had put the tight look in his face. She saw nothing unfriendly in his eyes. She took a sip or 2 of whiskey, and about that time Lippy came over and sat down at the table with them as if he'd been invited.
"Well, you've come in by yourself, I see," Lippy said, pushing his dirty bowler back off his wrinkled forehead.
"I did, and by God I intend to be by myself," Jake said irritably. He got up and without another word took his bottle and glass and headed for the stairs. It put her out of sorts with Lippy, for it was still hot in her room and she would rather have stayed in the saloon where there was at least a breath of breeze. But with Jake so out of sorts, there was nothing to do but go upstairs. She gave Lippy a cool look as she got up, which surprised him so it made his lip drop.
"Why are you looking at me that way?" he asked. "I never told on you."
Lorena didn't answer. A look was better than words where Lippy was concerned. Then, the very minute she got in the room, Jake decided he wanted a poke, and in a hurry. He had drunk a half glass of whiskey while he was climbing the stairs, and a big shot of whiskey nearly always made him want it. He was dusty as could be from a day with the cattle, and would usually have waited for a bath, or at least washed the grit off his face and hands in the wash basin, but this time he didn't wait. He even tried to kiss her with his hat on, which didn't work at all. His hat was as dusty as the rest of him. The dust got in her nose and made her sneeze. His haste was unusual. He was a picky man, apt to complain if the sheets weren't clean enough to suit him. But this time he didn't seem to notice that dust was sifting out of his clothes onto the floor. When he opened his pants and pulled his shirt tail out, a little trickle of sand came with it. The night was stifling, and Jake so sandy that by the time he got through there was so much dirt in the bed that they might as well have been wallowing around on the ground. There were little lines of mud on her belly where sweat had caked the dust. She didn't resent it particularly. It was better than smoke pots and mosquitoes. It was only when Jake sat up to reach for his whiskey bottle that he noticed the dust. "Darn, I'm sandy," he said. "I should have bathed in the river." He sighed, poured himself a whiskey, and sat with his back against the wall, idly running a hand up and down her leg. Lorena waited, taking a sip or two of whiskey. Jake looked tired. "Well, these boys," he said, "they are aggravating devils." "Which boys?" she asked. "Carl and Gus," he said. "Just because I mentioned Montana to 'em, they expect me to help 'em drive them darn cattle up there." Lorena watched him. He looked out the window and wouldn't meet her eye. "I'll be damned if I'll do it," he said. "I ain't no darn cow puncher. Carl just got it in his head to go for some reason. Well, let him go." But she knew that bucking Gus and the captain was no easy thing for Jake. He looked at her finally, a sadness in his eyes, as if he was asking her to think of a way to help him. Then he grinned, his little smart, lazy grin. "Gus thinks we ought to marry," he said. "I'd rather go to San Francisco," Lorena said. Jake stroked her leg again. "Well, we will," he said. "But don't Gus come up with some notions? He thinks I ought to bring you along on the drive." Then he looked at her again, as if trying to fathom what was in her thoughts. Lorena let him look. Tired as he was with his shirt open, there seemed nothing in the man to fear. It was hard to know what he himself feared. He was proud as a turkey cock around other men, irritable and quick to pass an insult. Sitting on her bed, with his clothes unbuttoned, he seemed anything but tough. "What was old Gus up to all afternoon?" he asked. "He never got back till sundown." "The same thing you was just up to," Lorena said. Jake lifted his eyebrows, not really surprised. "I knowed it. That scamp," he said, "left me to work so he could come and pester you." Lorena decided to tell it. That would be better than if he found it out from somebody else. Besides, though she considered herself his sweetheart, she didn't consider him her master. He had not really mastered anything except poking, though he had improved her card game a little. "Gus offered me $50, she said. Jake lifted his eyebrows again in his tired way, as if there was nothing he could possibly be told that would really surprise him. It angered her a little, his acting as if he knew everything in advance. "He's a fool with money," Jake said. "I turned him down," Lorena said. "I told him I was with you." Jake's eyes came alive for a moment. He gave her a smart slap on the cheek, so quick she scarcely saw it coming. Though it stung her cheek, there was no real anger in it. It was nothing to some of the licks she had taken from Tinkersley. Jake hit her the once, as if that was the rule in a game they were playing, and then the life went out of his eyes again, and he looked at her with only a tired curiosity. "I reckon he got his poke," he said. "If he didn't, you can hit me a lick." "We cut the cards for it, and he cheated," Lorena said. "I can't prove it, but I know it. He gave me the $50 anyway." "I ought to told you never to cut the cards with that old cud," Jake said. "Not unless you're ready for what he's ready for. He's the best card cheat I ever met. He don't cheat often, but when he does, you ain't gonna catch him." He wiped some of the mud off her belly. "Now that you're rich, you can loan me 20, he said. "Why should I?" Lorena said. "You didn't earn it, and you didn't stop it." Besides, he had money from his own card playing. If she knew anything, it was not to give a man money. That was nothing more than an invitation to get sold with their help. Jake looked amused. "Keep it then," he said. "But if it had been any other man than Gus, I would have shot you." "If you'd known," she said, getting up. Jake stood looking out the window while she stripped the bed. He sipped his whiskey but didn't mention the trail again. "Are you going with the herd?" she asked. "Ain't decided," he said. "They'll be here till Monday." "I plan to leave when you leave," she said, "with the herd or not." Jake looked around. She was standing in her shift, a little red spot on one cheek where he had slapped her, a lick that made no impression on her at all. It seemed to him there was never much time with women. Before you could look at one twice, you were into an argument, and they were telling you what was going to happen. You'd look a sight in a cow camp, he said. All them darned cowboys are in love with you anyway. I'd had to kill half of 'em before we got to the Red River if you go along. They won't bother me, she said. Gus is the only one with the guts to try it. Jake chuckled. Yes, he'd want to cut the cards twice a day, he said. It seemed to him harder as he got older to find a simple way of life. On the one hand, there were his friends who expected something of him. On the other, there was Laurie, who expected something else. He himself had no fixed ideas about what to do, though he thought it would be pleasant to live in a warm town where he could find a card game. Having a pretty woman to stay with made life happier, of course, but not if it meant having to take the woman to San Francisco. Of course, he could run. He wasn't chained to the bedpost or to the friends either. There was Mexico right out the window. But what would that get him? Mexico was even more violent than Texas. Mexicans were always hanging Texans to make up for all the Mexicans Texans hung. If hanging was all he had to look forward to, he'd rather take his in Arkansas. Laurie was watching him with a strange heat in her eyes. It wasn't because he had slapped her either. He felt she was reading his mind. Somehow most women could read his mind. He had only really outmaneuvered one, a little red-headed whore in Cheyenne who was all heart and no brain. Lorena wasn't going to be fooled. Her look put him on the defensive. Most men would have beat her black and blue for what she had done that afternoon, yet she hadn't even made an attempt to conceal it. She played by her own rules. It struck him that she might be the one to kill the sheriff from Arkansas if it came to that. She wouldn't balk at it if he could keep her wanting him. You don't need to stand there looking out of sorts, he said. I won't run off without you. I ain't out of sorts, Lorena said. You are. You don't want to stay and you don't want to go. Jake looked at her mildly. I've been up that way, he said. It's rough. Why don't we go up to San Antonio and gamble for a spell? Tinkersley took me there, Lorena said. I don't want to go back. You're a hard one to please, Jake said, getting a little testy suddenly. I ain't, Lorena said. You please me fine. I just want to go to San Francisco like you promised. Well, if you don't like San Antone, there's Austin or Fort Worth, Jake said. There's lots of nice towns that ain't as hard to get to as San Francisco. I don't care if it's hard, Lorena said. Let's just go. Jake sighed and offered her more of his whiskey. Lay back down, he said. I'll rub your back. I don't need my back rubbed, she said. Laurie, we can't leave tonight, he said. I was just offering to be friendly. She had not meant to press him so, but a decision had become important to her. She had spent too many nights in the little hot room they were in. Taking the gritty sheets off the bed made her realize it. She had changed them many times because the men she lay under were as gritty as Jake had been. It was something that had repeated itself once too often. Now she was done with it. She wanted to throw the sheets and maybe the mattress and the bed, too, out the window. She was through with the room and everything that went with it, and Jake Spoon might as well know it. Honey, you look like you've caught a fever, Jake said, not realizing it was a fever of impatience to be done with Lonesome Dove and everything in it. If you're set on it, I reckon we'll go, but I don't fancy living in no cow camp. Call wouldn't have it anyway. We can ride with them during the day and make our own camp. Lorena was satisfied. Where they camped made no difference to her. Then Jake started talking about Denver and how when they got there it would be easy to make their way across to San Francisco. She only half listened. Jake washed off as best he could in the little wash basin. She had only one spare sheet, so she put it on the bed while he was washing. Let's leave tomorrow, she said. But the herd don't leave till Monday, he reminded her. It ain't our herd, she said. We don't have to wait for it. There was something different about her, Jake had to admit. She had a beautiful face, a beautiful body, but also a distance in her such as he had never met in a woman. Certain mountains were that way, like the Bighorns. The air around them was so clear you could ride toward them for days without seeming to get any closer. And yet, if you kept riding, you would get to the mountains. He was not so sure he would ever get to Laurie. Even when she took him, there was a distance between them, and yet she would not let him leave. When they blew out the lamp, a shaft of moonlight came in the window and cut across their bodies. Laurie let him rub her back, since he enjoyed doing it. She was not sleepy. In her mind, she had already left Lonesome Dove. She was simply waiting for the night to end so they could really leave. Jake got tired of the back rub and tried to roll her over for another poke, but she wouldn't have it. She pushed his carrot away, a response he didn't like at all. "What's the matter now?" he asked. Laurie didn't answer. There was nothing to say. He made a second try, and she pushed it away again. She knew he hated to be denied, but didn't care. He would have to wait. Listening to his heavy, frustrated breathing, she thought for a while that he might be going to make a fight over it, but he didn't. His feelings were hurt, but pretty soon he yawned. He kept twisting and turning, hoping she would relent. From time to time he nudged her hip, as if by accident. But he had worked all day. He was tired. Soon he slept. Laurie lay awake, looking out the window, waiting for it to be time to leave. 21. Jake awoke not long after dawn to find Lorena up before him. She sat at the foot of the bed, her face calm, watching the first red light stretch over the mesquite flats. He would have liked to sleep, to hide in sleep for several days, make no decisions, work no cattle, just drowse. But not even sleep was really under his control. The thought that he had to get up and leave town with Laurie was in the front of his mind, and it melted his drowsiness. For a minute or two he luxuriated in the fact that he was sleeping on a mattress. It might be a poor one stuffed with corn shucks, but it was better than he would get for the next several months. For months, it would just be the ground with whatever weather they happened to catch. He looked at Laurie for a minute, thinking that perhaps if he scared her with Indian stories, she would change her mind. But when he raised up on one elbow to look at her in the fresh light, the urge to discourage her went away. It was a weakness, but he could not bear to disappoint women, even if it was ultimately for their own good. At least he couldn't disappoint them to their faces. Leaving them was his only out, and he knew he wasn't ready to leave Laurie. Her beauty blew the sleep right out of his brain, and all she was doing was looking out a window, her long golden hair spilling over her shoulders. She wore an old threadbare cotton shift that should have been thrown away long ago. She didn't own a decent dress, and had nothing to show her beauty to advantage, yet most of the men on the border would ride 30 miles just to sit in a saloon and look at her. She had the quality of not yet having really started her life. Her face had a freshness unusual in a woman who had been sporting for a while. The thought struck him that the two of them might do well in San Francisco if they could just get there. There were men of wealth there, and Laurie's beauty would soon attract him. "You don't look like you've changed your mind," he said. "I guess I've got to get up and go buy you a horse." "Take my money," she said. "Don't get one that's too tall." She gave him Gus's $50. "Hell, I don't need all this," he said. "There ain't a horse in town worth $50 unless it's that mare of Call's, and she ain't for sale." But he took the money, thinking it a fine joke on Gus that the money from his poke would buy Laurie a mount to ride to Montana, or however far they went. He had known perfectly well Gus would try something of the sort, for Gus would never let him have a woman to himself. Gus liked to be a rival more than anything else, Jake figured. And as for Laurie going through with it, well, it relieved him of a certain level of responsibility for her. If she was going to keep that much independence, so would he. Lorena kept looking out the window. It was as if her mind had already left Lonesome Dove and moved up the trail. Jake sat up and put his arms around her. He loved the way she smelled in the mornings. He liked to sniff at her shoulders or her throat. He did it again. She didn't reject these little morning attentions, but she didn't encourage them either. She waited for him to leave and go buy the horse, running over in her mind the few things she could take with her. There was not much. Her favorite thing was a mother-of-pearl comb Tinkersley had bought her when they first got to San Antonio. She had a thin gold ring that had been her mother's, and one or two other trifles. She'd never liked to buy things. In Lonesome Dove it didn't matter, for there was nothing much to buy. Jake sat and scratched himself for a while, smelling Laurie's flesh and hoping she would encourage him, but since she didn't, he finally got dressed and went off to see about horses and equipment. Before Jake had been gone 10 minutes, Lorena got a surprise. There was a timid knock at her door. She opened it a peek, and there was Xavier, standing on the stairs, in tears. He just stood there looking as if it was the end of the world, tears running down his cheeks and dripping onto his shirt. She didn't know what to make of it, but since she wasn't dressed, she didn't want to let him in.
"Is it true, what Jake says?" he asked. "You're leaving today?"
Lorena nodded. "We're going to San Francisco," she said.
"I want to marry you," Xavier said. "Do not go. If you go, I don't want to live. I will burn the place down. It's a filthy place anyway. I will burn it tomorrow."
Well, it's your place, she thought. Burn it if you want to. But she didn't say it. Xavier had not been unkind to her. He had given her a job when she didn't have a penny, and had paid promptly for whatever services he required. Now he was standing on the stairs, so wrought up he could hardly see. "I'm going," she said. Xavier shook his head in despair.
"But Jake is not true," he said. "I know him. He will leave you somewhere. You will never get to San Francisco."
"I'll get there," Lorena said. "If Jake don't stay, I'll get there with someone else." He shook his head.
"You will die somewhere," he said. "He'll take you the wrong way. We could marry. I will sell this place. We can go to Galveston and take a boat for California. We can get a restaurant there. I have Teresa's money. We can get a clean restaurant with tablecloths. You won't have to see men anymore."
"Except I'd have to see you," she thought.
"Let me come in," he said. "I will give you anything, more than Gus."
She shook her head. "Jake would kill you," she said. "You go on now."
"I can't," he said, still crying. "I am dying for you. If he kills me, I would be better. I will give you anything."
Again she shook her head, not quite sure what to think. She had seen Xavier have fits before, but usually fits of anger. This fit was different. His chest was heaving, and his eyes poured tears.
"You should marry me," he said. "I will be good to you. I am not like these men. I have manners. You would see how kind I would be. I would never leave you. You could have an easy life."
Lorena just kept shaking her head. The most interesting thing he said was about the boat. She didn't know much, but she knew Galveston was closer than Denver. Why was Jake wanting to ride to Denver if they could take a boat? "You better leave," she said. "I don't want Jake to catch you up here. He might shoot you."
"No!" Xavier exclaimed. "I will shoot him. I have a shotgun. I will shoot him when he comes back if you don't let me in."
Lorena hardly knew what to think. It was crazy behavior. Xavier didn't seem to want to budge from the stairs. He did own a shotgun. It was not likely Jake would let someone as pitiful as Xavier shoot him, but then if he shot Xavier, that would be almost as bad. He already had his Arkansas trouble from shooting someone. They might not get to leave if there was a shooting, and Xavier looked desperate enough to do anything. Then Xavier began to pull money out of his pocket. It was hard to say how much he held out to her, but it was a good deal more than $50. It might even be $100. The sight of it made her feel tired. No matter what plans she made or how she tried to live, some man would always be looking at her and holding out money. Without giving it much thought, Mosby had started something that nothing seemed to stop. She thought Jake had stopped it, but he hadn't. His talk about killing men was just talk. If he had cared that much, he would have shot Gus, friend or no friend. It was hard to believe he would even shoot Xavier. Probably he would just give her another slap and forget about it.
Please, Xavier said. Please.
I need you. At least it might calm him down, she thought, opening the door. Also, he was usually quick as a rabbit when he came to her. I ain't messing this bed, she said. It's the last sheet. Xavier didn't care. He put the money on her little chest of drawers and turned to her. Laurie shut the door and leaned against it, lifting her shift. With a grateful look, Xavier dropped his pants. Soon his legs were trembling, so she was afraid he would collapse before he was done. But he didn't. When he finished, he put his head against her bosom for a moment, wetting her breasts with his tears even as she felt his drip on her thigh. Then he stepped back and pulled up his pants. Goodbye, he said. Well, I ain't left yet, she said. We're not going till afternoon. Xavier looked at her once more and left. His look startled her. It was like the look in her pa's eyes when he died in Baton Rouge. She watched him go down the stairs. He went slowly, as if feeling for each stair. He had scarcely been in her room 2 minutes, but her shift was wet with his tears. Men were all strange, but Xavier was stranger than many. When he finally made it to the bottom, she turned and hid the money. It was just one more secret she had from Jake. 22. Late that afternoon, as the boys were sitting around Bolivar's cook fire getting their evening grub, Augustus looked up from his plate and saw Jake and Lorena ride into camp. They were riding 2 good horses and leading a pack horse. The most surprising thing was that Lorena was wearing pants. So far as he could remember, he had never seen a woman in pants, and he considered himself a man of experience. Carl had his back turned and hadn't seen them, but some of the cowboys had. The sight of a woman in pants scared them so bad they didn't know where to put their eyes. Most of them began to concentrate heavily on the beans in their plates. Dish Boggett turned white as a sheet, got up without a word to anybody, got his night horse, and started for the herd, which was strung out up the valley. It was Dish's departure that got Carl's attention. He looked around and saw the couple coming. "We got you to thank for this," he said to Gus. "I admit I was inspired," Augustus said. He knew his friend was in a silent fury, but he himself thought the visit might provide a little amusement. It had been in short supply lately. The only thing there had been to laugh at was Alan O'Brien getting pitched into a pile of prickly pears by a bronc. When he emerged, he even had thorns in his beard. But that was a normal hazard, the horses being unreliable and the prickly pear abundant. A woman in pants was far more unusual. Jake rode right up to the cook fire, though Augustus could tell from his manner that he was nervous. "Howdy, boys," he said. "Mind if we make a meal?" "Course not. You're as welcome around here as money, Jake," Augustus said. "You and Laurie, too." Carl watched the proceedings silently, unable to decide who he was more aggravated at, Gus or Jake. Surely the latter knew better than to bring a woman into a cow camp. It was difficult enough to keep men peaceful even if they didn't have a woman to argue about. "Woodrow, you know Laurie, I reckon," Jake said, although he knew it wasn't true. Carl's silence had always made him nervous. "We've not met," Carl said, touching his hat but not looking at the woman. He didn't want to get angry at Jake in front of all the hands, and all but Dish and the 2 Rainey boys were lounging around eating their evening meal. Or at least they had been lounging. Now they were sitting as stiffly as if they were in church. Some looked paralyzed. For a moment, the only sound in the camp was the jingle of a bit as the woman's horse slung its head. Augustus walked over to help Lorena dismount. The sight of the boys all sitting like statues made him want to laugh. The sudden appearance of a Comanche would not have affected them as much. He recognized the brown mare Laurie rode as having belonged to Mary Pumphrey, the young widow. "I would not have thought Mary would give up her mare," he said. "Jake bought her," Lorena said, grateful that Gus had come over to offer her help. Jake had not so much as looked at her since they rode into camp. She had never seen Captain Carl up close before, but she could tell Jake was mighty uneasy about him. It depressed her a little that she was left to depend on Gus's courtesy from the very outset. He took her over to the cook fire and saw that she got a good helping of food, talking casually all the while, mainly about the qualities of the Pumphrey mare. Jake followed and got some grub, but he was silent when he did it. Still, it had felt good to ride out of Lonesome Dove. She had not seen Xavier again. The dry bean had been empty as they made their preparations. The pants had been Jake's idea. He had known a woman mule skinner in Montana who had worn pants. While Jake had been fixing the pack horse, Lippy had come out on the steps of the saloon and waved his lip at her one more time.
"I never told on you, Laurie," he said.
He looked like he might cry, too. You'll just have to cry, she thought. He took his bowler off and turned it around and around in his hand until it made her nervous. "You'll have to pardon the grub," Augusta said. "Bowl has learned to season, but he forgot to learn to cook." Bolivar was resting comfortably against a wagon wheel and ignored the sally. He was wavering in his mind whether to stay or go. He did not like travel. The thought of it made him unhappy. And yet, when he went home to Mexico, he felt unhappy too, for his wife was disappointed in him and let him know it every day. He had never been sure what she wanted. After all, their children were beautiful, but whatever it was, he had not been able to give it to her. His daughters were his delight, but they would soon all marry and be gone, leaving him no protection from his wife. Probably he would shoot his wife if he went home. He had shot an irritating horse right out from under himself. A man's patience sometimes simply snapped. He had shot the horse right between the ears and then found it difficult to get the saddle off once the horse fell. Probably he would shoot his wife in the same way if he went home. Many times he had been tempted to shoot one or another of the members of the Hat Creek outfit, but of course if he did that he would be immediately shot in return. Every day he thought he might go home, but he didn't. It was easier to stay and cut up a few snakes into the cook pot than to listen to his wife complain. So he stayed, day by day, paying no attention to what anyone said. That in itself was a luxury he wouldn't have at home, for a disappointed woman was not easy to ignore. Jake ate without tasting his food, wishing he had never come back to Lonesome Dove. It was going to be no pleasure riding north if Call was so disapproving. He had meant to take Call aside and quietly explain it, but somehow he could not think of the best words to use. Call's silences had a way of making him lose track of his thoughts, some of which were perfectly good thoughts in their way. As they ate, the dusk deepened. Sean O'Brien on the far side of the herd began to sing his night song, an Irish melody whose words did not carry across the long plain where the cattle stood. But in the still night the sound carried. Somehow it made Newt want to cry. He was sitting stiffly only a few feet from Lorena. He had been looking at her closely for the first time, hardly daring to, and yet feeling that he was safe because of the dusk. She was more beautiful than he had imagined, but she did not look happy. It gave him a painful feeling to see her unhappiness, and the song made it worse. His eyes filled up. It was no wonder Sean cried so much, Newt thought. His songs made you want to cry even when you couldn't hear the words. "This is a lucky herd," Augustus said. "And how is that?" Jake asked, a little testy. In some moods he could tolerate Gus's talk, but at other times the very sound of Gus's voice made him want to take out a gun and shoot the man. It was a loud voice. The sound of it made it hard to think, when it wasn't easy to think anyway. But the most aggravating aspect to it was that Gus always sounded cheerful, as if there was no trouble in the world that could catch him. At times when life seemed all trouble, the sight of Gus, untouched by all that went on around him, was difficult to bear. "Why, it's the only herd on the trail that's got two Irish baritones to sing to it," Augustus said. "He sings too sad," Needle Nelson said, for the sound of Sean's voice affected him as it had Newt. It brought to mind his mother, who had died when he was 8, and also a little sister he had been fond of, who had succumbed to a fever when only 4. "It's the Irish nature," Augustus said. "No, it's just Sean," Alan O'Brien said. "He's just a crybaby." Call came walking over. He felt he had to know what Jake meant to do. "Well, Jake, have you made your plans?" he asked, being as formal as possible. "Oh, we've decided to try our luck in Denver for the time being," Jake said. "I believe we'd both enjoy the cool weather." "It's a hard trip," Call observed. "Why tell that to Jake?" Augustus asked. "He's a traveled man and ain't put off by hardship. Feather beds ain't his style." He admitted his blatant irony, since of course feather beds were exactly Jake's style, but the discussion was so solemn that his flourish went unnoticed. "We had hoped to sort of ease along with the bunch of you," Jake said, his eyes down. "We'll make our own camp so as not to be in the way. Mike could help out a little if things get tight. The water might be a little chancy once we hit the plains." "If I'd liked water better, I guess I'd have stayed a riverboater, and you boys would have missed out on some choice conversation over the years," Augustus said. "Hell, it's taken 10 years off of my life listening to you talk," Jake said. "Jake, you are surly tonight," Augustus said mildly. "I guess leaving the easy pickings around here has put you out of sorts." P.I. was carefully wetting his bowie knife on the sole of one boot. Though they were still perfectly safe as far as he knew, P had already begun to have bad dreams about the big Indian whose ferocity had haunted his sleep for years. The dreams had been so bad that he had already started sleeping with the unsheathed bowie knife in his hand, so he would be in the habit of it by the time they hit Indian country. This precaution caused certain problems for the young hands whose duty it was to wake him for his shift at night herding. It put them in danger of getting stabbed, a fact which troubled Jasper Fant particularly. Jasper was sensitive to danger. Usually he chose to wake P by kicking him in one foot, although even that wasn't really safe. P was tall, and who knew when he might snap up and make a lunge? Jasper had concluded that the best way would be to pelt him with small rocks, although such caution would only earn him the scorn of the rest of the hands. "I wouldn't have wanted to miss hearing you talk, Gus," P said, though he could not offhand remember a single thing Gus had said over the years. But he could remember, night after night, drowsing off to the sound of Gus's voice. "I'm ready to start, if we got to start," Augustus said. "We got enough cattle now to stock 5 ranches." Call knew that was true, but he found it difficult to resist running over to Mexico every few nights to add more cattle. They were easy to get without Pedro Flores to contend with. "It does seem a pity you're so independent, Jake," Augustus said. "If you come in with us, you could be a cattle baron yet." "Nope, I'd rather be poor than chew the dust," Jake said, standing up. Lori stood up too. She felt her silence coming back. It was men watching her while trying to pretend they weren't watching her that brought it on. Few of them were bold enough just to look straight at her. They had to be sneaky about it. Being among them in the camp was worse than the saloon where at least she had her room. In the camp there was nothing she could do but sit and listen to the talk pass her by. "I guess we'll try to find a ridge to camp on," Jake said. "It would be nice to be upwind from these smelly beasts." "Good God, Jake, if you're that finicky, you ought to have been a barber," Augustus said. "Then you could smell hair oil and toilet water all day and never be offended." He walked over and helped Lorena mount. The brown mare was restless and kept slinging her head. "I may take to barbering yet," Jake said, annoyed that Gus had seen fit to help Lori again. She was going to have to learn to mount sometime with over 1,000 miles of riding ahead. "I hope you'll come back for breakfast," Augustus said. "We eat about an hour before sunrise. Woodrow Call likes to put in a full day, as you may remember." "For that matter, we intend to have our breakfast sent out by the hotel," Jake said sarcastically, spurring his horse. Call watched them go, annoyed. Augustus noticed and chuckled. "Even you can't stop inconvenient things from happening, Call," he said. "Jake can only be controlled up to a point. And Lori's a woman. She can't be controlled at all." Call didn't want to argue about it. He picked up his Henry and walked out of the circle of firelight, meaning to have a few minutes to himself. Passing behind the wagon, he bumped into Newt, who had evidently been holding his water while the woman was in camp and had just slipped off to relieve himself. "Sorry, Captain," he said. "You ought to go get Dish," Call said. "I don't know why he rode off. It ain't his shift. I guess we'll start tomorrow. Can't take all the cattle in Mexico." He stood silently a moment. The mood to walk had left him. Newt was surprised. The captain never shared his decisions with him, and yet it seemed that the decision to leave had just been made, right there behind the wagon. "Captain," he asked, "how far is it up north?" It was something he couldn't stop wondering about, and since the captain hadn't walked away, the question just popped out. Then he immediately felt silly for asking it. "I guess it's a mighty far piece up north," he said, as if to relieve the captain of the need to answer. It struck Call that they should have educated the boy a little better. He seemed to think north was a place, not just a direction. It was another of Gus's failings. He considered himself a great educator, and yet he rarely told anyone anything they needed to know. "It's a ways farther than you've been," Call said, not sure the boy had ever been anywhere. Probably they had at least taken him to Pickle's Gap at some point. "Oh, I've been north," Newt said, not wanting the captain to think him completely untraveled. "I've been north clear to San Antone. Remember?" Call remembered then. Dietz had taken him once. "Where we're going is a sight farther," he said. 23. "Well, I'm going to miss Wams," Augustus said as he and Call were eating their bacon in the faint morning light. "Plus, I already miss my Dutch ovens. You would want to move just as my sourdough got right at its prime." "I'd like to think there's a better reason for living in a place than you being able to cook biscuits," Call said. "Though I admit they're good biscuits." "You ought to admit it. You've had enough of them," Augustus said. "I still think we ought to just hire the town and take it with us. Then we'd have a good barkeep and someone to play the piano." With Call suddenly determined to leave that very day, Augustus found himself regretful, nostalgic already for things he hadn't particularly cared for but hated to think of losing. "What about the well?" he asked. "Another month and we'd have it dug." "We?" Call asked. "When did you hit a lick on that well?" He looked around and saw to his astonishment that Augustus's 2 pigs were laying under the wagon snuffling. In the half-dark he had thought it was Bolivar snoring. "Who asked them darn pigs?" he said. "I guess they tracked us," Augustus said. "They're enterprising pigs. I guess you're planning to take them too?" "It's still a free country," Augustus said. "They can come if they want the inconvenience. Wonder where Jake camped." At that point, the late shift came riding in. Newt, P., Dish Boggett, and Jasper Fant, plus a 5th man who hadn't been part of the shift. "Why, it's Soupy Jones," Call said. "God Almighty," Augustus said. "The man must have lost his wits, what few he had." Soupy had rangered with them a few months before they quit. He was brave but lazy, a fine card player, and by all odds the best horseman any of them had ever known. His love of being horseback was so strong that he could seldom be induced to dismount except to sleep or eat. "I thought Soupy married," Call said as the boys unsaddled their night horses. "That was the gossip," Augustus said. "Married a rich woman and became a sheriff, I heard. Well, maybe she run off with a preacher. If she didn't, I don't know why he's out this time of night." Soupy, a short man, came walking over with P.I. "Look what rode up," P.I. said. "I near mistook him for a bandit since it was pitch dark." "Ah, God, Soupy, you should have waited till we lit the lanterns," Augustus said, standing up to shake hands. "A sharp bunch of gun hands like us, you're lucky not to be shot."
"Aw, Gus,"
Soupy said, not knowing what else to say. He had always been nonplussed by Gus's witticisms.
"Morning, Captain,"
he said as Call shook his hand. "Have some grub," Call said. He'd always been fond of the man, despite his unwillingness to dismount if there was something to do on the ground. "Where'd you come from, Soupy?" Augustus asked. "Didn't we hear you was mayor of some place, or was it governor?"
"I was just in Bastrop, Gus," Soupy said. "Bastrop don't have no mayor or governor either. It's barely a town."
"Well, we're barely an outfit," Augustus said, "though we got 2 fine pigs that just joined us last night. Are you looking for employment?"
"Yes, my wife died," Soupy said.
She was never strong, he added in the silence that followed the remark. Well, you're hired, at least, Call said. I lost 2 wives myself, Augustus remarked. I heard Jake was around, but I don't see him, Soupy said. He and Jake had been close buddies once, and it was partly curiosity about him that made Soupy want to rejoin the Hat Creek outfit. Well, he is, Call said, not anxious to have to explain the situation. Jake won't camp with us old cobs, Augustus said. He's traveling with a valet, if you know what that is. No, but if it's traveling with Jake, I better wear skirts, Soupy said, a remark which for some reason seemed to catch everybody wrong. Or everybody but Gus, who laughed long and hard. Feeling a little confused but happy to have been hired, Soupy went off with P.I. to get breakfast. I'm going in and pry up that sign I wrote so we can take it with us, Augustus said. I may pry up one of my Dutch ovens and bring it too. Bowl ain't said that he's going, Call said. It was a mild anxiety. If Bowl quit and they had to depend on Gus to do the cooking, the whole trip would be in jeopardy. Apart from biscuits, his cooking was of the sort that caused tempers to flare. In fact, Bolivar was standing by the cook fire, staring into it with an expression of deep gloom. If he heard the remark, he gave no sign. Old Bowl's got the adventurer's spirit, Augustus said. He'll go. If he don't, he'll just have to go home and wet his wife more often than he cares to. With that, he went and got the 2 mules that constituted their wagon team. The bigger mule, a gray, was named Greasy, and the smaller, a bay, they called Kick Boy, out of respect for his lightning rear hooves. They had not been worked very much, there seldom having been a need to take the wagon anywhere. It was theoretically for rent, but rarely got rented more than once a year. Greasy and Kick Boy were an odd-looking team, the former being nearly 4 hands higher than the latter. Augustus hitched them to the wagon while Call went to inspect the remuda, meaning to weed out any horses that looked sickly. Don't weed out too many, Augustus said. We might need to eat 'em. Dish Boggett, who had had little sleep and had not enjoyed the little, found the remark irritating. Why would we need to eat the darn horses with 3,000 cattle right in front of us? He asked. He had spent hours riding around the herd with a tight wad of anger in his breast. I can't say, Dish, Augustus said. We might want to change our fare, for all I know. Or the Sioux Indians might run off the cattle. Of course, they might run off the horses, too. Happened to us in that Stonehouse fight, P remarked. They set fire to the grass, and I couldn't see a darn thing. Well, I ain't you, Dish informed him. I bet I could see my own horse, fire or no fire. I'm going to town, Augustus said. You boys will stand and jabber all day. Any of you want anything brought? It has to be something that will fit in this wagon. Bring me $500, that'll fit, Jasper said. There was general laughter, which Augustus ignored. What I ought to bring is a few coffins, he said. Most of you boys will probably be drowned before we hit the Powder River. Bring a few jugs if you see any, Jasper said. The fear of drowning was strong in him, and Gus's remark spoiled his mood. Jasper, I'll bring a boat, if I notice one, Augustus said. He caught Bolivar staring at him malevolently. Come on if you're coming, Bol, he said. No reason for you to go north and drown. Bol was indeed feeling terrible. They only talked of going, not of coming back. It might be he would never see Mexico again, or his lovely daughters if he left. And yet, when he looked across the river and thought of his village, he just felt tired. He was too tired to deal with a disappointed woman, and much too tired to be a bandit. Instead of climbing in the wagon, he turned away and sat down near the pigs. They had found a cool spot where the water barrel had dripped and were lying on their stomachs, watching the proceedings alertly. If I ain't back in a month, you girls feel free to start without me, Augustus said. Then he drove off, amused that Dish Boggett looked so out of sorts just from being in love with a woman who didn't want him. It was a peril too common to take seriously. A half-mile from the main camp, he came upon the very woman who had given Dish the pain. She was attempting to cook some fryback and was getting no help from Jake Spoon, who hadn't even provided her with a good fire. Jake was sitting on his bedding, his hair sticking up in back, trying to dig a thorn out of his hand with a pocket-knife. Augustus stopped the team and got down to chat a minute. "Jake, you look like you slept standing on your head," he said. "Is that a bullet you're digging out? Has she shot you already?" "Who invited you to breakfast?" Jake said. "Ivette," Augustus said. "I just stopped by to set the table so you two could dine in style." "Hello, Gus," Laurie said. "Don't start no conversation, else he'll stay all day," Jake said. "I'd forgotten what a pest you are, Gus." He'd got the thorn in his thumb hobbling the horses the night before and had been unable to get it out in the dark. Now his thumb was swollen to twice its size, for a green mesquite thorn was only slightly less poisonous than a rattlesnake. Besides, he had slept badly on the stony ground, and Laurie had refused him again, when all he wanted was a little pleasure to take his mind off his throbbing thumb. They were camped only 2 miles from town and could easily have ridden back and slept comfortably in the dry bean, but when he suggested it, Laurie showed her stubborn streak and refused. He could go back if he cared to. She wasn't. So he had stayed and slept poorly, worrying most of the night about snakes. As much camping as he had done, it was a fear that never left him. "It's a wonder you ain't froze to death years ago if that's the best fire you can make," Augustus said. He began to gather sticks. "You don't need to bother," Lorena said. "I've already burned the meat." It was good Gus had stopped, for Jake was in a temper already, just because she had turned away from him the night before. He had a quick pride. Any refusal made him angry. As for sleeping on the ground, she didn't mind. It was at least fairly cool. "I never expected to find you to be still in bed at this hour, Jake," Augustus said. "You'll have a time keeping up with us if you don't improve your habits. By the way, Soupy hired on this morning. He inquired about you." "There goes the easy money," Jake said. "Soupy will win every cent you boys can earn in the next 10 years. He's been known to win from me, and that ain't easy." "Well, I'm going to town," Augustus said. "Want me to pick you up a Bible or a few hymn books?" "Nope, we're leaving," Jake said, "soon as we pack." "That won't be soon," Augustus said. "You've scattered stuff over 3 acres just making this one little camp." That was true. They had unpacked in the dark and made a mess of it. Jake was looking for a whiskey bottle that wasn't where he thought he'd put it. It was plain camping wasn't a neat way of life. There was no place to wash, and they were carrying very little water, which was the main reason she had refused Jake. She liked to wash and felt he could wait until they camped near a river and could splash a little of the dust off before bedding down. Augustus watched them eat the poor burned breakfast. It was eternally amusing, the flow of human behavior. Who could have predicted Jake would be the one to take Lorena out of Lonesome Dove? She had been meaning to leave since the day she arrived, and now Jake, who had slipped from the grasp of every woman who had known him, was firmly caught by a young whore from Alabama. The quality of determination had always intrigued him. Laurie had it, and Jake didn't. Hers was nothing compared to W.F. Call's, but hers would probably be sufficient to get her to San Francisco, where no doubt she would end up a respectable woman. After accepting a cup of coffee from Laurie, he took a look at Jake's thumb, which was swollen and turning white. "You better be sure you got all that thorn out," Gus said. "If you didn't, you'll probably lose the hand, and maybe the arm that goes with it." "I won't lose no arm, and if I did, I could still beat you dealing one-handed," Jake said. "I hope you invite us to breakfast one of these days to repay the favor." When Augustus reached Lonesome Dove, the one street was still and empty, with only one horse twitching its tail in front of the Pumphrey's store. The dust his wagon stirred hung straight as a column before settling back into the street. Augustus stopped in front of the deserted blacksmith shop. The blacksmith, an uncommunicative man named Roy Royce, had ridden out of town some months before and had not come back. Augustus found a small crowbar among the tools the man had cavalierly abandoned and rode up the street to the Hat Creek Corrals, where he easily pried his sign off the fence. The Dutch ovens were more resistant. They showed signs of crumbling, so he left them. There would be no time for leisurely biscuit-making on the trail anyway. He walked through the house and had a look at the roofless barn. amused at how little trace remained of their 10 years' residence. They had lived the whole time as if they might leave at any minute, and now that was exactly what they had done. The barn would stay roofless, the well only partially dug. The rattlesnakes could take the spring house, for all he cared. He had already removed his whiskey jug. It would be a while before he had such a good shady porch to sit on, drinking the afternoon out. In Texas, he had drunk to take his mind off the heat. In Montana, no doubt, it would be to take his mind off the cold. He didn't feel sad. The one thing he knew about Texas was that he was lucky to be leaving it alive, and in fact, he had a long way to go before he could be sure of accomplishing that much. He drove down to the saloon for a last word with Xavier. At first he thought the saloon was empty, but then he saw Xavier sitting at a little table near the shadowy end of the bar. He had not bothered to shave for 2 days, a sign of profound demoralization. "Dern, Wands, you look poorly," Augustus said. "I see the morning rush ain't started yet."
"It will never start,"
Xavier said in a desperate voice. "Just because you lost your whore don't mean the sun won't rise again," Augustus assured him. "Take a trip to San Antonio and recruit another whore."
"I would have married her," Xavier said, feeling too hopeless even to conceal that he was hopeless.
"I ain't surprised," Augustus said gently. It was one thing to make light of a young man's sorrows in love, but another to do it when the sorrower was Xavier's age. There were men who didn't get over women. He himself, fortunately, was not one of them, though he had felt fairly black for a year after Clara married. It was curious, for Xavier had had stuff enough to survive a hellion like Therese, but was devastated by the departure of Lorena, who could hardly with reason have been expected to stay in one room over a saloon all her life.
"I would have taken her to San Francisco," Xavier said. "I would have given her money, bought her clothes."
"In my opinion, the woman made a poor bargain," Augustus said. "I seen her not an hour ago trying to cook over a darn smoky fire. But then we don't look at life like women do, Wands. They don't always appreciate convenience."
Xavier shrugged. Gus often talked about women, but he had never listened and didn't intend to start. It wouldn't bring Lorena back or make him feel less hopeless. It had seemed a miracle the day she walked in the door with nothing but her beauty. From the first he had planned to marry her someday. It didn't matter that she was a whore. She had intelligence, and he felt sure her intelligence would one day guide her to him. She would see, in time, how much kinder he was than other men. She would recognize that he treated her better, loved her more. Yet it hadn't worked. She went with him willingly enough when he requested it, but no more willingly than she went with other men. Then Jake had come and taken her, just taken her, as easily as picking a hat off a rack. Often Xavier had passed the boring hours by dreaming of how happy Laurie would be when he made his proposal, offering to free her from whoring and every form of drudgery. But when he offered, she had merely shaken her head, and now his dreams were ruined. He remembered that when he declared his love, her eyes hadn't changed at all. It was as if he had suggested she sweep out the bar. She had only tolerated him to avoid a scene with Jake, and had seemed scarcely aware that he had given her nearly $200, 4 times as much as Gus. It was enough to buy her passage to San Francisco, but she had merely taken it and shut the door. It was cruel, love.
"Well, it's too bad you ain't a cowboy," Augustus said. "You look like you could use a change of air. Where's Lippy?"
Xavier shrugged. The last thing that would interest him was the whereabouts of Lippy. Augustus drank a glass but said no more. He knew he could not talk Xavier out of his depression. "If Jake gets killed, tell her I will come," Xavier said. There was always that prospect. After all, he had only met Therese because her first husband had fallen off a roof and broken his neck. A man like Jake, a traveler and a gambler, might meet a violent end at any time.
I doubt it'll happen, Augustus said, not wishing to encourage faint hopes. When he went out, he found Lippy sitting in the wagon with his boulder on his head. "How'd you get in my wagon?" Augustus asked.
"Jumped off the roof, and this is where I landed,"
Lippy said. He liked to joke. "Jump back on the roof, then," Augustus said. "I'm going to Montana."
"I'm hiring on," Lippy said. "The piano playing's over around here. Wands won't feed me, and I can't cook. I'll starve to death."
"It might beat drowning in the Republican River," Augustus said. Lippy had a little bag packed and sitting between his feet. It was clear he was packed and ready.
"Let's go," he said.
"Well, we got 2 Irishmen. I guess we can always use a man with a hole in his stomach," Augustus said. Lippy had been a fair horseman once. Maybe Call would let him look after the remuda. As they rode out of town, the Widow Cole was hanging out her washing. Hot as the sun was, it seemed to Augustus it would be dry before she got it on the line. She kept a few goats, one of which was nibbling on the rope handle of her laundry basket. She was an imposing woman, and he felt a pang of regret that he and she had not got on better. But the truth was they fell straight into argument even if they only happened to meet in the street. Probably her husband, Joe Cole, had bored her for 20 years, leaving her with a taste for argument. He himself enjoyed argument, but not with a woman who had been bored all her life. It could lead to a strenuous existence. As they passed out of town, Lippy suddenly turned sentimental. Under the blazing sun, the town looked white. The only things active in it were the widow and her goats. There were only about 10 buildings, hardly enough to make a town, but Lippy got sentimental anyway. He remembered when there had been another saloon, one that kept 5 Mexican whores. He had gone there often and had great fun in the days before he got the wound in his belly. He had never forgotten the merry whores. They were always sitting on his lap. One of them, a girl named Maria, would sleep with him merely because she liked the way he played the piano. Those had been the years. At the thought of them, his eyes teared up, making his last look at Lonesome Dove a watery one. The dusty street wavered in his vision as if under a heavy rain. Augustus happened to notice that Lippy was crying, tears running down both sides of his nose into the floppy pocket of his lip. Lippy normally cried when he got drunk, so the sight was nothing new, except that he didn't seem drunk. "If you're sick, you can't go," he said sternly. "We don't want no sickly hands."
"I ain't sick, Gus,"
Lippy said, a little embarrassed by his tears. Soon he felt a little better. Lonesome Dove was hidden. He could barely see the top of the little church house across the chaparral flats.
"It's funny leaving a place, ain't it?" he said. "You never do know when you'll get back."
24. Although he knew they wouldn't leave until the heat of the day was over, Newt felt so excited that he didn't miss sleep and could hardly eat. The captain had made it final. They were leaving that day. He had told all the hands that they ought to see to their equipment. Once they got on the trail, opportunities for repair work might be scarce. In fact, the advice only mattered to the better-equipped hands: Dish, Jasper, Soupy Jones, and Needle Nelson. The Spettle brothers, for example, had no equipment at all, unless you called one pistol with a broken hammer equipment. Newt had scarcely more. His saddle was an old one, and he had no slicker and only one blanket for a bedroll. The Irishmen had nothing except what they had been loaned. P seemed to think the only important equipment was his bowie knife, which he spent the whole day sharpening. Dietz merely got a needle and some pieces of rawhide and sewed a few rawhide patches on his old quilted pants. When they saw Mr. Augustus ride up with Lippy, some of the hands thought it might be a joke, but the captain at once put him in charge of the horses, an action that moved Dish Boggett to scorn. "Half the remuda will run off once they see him flop that lip," he said. Augustus was inspecting the feet of his main horse, a large buckskin he called Old Malaria, not a graceful mount, but a reliable one. "It might surprise you, Dish," he said, "but Lippy was once a considerable hand. I wouldn't talk if I were you. You may end up with a hole in your own stomach and have to play whorehouse piano for a living." "If I do, I'll starve," Dish said. "I never had the opportunity of piano lessons." Once it was clear he was not going to be constantly affronted by the sight of Jake and Lorena, Dish's mood improved a little. Since they were traveling along the same route, an opportunity might yet arise to demonstrate that he was a better man than Jake Spoon. She might need to be saved from a flood, or a grizzly bear. Grizzly bears were often the subject of discussion around the campfire at night. No one had ever seen one, but all agreed they were almost impossible to kill. Jasper Fant had taken to worrying about them constantly, if only as a change from worrying about drowning. Jasper's obsession with drowning had begun to oppress them all. He had talked so much about it that Newt had come to feel it would be almost a miracle if someone didn't drown at every river.
"Well, if we see one of them bears, Pete can stick him with that knife he keeps sharpening," Bert Borum said. "It ought to be sharp enough to kill a darn elephant by now."
Pete took the criticism lightly. "It never hurts to be ready," he said, quoting an old saying of the captain's. Call himself spent the day on the mare, weeding out the weaker stock, both cattle and horses. He worked with Dietz. About noon they were resting under a big mesquite tree. Dietz was watching a little Texas bull mount a cow not far away. The little bull hadn't come from Mexico. He had wandered in one morning unbranded and had immediately whipped 3 larger bulls that attempted to challenge him. He was not exactly rainbow-colored, but his hide was mottled to an unusual extent, part brown, part red, part white, and with a touch here and there of yellow and black. He looked a sight, but he was all bull. Much of the night he could be heard baying. The Irishman had come to hate him since his baying drowned out their singing. In fact, none of the cowboys liked him. He would occasionally charge a horse if his temper was up, and was even worse about men on foot. Once, Needle Nelson had dismounted, meaning to idle away a minute or two relieving himself, and the little bull had charged him so abruptly that Needle had had to hop back on his horse while still pissing. All the hands had a fine laugh at his expense. Needle had been so angered that he wanted to rope and cut the bull, but Call intervened. Call thought the bull well made, though certainly a peculiar mix of colors, and wanted to keep him. "Let him be," he said. "We'll need some bulls in Montana." Augustus had been highly amused. "Good God, Call," he said. "You mean you want to fill this paradise we're going to with animals that look like that?" "He ain't bad looking if you don't count his color," Call said. "Be damned to his color and his disposition, too," Needle said. He knew he would be a long time living down having to mount his horse with his dingus flopping. "Well, I reckon it's time to go," Call said to Dietz. "We'll never get there if we don't start." Dietz was not so sure they would get there anyway, but he kept his doubts to himself. The captain usually managed to do what he meant to do. "I want you to be the scout," the captain said. "We got plenty of men to keep the stock moving. I want you to find us water and a good bed ground every night." Dietz nodded modestly, but inside he felt proud. Being made scout was more of an honor than having your name on a sign. It was proof that the captain thought highly of his abilities. When they got back to the wagon, Augustus was oiling his guns. Lippy fanned himself with his bowler, and most of the other hands were just sitting around wishing it was cooler. "Have you counted the stock yet?" Call asked Augustus. The man possessed a rare skill when it came to counting animals. He could ride through a herd and count it, something Call had never been able to do. "No, I ain't got around to that